The night has come, it's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. I have come, it's cold and losing my control. The light is gone, the night has come, it's crazy. The light is gone, the lonely I wish that you could save me from my isolation. My mind's too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. It's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. No relation. We got no relation. No relation. The night has come, it's crazy. The night is gone, the lonely and it goes like this. You could save me from my isolation. My mind's too complicated. Let's stop this conversation.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Sorry about that. Welcome on in here to the Lotus 8 Esports Championship number 5, brought to you by First Class and Red Bull Canada in partnership, raising money for the Sick Kids Foundation. My name is Llama77. Joining me in the cast is Mr. Q. How you doing today, sir?
Yo, take two. What it do? It feels good to be in here, back at it. Of course, with my brother from another mama llama. We've got ourselves a pretty stacked lineup here of some teams, so I'm excited to get down into it. Of course, for the kids.
Yes, I'm excited. I mean, for us too, as well. I mean, we get to watch some amazing action, get to follow a pretty long bracket. I mean, we talked about so many teams signed up here today to not only help raise that money, but to compete for that $500 prize pool that's on the line as well.
Yeah, I mean, when you can kind of combine the two, right? It's like you get to have some fun, you get to help, raise a little bit of money, a little bit of awareness. You can't beat that. And you mentioned kind of the stack lineup here. We've got some teams that you and I have definitely seen before, so we are in for a banger of a night. I can't wait to get down into it.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. But we were talking about that prize pool. Let's talk a little bit how it does break down. At the end of the night, there are going to be 3 teams walking away with some prizing. It's going to be that first and second place splitting the $500 prize pool, 300 for first, 200 for second. And then, of course, we're sponsored by Red Bull, so third place not going to walk home empty-handed. They're going to take home a case of 24 Red Bull for themselves.
I mean, a case of 24 Red Bull, that gets quite a bit of wing juice. Wing juice. That doesn't come out the way I was really expecting that to. But you know what I mean? It gets you some wings, 24 cans of it. It's quite the prize pool there, especially the 300 and the 200 there at the top as well.
Oh, yeah. Big stuff here and big names. So I think it really is going to be a fun night. Obviously, it's the pretty traditional format here we see in the bubble scene where it's going to be that double elimination. You have that extra secondary life, but because it is such a long tournament, you really want to save that for as long as possible. And of course, if you get all the way through the winner's bracket, you're going to be picking up that game advantage as well to take to the grand finals.
And we often see that game advantage is really so critical, right, Llama, where you can just see, especially if you can come in and keep that momentum rolling off of the top of that once you do get into that grand final, you're already one step ahead. So I feel like as far as for our squad, you mentioned it, you don't want to go in that lower bracket too early, especially because here, if you go in that lower bracket super early, it's a best of one and anything can happen.
Oh, yeah. Anything can happen. One single mistake, something happens and then all of a sudden you are out. So definitely don't want that. But you were talking about staying one step ahead. And that kind of brings a little bit of a segue into the foundation we're actually raising money for here today. Sick Kids, they're trying to stay one step ahead, diagnosing faster, treating smarter, and predicting better than anybody else.
Yeah, and this is more of like a goal as far as for Sick Kids, right? It's like the promise of precision child healthcare, and it's the future that they're creating now. It's kind of like the end of the one size fits all as far as for medicine.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge, and it's really they want to just make it all encompassing. That it's they want to improve all the health all around, beautiful stuff and beautiful stuff today for them. So I really hope we can raise all the money we can for them and bring their kind of goal to light here.
Yeah, I think the important thing to remember too, if you're tuning in, and maybe if you're, bills are tight or something, remember you can just help out with free support, right? Share with your friends, tell somebody to tell somebody to tell somebody about it, bring people on in, and even just coming in and obviously, kind of being aware of the cause also is kind of a positive.
Yeah, shares cost nothing, right? Likes cost nothing.
Right.
Views cost nothing as well. So make sure to keep us tabbed up. If you're maybe doing something, walk away, gotta go eat dinner, make sure to leave us up and keep the stream going. But talking about our first matchup queue here today, like we said, it's going to be a long bracket. We're starting in round 1 with a couple of really good teams that, like we said before, you and I already know these two names.
Yeah, Team Schnauzenheisers and Lotus 8 Harmony. I mean, you mentioned it, some players that you and I have definitely casted a handful of times here. So I'm going to be excited to kind of see, especially because, I mean, this is game number 1. This is matchup number 1. How can you get your bracket started? And again, with the fact that it is teams that we know, one of these teams is unfortunately already going to be getting sent to the lower bracket.
Yeah, does look that way. I mean, it's sad, right? Because we really do love all these teams, but
Yeah.
at the end of the day, one of those teams has to win, one of them has to move forward. But I think it'll be an exciting match nonetheless. And, it's that possibility, right? Even if you drop to the lower bracket, you have that secondary chance. And it's really possible that this could be a match we could see later on that could be a repeat, maybe even in the grand finals. And, it's just everybody battling it out. It'll be exciting to see how these playstyles clash.
And I had mentioned how, of course, we had the best of one in that lower bracket, but these first couple of rounds that we're going to be sitting in and hanging out with up in the upper bracket, those are all going to be best of 3s. But that best of 3 is still kind of that like shootout style, right? You don't have very much time to kind of dissect the opposition. You've really got to come out and put your best foot forward. So don't be surprised if you see both of these teams playing, I don't want to say more timid, but don't be surprised to see them up the pace a little bit after that first like 60, 90-second mark once they've kind of felt like they've really gotten a good read on the opposition.
Yeah, you got to play safe, but you don't want to play too safe, right? If you play too aggressive, all of a sudden you make those mistakes early and you lose that first game, you put yourself in a hole that is not really where anyone wants to be. Obviously, like we said, in a best of three, you lose the first, all of a sudden your opponents
Right.
are on match point. So don't want to do that, but at the same time, you don't want to play too safe where you're not going for those shots. But speaking of the first game, we have all the players in lobby. Let's get going for our first series on the night.
Yeah, let's get down and do what to do here. Schnauzenheiser is going to be over there in the blue. Lotus 8 Harmony going to be over on that orange side here. And don't be too surprised if Schnauzenheisers are going to be one of those teams that really tries to put a bunch of pressure down here in the offensive zone. A team that usually likes to up the tempo a little bit, likes to really kind of pepper the net there, kind of like we're seeing here right up off of the start. Tivaristo, unfortunately, not going to be able to come into contact with that. It is a 3v2 on the opposite side, but Delta gets a big clear open net on the opposite side of the pitch, and Schnauzenheiser's going to strike first.
Yeah, Schnauzenheiser's just doing a good job of doing exactly what we said, that punishing that aggression. Lotus 8 stepping forward, all three players looking to attack that net, but it's just a great counterattack, a great first goal here. Fast and Delta combining for that one. Tivaristo been a little bit quiet. Obviously, there's only been 30 seconds, but Tivaristo, a player we always kind of expect to step up, a big name in the community as well.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's just about waiting for the right moments, but yeah, it is still definitely very early here, which is also obviously going to be good news for Lotus 8 Harmony here as well. I was going to say because you allowed the goal, but very quickly we're going to be seeing a little bit of a miscommunication. Looks like maybe even a little bit of a whiff over on the Schnauzenheiser side, but sometimes better to be lucky than good, and we're all knotted up at one.
Yeah, Sleepy Nugs just finds the clear that gets past to all three. No one able to get there. So all right, back to tied up here at one, making it more exciting for us up here. And not even a minute gone just yet. So some great Rocket League still left to be played, and some great Rocket League already been played in that first minute. Tivaristo trying to set something up in that offensive zone, but denied real quick. They get back on defense, but they have showed us their counterattack very deadly before. Was a little try there from Joshing, but can't get too much in for the net. Back towards the corner. Smuffy's going to be denied, and it's going to be back in the offense for Tivaristo.
Yeah, I'm looking for Schnauzenheisers here to really try and up the tempo once again. Remember their first goal. They were able to really dictate the pace off of that first kickoff. Spend a lot of time down here on this Lotus Harmony side of the pitch here. We are going to be seeing it clear at least up to midfield. Tivaristo, that player who you are looking for there, going to be able to at least move into the offensive zone. Pass back to Fast off the top. Unfortunately, a swing and a miss off that second touch, and that's going to get knocked aside.
Yeah, really close, though. I like the tempo increase. Like you said, try to get some more shots. How about a demo from Sleepy to shut down some of that offense? Right back the other way. Fast just picks the pockets and puts it in.
Sheesh, that's a pick six for our American football enjoyers right there. Just able to get the tap, goes the opposite way with it, doesn't even need to get the second touch. And all of a sudden, Schnauzenheiser's back in the lead.
Looks like this team pretty good at retaking that lead. Got the first goal, and when it was tied, got that third goal. So good stuff for them. The question is, can they hold it? Obviously, we saw Lotus 8 in their powerful offense strike back pretty immediately. And right here, it's a good shot, post and in.
Yeah, ask and you shall receive, my friend. You can see doing a good job of making sure they keep the pressure down in here. Unfortunately, Tivaristo not going to be able to get a touch on that. I think the little bit of contact could have been able to avoid that, but you know what? That little bit of a mistake, Lotus 8 Harmony going to make sure that you capitalize. That's the unfortunate thing about when you're in this sort of situation, man. Every mistake could be crucial.
It really is. Every single one of them got to be very wary of keeping those under wraps. Still a lot of time left to go. Those are back to tie. Tivaristo with the mechanical play. Delta following up the shot. Mop and bucket for the cleanup.
I am loving to see from the Schnauzenheiser's team. It's like every time they happen to make a mistake on one side, you know what they do, Llama? They turn it right back around and then they regain the lead. That just shows a whole bunch of resiliency, and I'm loving to see it.
I love the resiliency, and I love how Tivaristo is starting to captain this team. We talked about the experience from this player and that ability. How about this shot from the corner?
Man, breaking out the protractor, making sure they're able to not only win the kickoff here, but man, just able to bend it like Beckham. And just like that, we were tied, 20 seconds ago? And all of a sudden, up by 2.
2 transitioning that in about 20 seconds to recreate a lead for themselves, double their opponent's score. Now they do have to be a little bit careful. Nugs getting up on that offense, up in that danger zone right by the goal. But Tivaristo going to lead the team once again. Mechanical plays to the backboard. Doesn't even need the teammates to follow it up.
And Tivaristo has all of a sudden woken up here at basically that halftime point in game number 1, and this game has gotten broken wide open. Lotus 8, they need to find a way to pump the brakes here.
Look at the tag. Highly technical. Tivaristo deserving of that tag. Now up 3, 30 seconds, 3 goals. And Schnauzenheiser's really guiding this game. A demo as well from Tivaristo to create some extra pressure. It'll be interesting to see, can they hold this? Obviously, Lotus 8 have been scored on a couple times, but they have been able to bounce back. That's the important thing. You said you like Schnauzenheiser's, their ability to retake the lead, but I think Lotus 8 has that ability to maybe equalize it here.
Yeah, it's going to start with one, right? You can't get them all on just one position, but the other thing that's going to require is stand-fast defense. We have seen Schnauzenheiser be able to apply a lot of pressure throughout from the word go, and it doesn't look like they have any point of stopping here. You're going to see Delta knocks his things aside, but gets the second touch to at least keep things in the zone for now. Smurfy's going to rise aside, but without getting contested from Tivaristo. Unfortunately, though, this ball does still go onto the Schnauzenheiser side of the pitch. And, unfortunately, as far as Lotus 8, you'll see a very quick visit.
Quick and out, running out of time now, down to about 1:30. Still doable, but like you said, gotta go 1 goal at a time here. We'll see if they can do it. Tivaristo leading again off the backboard. Setup is good, right to the teammate, leaving it. Delta, back pass. I mean, absolute possession control right now from Schnauzenheisers as they keep this ball going. Tivaristo off the roof, gets the bounce up, and is setting up their teammates once again.
I like to see them kind of pull things back for a second, making sure that they weren't overextending, right? Of course, that also allows them to buy a little bit of additional time. Of course, every second they spend with the ball in their control, that's one less second that Lotus 8 Harmony is going to be able to use to be able to surmount this comeback. 3 goals, it's hard to do with this last minute. This means really now at this point, Lotus 8 needs to get this ball out of their zone, and they need a goal right now.
I feel like they just need to get some offensive efficiency right here. It feels like every single time they go down, they're not even getting that many shots. You look at the overall counter, 11-2. Schnauzenheiser's absolutely decimating. They've held that possession. They have held the control, and it looks like they might just hold this first game.
I mean, I guess the positive would be is your shots are efficient, you know what I mean, over on the side of Lotus 8. But yeah, I mean, you need to find some way to start flipping the script here. I mean, you talked about it. 12 now at this point. Shots from Schnauzenheiser, still just the 2 from Lotus 8 as we see these last closing 12 seconds starting to count their way off. And it seems like Lotus 8 is just going to need to find some way in this time in between games to figure out what it is that they can do to really spend more time on the opposite side of the pitch, because they're mostly really sitting on their heels.
Yeah, that's the hope. Talk during this time, get some time to discuss what happened, because boy, Schnauzenheisers come out swinging. I mean, they never trailed in that game once. They got out swinging. They took the first goal. They took the second goal, and then after it's tied up again, they just started running away with it. And Tivaristo, again, like we said, just really, really leading the team. Every single player though got a goal, so they've got scoring threats all around.
Yeah, I gotta say, I really liked to see that kind of bounce back from Tivaristo, because it did kind of feel like those first 2 goals really were on him of anybody on the team, right? I mean, was involved and unfortunately not getting the save, but then quickly turns around, 2 goals, 2 assists. I mean, an 80% goal participation percentage there as far as for the squad, really showing why that, you were looking out for him from the word go.
Definitely were, and we got to talk about it again. Best of 3, right? So Lotus 8 already down a game now. Unfortunately, Schnauzenheisers are going to be on match point. So for Lotus 8, they got to win this next one, and I think they still have the tools to do so. I just think they came out a little bit slow into that game. Didn't really want to step forward, because we saw literally the first goal that got scored on them was them stepping forward. So I think they were a little bit scared, maybe going into the back half of the game, to make that same mistake.
I mean, at least the good benefit for you when it comes to Rocket League, right? The first 5 minutes are down. Doesn't matter what the score was. We're going to reset them things back to 0, and we got 5 minutes in the clock. But Lotus 8 here needs to find a way, like you said, to really kind of get up off of that back line. I don't know what it's going to take, because this Schnauzenheiser's team looks like they have come to play today.
I think you got to find a way to shut down Tivaristo. I think that has to be the answer. It's a hard answer because it's going to be a really, really hard task. But I think they have to do it going here off into game number 2. We'll see what they can do. Fast right off the kickoff, going for a mistouch. A little bit of that misdirection and creativity that Schnozenheisers can bring to the table is what kind of led to some of their goals last game as well.
Tivaristo going to be able to get that ball in the corner, passes it up, open net on the opposite side, found very, very easily from Delta, and it only takes 19 seconds for Schnozenheiser to take their first lead in game number 2.
Yeah, how about that mid-air pass, Q? The communication, the handoff right there for the 50-yard shot right through the midfield. Love to see it, and Schnozenheiser's once again on top.
Yeah, Schnozenheiser's looking very, very good here. Now you're going to see, though, they're got to find a way to get this clear. That's going to be at least a single touch off the back wall from Sleepy Nugs. Joshing, though, sitting a little far back, which is actually going to allow Schnozenheisers to regain this control. They're going to push up. Sleepy Nugs gets a touch in front. Now going to rise up to the skies, but it is fast. Who's going to be able to knock this thing to the side? Snuts by Smurfy. And that's a beautiful follow off the rebound.
Oh, I was going to say, if that didn't go in, I would have cried for Lotus 8, but what a touch from Smurfy, bouncing it in. 3 players in the area, none of them can get a tire on that, so kind of a repeat of what we saw last game. Lotus 8, a really creative play, though, to get themselves tied right back in this game.
I really like the way that that thing broke down there. Now you can already see getting up off the kickoff, trying to move their way back up into the offensive zone, but unfortunately for now, going to have to retreat. That's going to be a touch from Fast coming across to the center of the pitch, but nobody going to be there for Schnozenheisers to be able to follow up on that.
Yeah. Fast on the side wall, gonna look for a pass, completely intercepted there. Lotus 8 starting to get a little bit aggressive and not let these passes go for free. Tivaristo looking to get mechanical up in the skies. What is that redirect off onto the wall? Great control, Delta keeping it active. And a lot of that boost forced out of their opponents, but they'll pick up a couple of shots, exit for a little bit. Tivaristo now looking for a play off the backboard, drop down angle. Delta was there, Fast misses the shot. Secondary one goes wide as well. Lots of opportunities, but none go in.
You know what? Just the fact that we see Tivaristo trying that has to have you know that they're feeling themselves right now. So even though it might be tied 1-1 on the scoreboard, I think Schnozenheisers feeling plenty comfy with where they're sitting right now. That's going to be a pass up. Smurfy's going to be able to at least send that thing back to the midfield line, but they're going to have to be retreating back here on the Schnozenheiser side because we are seeing Lotus 8. It does look like they're starting to pick up the pace on their offensive side here, Llama.
Yeah, again, they're getting up in the face of the Schnozenheisers team, starting to say, we don't care that we made that mistake back in game number 1. We want to bounce back here in game number 2, but the passing play denied. Smurfy starting to realize that if you deny some of these passing plays, you can start to shut down that offense. On the other side, they had a player advantage, but the ball rolls very slow. Fast picks up a demo, and that'll pretty much end it again. So pretty close on shots as well as we approach this halfway marker. It's still deadlocked.
Yeah, I'm loving to see as far as the adjustments, it seems like, from Lotus 8. You mentioned the pace that they're playing at here. Now they just got to make sure they can keep control when they're playing faster, right? Because we are going to see coming in here, it is a 2v1. Fast is going to be able to lift that up on over the defender, and that's going to be Schnozenheisers taking the lead.
And once again, it's every single player from Schnozenheisers getting involved. Tivaristo opens it up, Delta with the pass, and Fast with the finish. Everybody involved on that one to bring Schnozenheisers up to 2-1 on the scoreboard. Again, Q, they have never trailed in this entire series.
Yeah, they've been able to do such a good job of making sure they maintain the control of things, which has to be so frustrating for Lotus 8, right? Because you've been able to tie it multiple times here at this point, but unfortunately you have not been able to actually take the lead. And at this point, you need to find not only just one goal in the next 2 minutes, but you're eventually going to have to take the lead, whether it's here in regulation or in overtime if you're looking to move into game 3.
Have to find that lead. You'll find yourself down the lower bracket again. Not a position you want to be in this early in the bracket. So though, trying to go up in the sky again, gets the bump, sets up for the teammate, but the teammates have rotated just a little bit far back up over Delta. Almost sneaks in Fast with the last second save off the post. That shot goes for Joshing. Wow, what a series there for Lotus 8 on the redirect, but just could not find it again. Fast with the clear on in. Almost gets a secondary touch there, but won't.
Yeah, I'm liking to see the scrappy play as far as kind of in front of the net. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find a connection for Lotus 8, but they have been able to do a good job of meeting the resistance with their defense, making sure that
Oh,
they aren't able to get past the midfield line. And for Joshing to see that thing going off of the woodwork and now to be seeing it going the opposite direction and going into your net, that's got to be such a heartbreaker.
oh, yeah, that really hurts. Fast, really good plays off the wall, gotta say. Great control. Tivaristo technically steals the goal, but, we'll give it to him. Has put in a lot of work for this team. But, yeah, like you said, it hurts for Joshing. I think back-to-back shots off of that post. The geometry just not working out in their favor. And now they're down 2, so they gotta not only find 2, they gotta find 3, like you said, Q, if they want to try and battle back in this game number 2 and keep themselves alive.
I mean, they were, at least for now, they've won the kickoff, right? They're able to get down here into the offensive zone. Haven't really been able to get complete control. It's mostly kind of been touches towards the corner and such, but they've never really gotten back into their zone. 35 seconds, 2 goals, still doable, but you need to find something soon if you're not waiting and depending on a miracle. And you're going to see, I mean, they're still keeping it down to the third. If they get this clear all the way down, though, that's when they're really in trouble, Llama.
It really is. If they can just end this right here. I mean,
Oh.
Delta! Pick in the pockets again. Try to clear it out. No way, no how. Tivaristo with the setup again. And it is 3-goal lead. Schausenhauser's, that's probably the final nail. If there wasn't already a billion nails in the coffin.
Yeah, if it wasn't over before, that one definitely is going to solidify it here for Schnauzenheiser starting their tournament off on the right foot. And that's got to have you feeling really, really good here. I mean, you're going to be able to see these last closing seconds. Not really going to need to fight or contest it. But for Lotus 8, I do feel like they at least showed themselves the ability to kind of push back off of that resistance, or like that push back with some resistance. Maybe something they can build on going into the lower bracket. But I mean, let's be real. Getting Schnauzenheisers in the first round, pretty tough draw.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. I mean, you saw those tags, though, from the Lotus 8 squad. They're grand champions, right? They
Yeah.
have that ability to battle back. They have been in this position before, and I really do, like we said, I hope we see them again. Because, again, no hate towards any of these teams. We love all of them, but at the end of the day, one of the teams has to be better, and that was Schnauzenheiser's undoubtedly. I mean, not only did we talk about, they never trailed during that series, but both games, they doubled their opponent's shots.
Yeah, I mean, you're just really dominating the pace, especially like you mentioned, being able to put so many shots on goal. At some point, they're going to start crossing that goal line, right? Your defense can only get so many saves at some point, especially when the way we saw them really kind of dictating the pace more so in that first game where they were just down on that third of the pitch the whole time. At some point, a mistake is going to happen when you are getting met with that much pressure.
Really is. And especially with a player like Tivaristo. I know we kind of sound like a broken record at this point, but we probably will throughout the tournament today because he is so good at just mechanical control, about bringing that ball in, setting up for the teammates, or being a scoring threat themselves. We talked about that in the first game. Each and every one of them had a goal themselves. Tivaristo not only scored with those mechanical plays, but could set up for the teammates. It's hard to battle back against that when there are so many threats to watch out for.
So I got a question for you. When you see Schnauzenheiser's coming out with a run like that early, really being able to dictate the pace, I mean, do you think this is a team? Are you already kind of keeping an eye on them to make a deep run in the bracket, or what are you thinking?
Yes, I think they definitely could. I think it depends because, again, they play a very aggressive, creative style. If there's someone that can lock down their defense and get those counterattacks. We saw they had some openings. There's the possibility for them to get scored on. So it is a kind of yin and yang, right? That yes, I am looking out for them, but they do have to be just a little bit careful with how fancy they get on these plays.
Well, I got so it's going to be interesting here. I can't wait to see. It looks like we already know who they're going to be going up against here in this next round. It's the Egoist, but let's not forget why we're here, right? This is really as far as for the sick kids, Llama. I mean, when it comes to this cause, I mean, why can't you at least help raise a little bit of awareness? You know what I mean? I love seeing what the community getting together for stuff like this.
No one wants to see sick kids, and especially the Sick Kids Foundation really does believe that healthy kids make a healthier world all around. So, like we said, there are a lot of ways to support here today. If you can donate, that is amazing. Could donate some funds over towards them, or like we said, either share it over to a friend, or make sure you're hitting that tab and keeping us up and loaded on the viewer screen.
And I do believe we are going to be. Are we just loading right on into our next game here? Are we just keeping this thing rolling? We're not even gonna be worrying about taking a break here today. I love it here, man. We've got ourselves a stacked little bracket, so let's go ahead and keep these going. We'll be staying on board with Schnoz and Heisers versus the Egoists. I do believe the Egoists did not play a game before this, if I'm not mistaken. So this could be their first game. I hope they've been warned because they're gonna have to go against a Schnoz and Heisers team that looks revved and ready to go.
And you know what I'm excited for, Q? Tivaristo versus Wavy. Two of the most mechanical
Yes.
players in the entire bubble scene. We got banger after banger here in the first couple rounds. And this is another match that, like we said, it is a stacked lobby here tonight. This could be repeatable down in the future, down in the grand finals. But yeah, we talk about both these teams. They both have the confidence, the players to do it. I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, you mentioned Wavy. We've also got Hazo, Creams over there as well, be facing off here. And you know what? Let's not just talk about it. Let's go ahead and be about it. Game number one, Schnauzenheisers versus Hey Egoists.
Go almost a goal there. Creams, good save, denies that early, and that is important, I think, for the Egoists to probably get this first goal, and almost there, off the crossbar, able to find it. Wavy can't find the follow-up. We saw how good Schnauzenheisers can play with that lead when they are from ahead, so if you can limit them to a few goals, if you can limit them to a little bit less of those shots, maybe you can have a little bit of success. But we talked about how hard that actually is, as already Delta putting one on board there.
And I mean, Schnauzenheiser's just kind of doing very similarly to what we saw in game number one in that last series, spending so much time pressuring the net, being able to send a couple of shots on early, which is eventually going to start getting to the point where these players down here are going to be a little bit lower on boost, maybe potentially going to be out of position. But as for now, Wavy going to be able to clear the zone. Touch over here up towards the net as well before it gets knocked aside by Delta.
Side here, Delta looking to get the follow-up though. Oh, nice pressure! Delta not giving up on the play. How about that?
That's a very quick turnaround here. You're able to capitalize on the missed touch here. Then you come down from Delta. You make sure you get that second touch, send that thing into the back of the net. And it feels like, you know, it might be a new round, but it's the same stories here. Schnauzenheiser's on the board first.
Or Tivaristo winning that clear on down. Wavy should be able to get a good redirect, but it goes right back into Tivaristo's hands. Bouncing down here, Wavy going to try and get that clear, and that is important as well. Getting those clears, not, you know, using up all of your boost on those saves, so you can get it out of that defensive zone and back on offense here. But Schnauzenheisers, like we said, back in the lead. We'll see what they can continue to do with it. Want to continue to keep on pressuring because of those offensive scoring threats on the other side. Tivaristo, demo connection to Delta.
This is beautiful teamwork here. You see Tivaristo goes up, he rises to the sky, go ahead and get the demo, leaves it all for Delta, and even though Haza might have been able to get just a little bit of a touch, not enough to get the save.
Demo mid-air, the connection, that is what you call teamwork right there. 2 assists for Tivaristo, 2 goals for Delta to start off this game. 2-0, going to be the scoreline right now that the Egoists need to battle back from. Cream's going to try and lead off into the zone. Tivaristo just easily clearing that away, kind of like we said, the story of last series.
Now fast here, over one, not going to be able to get past the second defender, which is Creams. Creams, though, does get met with a little bit of resistance from Tivaristo, and you can see Tivaristo looking for somebody in the middle, but nobody's going to be there. It's actually being Creams. Gets the touch, going forward, left it off for Hazo, but Delta tries to get at least a touch to clear it. Does get met by Wavy. Wavy over one, leaves it off for Hazo, and that's going to be the first one on the board here as far as for Hey Egoists.
This is the danger we talked about of this Ego squad. Wavy so good with ball control as well. Pops it up for Hazo, who has a nice open soft spot on left side of that goal. So the Ego is saying we are not out of it just yet, Q.
I love it. Oh, and they find one off the kickoff here as well. And who else but Wavy here? We'll look it back on the replay. Yeah, just going to be able to find it just past the back end of Tivaristo, and all you can do is sit there and look at it, and we're all tied up at 2.
That is unfortunate, but those things happen, and that's what you built up your lead for. So still equal for both these two teams here. As a reminder, this is still a best of 3 up until we hit that winner's final. So this first game still ever important in taking, and still half this game left to play. Both these teams have the chance to do it. It's an entrance into the zone, though. Wavy denied by Delta as they're getting a little bit more aggressive on these tries.
Yeah, you see Creams even comes in with the demo, but that's not going to buy them enough space, at least until they go the opposite way. That's a pick, that's a pass to Creams, and that's going to be a lead. 3 unanswered goals for Hey Egoist.
Cream's a really good accuracy built shot there, and for the first time in 3 minutes, Schnauzenheisers will be at a deficit. Here is the kind of question to them. Can they stabilize after these couple goals? 3 unanswered for them. Wavy as well, pulling off the tricks in the middle of the air. So we'll see if that offense can restabilize, can get back to that possession control on the other side. Creams gonna try and go for something across the wall. Double commit on the offense. Wavy looking for the backboard. Clear. Tivaristo almost steals it, and Wavy's going the other way.
Yeah, I thought there for a second Wavy was just going to be able to take that thing all the way down, but Delta was able to pass him up, get control of things, and rises to the sky. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication with Tivaristo there, but you do see Fast able to come back in quickly and able to regain that control, but inevitably it's going to be Wavy going the opposite way with things. Unfortunately, loses control in the air, but I don't think this is going to be the end of Hey Egoist's visit into this side of the pitch.
Keeping it alive. That's the important thing. Getting that possession time and racking up your shots. We talked about it last game where that Lotus 8 squad wasn't really close in that shot counter. You see Hey Egoist actually directly tied right now with Schnauzenheiser 6-6 on the shot counter, and they have that extra goal buffer. Approaching this final minute, it is going to be important for Schnauzenheisers to get one more at least, maybe force overtime. Fast with a fast punch to the left post. That bounces in.
And that is beautiful here. You can see with the pass off the sidewall from Tivaristo and Fast, trying to figure out where Hazo's going, and is able to put it all the way to the opposite side, gets it a little bit of the post, gets it to work in their favor. I got to ask what the formula for that is, because it seems like every time I hit the post, it goes out. Regardless, though, that's going to tie things here.
Is back to exciting, back to the standoff Rocket League. Oh, Tivaristo, bad angle there, but gonna keep the play alive, dropping down, waterfall, Hazo, making sure there can't be anything, but there is everything as Delta finds a crazy shot from the middle of the field. 3-3, an important series of events here for Schnauzenheisers. The demo from Fast putting all this pressure on, but at the end of the day, it's gonna get cleared away.
See Fast gets the touch in the corner, then going to be able to rise up and get control. Contested by Azo, but it does get dropped down. Tivaristo, now the one in control in the corner, able to bump away Creams not just once, but twice, which actually allows Delta to get control in the corner. Only gets the first touch, not going to be able to get the second. And now the ball's actually going the opposite way, and that's going to be an awkward touch from Azo, and that's going to be another goal and another lead here from Hey Egoists.
It just seemed like a very slow rolling ball. Tivaristo just goes past it, uses too much of that speed. Now a really unfortunate scenario, Q, as Hey Egoists, they are up 23 seconds to go. Schnauzenheisers, they are in the unfortunate spot. They have to score here or they lose this first game.
I love to see here as far as the bounce back down to keeping the composure together. And now as long as you can keep things down for this last 10 seconds, keep the ball down here on this side of the field, you're going to be walking away with game number 1. Tivaristo is going to maybe potentially open things up with a little bit of a demo. Last 3 seconds, ball's in the corner. Got to keep this ball in the air, but it is going to be in front of the net. Can anyone answer? And the answer is going to be no. Schnauzenheisers drop game number 1.
And Hey Egoists, they are going to take game number 1 by force. I gotta say, Schnauzenheisers coming into this game, it actually looked like they had improved on their previous series. Not only were they still creating those creative plays, they were bringing in bumps, demos, physicality, but I feel like Hey Egoists figured out that formula a little bit. During that middle of the game, they started to get more aggressive, found that kickoff goal, and skyrocketed themselves to this first win.
It just feels like when Hey Egoist gets into the offensive zone, their movement is very deliberate. It's not like Schnauzenheisers where you pepper the net and kind of hope to eventually catch somebody out of like position and then you drive it home for the goal. Both ways being very, very effective, obviously. But I mean, you can see on the scoreboard though, Schnauzenheisers did have more shots over the entirety of that match. But Hey Egoist, able to capitalize when it matters most.
They really were. And also credit to Wavy. I mean, I talked about this at the beginning of the match that I really wanted to see how this kind of matchup developed between this series, and Wavy, Tivaristo both in that series showcasing that, okay, we're not only a threat, we can create that threat between the entirety of the team, find those passes, find those opportunities.
And now after game number 1, I feel like as far as for Schnauzenheiser's here, you you take the lead, right? You get into things start to kind of drop back just a little bit. And then now you've got the second. I feel like for you coming into game number 2, just got to put your foot down to the pedal and just get game 1 out of your mind because they know how to control the pace, you know?
Yeah, they really do. I think they need to get out of the defensive end a little bit more. It seemed like when they're succeeding, they are in the offensive zone. They're spending a lot of time down there, and they're making their opponents use a lot of boost to make those saves so they don't have any on the other end. So I think they need to get back to a little bit more of that and deny some of that possession time over towards the other squad, and maybe they can be a little bit more successful. But it is a best of 3, so if you lose this next one, unfortunately, you're down to the lower bracket.
All right, so our first series that we saw was a sweep. I gotta ask you, Llama, going 2 for 2 on the sweeps here, or does this one get forced into a game 3?
We're going game 3. Stasenheisers, they got the talent. It was a really close game in the first one, and they led. They just need to not blow their lead next time, and then they'll be able to force a game 3. I think we're going to game 3, though. I think.
You make it sound so easy. You just get the lead, blow it. It's fine. Just make sure the other team doesn't score. It's fine. No, yeah, but I do feel like, I think the lay of the land kind of will get shown to us here in this first 60, I want to say 60, 90 seconds, but then again, thinking back to the last game, we kind of thought that it was going to be Schnauzenheiser's until what, halftime?
I mean, it really seemed that way. Like they brought out the early lead. Like we said, the physicality as well, they were adding towards their toolkit. So maybe we wait towards halftime. We'll call it at halftime. We'll see maybe if it changes a little bit. But I think on the other side, this is an opportunity for Egos to shut down this Schnauzenheiser's team because they showed that they can adapt and they have that ability to beat you even more in the next game than what they did in the previous game. So if you are Egos, I think you definitely want to end this game in 2 and not have it go to 3.
And we are going to be resetting the server here real quick, so give us just a moment. But I do gotta say, Llama, I like the idea for Schnauzenheiser's here. You've gotten, just kind of that quick jab back from the other team here real quick. You can rebuild that momentum. But, for both of these teams, again, you mentioned going into it, a matchup that you were excited for that we could potentially be seeing. I mean, we could be seeing repeated maybe potentially at the end of the night. One of these teams here is unfortunately going to be going to that lower bracket. I don't want to see it being a sweep. I feel like we've got to see a game 3.
Yeah, neither of these teams deserve a sweep, but, at the end of the day, that just might be what happened. And yeah, it's true. It's very true what you said, that we could see one of these two teams battling again and again and again, and maybe down in the lower bracket finals, maybe in the grand finals, we could see them as well. But going to this game, like we said, big stakes on the line to move into the next round. And it's also important to note that, yeah, you can drop down to the lower bracket, but we mentioned before, it's best of 1s, and anything can really happen to those. One bad mistake, and all of a sudden, your tournament run is ended.
Yeah, best of 1 is not where I want to be trying to test my luck, especially not this early. I mean, we're only in the second round, which means you are starting the first round of lower brackets. So you would have quite the trek through those best of 1s. So definitely not something that I would be wanting to put myself to. So for Schnauzenheiser's, I feel like you got to make sure you can come out here hot and really do similar to what we saw in the start of the first game, where they really were able to kind of keep control down in the zone. But then you just got to make sure that you can keep that pressure down. I'm hoping that the second half, where things kind of flipped and went the opposite way, I'm hoping that wasn't just Egos figuring them out. Maybe it was just a mistake or two, but hey, we've got 5 minutes to figure out if we're going to a game 3 or not.
Here we go. Game number 2. Delta right off of kickoff almost finds it. Hazo able to get the defense. Tivaristo not done with the play. Early offense is the name of the game for this Schnauzenheiser squad. But unfortunately, a little bit of a mistouch up in the air will set up Wavy for a possible play. Can't thread the needle between the two oncoming defenders, but Hazo will look for a backboard touch. 0 boost, so couldn't really make too many plays happen. But both teams showing once again they're coming out swinging.
Yeah, Mike and his C, the back and forth, a little bit of pushback from one. The other one going to be able to find a good counter here, but I want to see Schnauzenheiser's be able to really do a good job of keeping the pressure down, because it looks like they might, might be allowing their first goal. They have 2 players behind them now. If they can capitalize while they've got numbers here, that'd be huge.
Fast Backboard, no. They had the opportunity, but Ego is just the defense solid enough. And that has been one thing we got to credit this team with as well, that not only was their offense good last game, but their defense was lights out. After those first couple goals they let in, they really seemed to shut everything down. But here, almost Caster, Chris, and them, Hazo able to pick up the goal and not make me eat my words.
Delta going to get the touch there, even over 2 defenders, and Schnauzenheiser is going to take the lead.
Why did I say it, Q? I said they had the defense, and then they didn't. But it is Schnauzenheiser's taking the first goal.
It be like that sometimes, man. That caster's curse is a very strong power to wield, and unfortunately sometimes it gets delivered unexpectedly. But we do see Creams tries to very quickly take the ball the opposite way, tries to see if they can put some pressure on, but it is now from Tivaristo getting sent towards their net. Off the rebound here is going to be Delta looking for the corner, but Creams with the second save.
Save. Good stuff here as they play the defense. Already 6 shots in the first minute and a half here. Fast picking up those demos as well to, like we said, try and create some of that physicality, get back into it and create a player advantage. Tivaristo looking for the mechanical play, but I love this from Creams. Deny the player, deny that opportunity, and Wavy might look for a setup here. Creams, no boost, Hazo, no shot. And a demo on the backside as well. A rolling ball, so many close opportunities on either side.
Yeah, but Wavy says here, hold that and go sit on the bench for a moment. Delta returns with one as well, but you still see the ball down here on this Egoist side of the pitch, at least until a big booming clear going down towards Delta. Delta going to be able to do a good job of rising to the sky, passes up to Tivaristo, gets intercepted though by Hazo. Now Creams actually follows it up with a good touch. Second touch from Hazo unfortunately doesn't come in, but Creams with a pass off the backboard. And Wavy puts it where it's off 2 posts, and it just sits on the goal line. It hurts to watch.
Oh man, Schnauzenheiser fans holding their breath there as that one barely denied out of the goal. This one, though, might not be. It's the reception right in front of the goal for Wavy.
And this is good here. You're able to keep that pressure down. Yeah, you weren't able to capitalize on the one, but guess what? You're able to keep the pressure down the zone, and you have the 2 players there to guarantee that it crosses the goal line this time, and we're all tied up right about that halftime marker once again.
Halfway into this game, halfway left to go. Tied up all at 1 here. It's going to be Creams trying to change that, trying to go back-to-back and create that lead once more for them. Hazo backboard looking strong, fast, able to pick up their own set of boosts, so should be able to get some good pressure. Creams, though, their teammates get demoed, and that means they are alone on that offensive streak. Hazo maybe here, no. Just trying to create some kind of interesting touches that flutter around that goalpost. There's no teammates to follow up, but I like those chances.
See here, Fast going to be able to get this ball at midfield, looking to try and make something happen here for Schnauzenheisers. Realize that, of course, with this being a best of 3, they're the ones who are feeling that pressure going into this final 95 seconds with the score still all knotted up at 1. Fast, though, going the opposite way, has teammates there, goes over and then under, and Fast takes it from coast to coast and able to take the lead.
Hold on, let me pick up my jaw off the floor real quick. Fast, what a good touch there and a good finish, unassisted. We're talking about Tivaristo a lot on the mechanics, but Fast says, hold on, you forgot about me. Gives the team the lead with, like you said, 90 seconds to go.
Now Wavy's going to send this thing aside for Schnauzenheisers. You would like to really honestly add a second here. Give yourself a little bit of a security blanket. Plus that also puts Egoist a little bit more on their back foot. You'd like to have them questioning things heading into game number 3. But you are going to see for now Tivaristo going the opposite way, looking for the flip reset on it. Not going to be able to send it on the net though.
Find it. 1 minute left to go here. Wavy trying to send something up towards the skies. Tivaristo with those demos again. Really, they have been chasing them as a team all of this second game to provide themselves a player advantage at those key points. Tivaristo back towards midfield where Delta tries to pick up the pieces of the play. Unfortunately, the play broken down to pieces. Wavy taking it the other way. Nice redirect. Skyward pass connects.
I love this play here. Wavy with the control rises to the sky and says, you know what? You're going to contest me. I'll just drop it off for the homie because he's got a wide open net. And we're all tied up with 37 left on the clock.
As this series has been very, very much a standstill, almost off of kickoff there. You do not want to make that mistake. Schnauzenheisers, though, because they had that lead still in it, Might be an overtime that they have to win, or maybe they can just score right here. Tivaristo's shot bounces off of the top of Wavy. They're not done yet, though. Schnozenheiser's they would play till the last second, bouncing off the wall where Wavy would try to pick it up. Saves the shot, fast keeping it in across the backboard where maybe could waterfall down. Hazo not letting that water trickle, bounces it towards the wall, and they might have one final opportunity here. Tivaristo has to get this cleared out. Wavy was lying as a snake in the grass. Tivaristo lets it bounce. We are going to OT.
I thought it looked like the fake was going to work for a second there to pull the defense in, but unfortunately not enough to allow the space to find a goal there in those closing seconds. Now as far as into overtime here, Schnozenheiser's going to take control off of the kickoff. Tivaristo with one touch, trying to look for the second. Unfortunately interrupted by Hazo. Delta not going to be able to get full control, which is actually going to allow Egoist to continue with this ball down the field here. And this is where you got to worry about as far as on the side of Egoist. If they can find just one goal, all of a sudden Schnozenheisers find themselves in that lower bracket.
That's one goal for a lot of stakes. The game 3 or one of these two teams being eliminated. Delta going to try and change that, try and rewrite the script here. They had the lead, dropped that late goal in regulation. Now can they come back from it? Delta has been doing a good job of keeping this play alive as it's passed towards midfield, and Tivaristo forces a game 3.
Oh, you can see here trying to get the read up off the back wall. Great pass from Delta, put it just out of reach of Wavy. And who else but Tivaristo to keep the drive alive for Schnozenheisers and sending us to game 3.
Game number 3, as you wanted and as I wanted, Q, for these two high-powered teams. I mean, I just gotta say, both these teams so good together. That their teamwork, almost every single shot and goal has been a pass to somebody else, an opportunity that you're trying to get everybody involved, which just, to me, I really love to see because it's really clean teamwork as well.
Yeah, and it really puts more pressure on the other team when you aren't just focused on the 1v1, when you always have to worry about where could the pass potentially be going, because it adds so much more to the really depth of things here. And now we're going into game 3. We know for sure that after this game, unfortunately, one of these teams does go down to the lower bracket. Llama, I get to ask you the question. Who's walking away with the dub?
One of these two teams. How about that? That's an answer. No, I'll say Schnozenheiser. I think they're going to carry the momentum, but I like the cop-out answer as well.
I do. It's hard to bet against Schnozenheisers for sure. It does feel like, though, as far as for Egoist, this team was able to find a couple of solutions early in game number 1. I'm looking for them to bounce back here. Tivaristo, though, thinking about touches. The second one off that backboard. Not going to connect, but they've still got control here.
I really feel like it is that recency bias because Ego's still, again, like I said, I will not be surprised at all if they win this matchup because both these two teams really well versed in the game of Rocket League. No early goals in the first 30 seconds, and I feel like it is going to be a little bit of that, a slugfest, a low-scoring fiasco as one of these two teams. A goal could really change the entirety of this series.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see, maybe a total of 3 goals over the course of these 5 minutes, right? I don't think these teams are going to be looking to overextend much. I think they're going to be looking to really make sure they can lock things down. But as for now, Hazo's going to be over 1 here. Unfortunately, no one's going to be able to get the connection. But Wavy gets that demo. I thought was going to buy us some space, but instead it's the space bought by Delta going the opposite way of things.
Delta, again, such a good player in this series, has been creating space and keeping the offensive plays alive, but unfortunately, this time, Delta caught in the corner, and Hazo just going to slam this one home.
Yeah, you can't get caught trying to get this ball out of the corner, not being able to get this ball with much speed, right? This is basically the biscuit in front of the basket, wide open net. That's not really in a place where they can play on that at all either. For Egoists, that's about as easy as it gets, and now all of a sudden for Schnozenheisers, you're playing from behind.
In from behind here, they have had the willpower to battle back here before, but can they do it this time? They got a lot of time. That is one of the important things, but you don't like to give up those easy mistakes. And in what we talked about is probably going to be a low-scoring game. 1 goal can change everything. 3 minutes 30, though, to change that outcome fast. Going to try and do it on this play. Tivaristo, the secondary passing touch is going to be denied, sent wide and cleared.
Delta going to get this ball in the corner here. Obviously on their side of the pitch here. Nice little fake to one, but Wavy going to make sure that doesn't get past them too easily. Cream's going to be able to get the ball and make sure they keep control. And with this being a little floater, going to be hard for them to really continue to progress the ball forward for Schnauzenheisers. You'll see Egoist. They've got the lead. They're looking to control this ball. And even though this ball hasn't really gotten past the 50-yard line, that really benefits Egoists more than Schnauzenheisers. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, the more time they can hold this possession, the more time they could just watch this clock drain down is going to be better for them because Schnauzenheisers, yes, they have the ability for the fast counterattack offense, but they really like when they can set up and wear down your defense, find those multiple shots, and eventually find that goal, and you need time to do that fast. Barely denying that shot out from Hazo. How about this one? Open net, but Fast doesn't have the boost to finalize that shot.
Yeah, I mean, Schnauzenheisers is a team that we're usually used to seeing racking up the shots, only sitting on 3, and they're all from Tivaristo thus far. Llama really struggling to get offense going, not even going to be able to register a shot here, getting met with a stonewall defense. And then they're even doing a good job on the side of Hey Egoist, making sure that they don't get too much for free moving into the zone, which just makes the job that much harder.
It does make the job hard, but you gotta go punch in the time clock here for Schnauzenheisers. Zero still on the board. That goose egg wanted to upgrade, get that paycheck, go buy themselves an Olive Garden breadstick, and tie up this game, and maybe force an overtime. Tivaristo can't find the shot out of the sky. Hazo getting the demos as well, and you gotta give credit to Egoist. They have been getting these demos at perfect times. Wavy with another one that is just shutting down all of these offensive pressure.
Delta tries to rise to the sky. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get the touch on that, which means they're still going to be hanging up in the air for a while. Allows the rest of the team for Hey Egoist to close in down onto the Schnauzenheiser side of the pitch. Hazo gets one touch, tries to get the touch off the sidewall. Does enough to at least make sure that Schnauzenheisers can't progress this ball up the field. Fast gets one touch on their side, on their goal line there, but man, this ball has not been able to get past that midfield line for quite some time. Egoist might still be sitting at only a mere 5 shots, but they're making sure that Schnauzenheisers can't record any on their side.
And that's the thing we talked about, the keys of the game. If you can shut down their shots, if you can shut down their offense, and you can break them down on defense on the other side. Wavy going to try and add one more here under the final minute. Like we said, final game of the series. No more after this one. Wavy going to get bumped out of the way. Delta getting a good touch as well. Creams going to make sure it stays in zone. Tivaristo has to get back for the defense. Hazo with the shot. Double commit there on the side. Wavy slow rolling one towards the net. It's not getting in, but all of this time in the offensive zone leaves 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, tick, 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 tick. Right now, it's just going slowly off the clock. Time not of the essence here for Schnauzenheisers. Tivaristo, though, comes in with a demo that might be able to buy them just a little bit of space. Delta wins the 50 there as well to keep the ball down on this side of the field. But if they get one big booming clear over on the side of Hey Egoist, this is all but over unless you might be able to record some sort of miracle. Maybe even a shot like that, but it goes just a tad wide.
So close. Oh, man. And we predicted a low-scoring game, but 1-0. Wow. What a slugfest between these two teams. And Schnauzenheisers, I did predict them, but like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if Egoist took it, and took it they did. Take that third game, and they're moving on to the next round of the winners bracket.
I think what was really most impressive there in that last game was the Egoist job, their ability to really just stifle the Schnauzenheisers offense. Not just holding them back from the shots, but Schnauzenheisers didn't really sniff that side of the pitch. It didn't feel like for much of game 3. And I mean, if you're trying to win in a best of one, essentially, if you're constantly in the defensive zone, it's tough to do.
Yes. Yeah, it is really tough. And credit to the Egoists as well. Just like this series, the resilience to bounce back in that game 3. I mean, we're talking about not only losing that game 2, but walking into game 3, kind of feeling a little bit defeated. So getting that mental reset and going in to win is absolutely huge.
Big game there for Hey Egoist, man. What a turnaround as well as for them, because it kind of felt like momentum started to go towards Schnauzenheisers in game number 2, right? Able to regain control of things there, but it's going to be them progressing forward. And that means Schnauzenheisers is going to be going down to the lower bracket, joining Lotus 8 Harmony, who they just sent there.
Yeah, they're gonna do some tearing up. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like they got some matches ahead of them, but like we said, best of ones, gotta be a little bit careful. Don't want to go too crazy. It seems like they get out swinging early in every first game, so I'll be excited to see if they could maybe make a run, and maybe we'll see them later.
And, we saw them playing very fast, playing very smart. Speaking of all of that, of course, the whole goal of everything with sick kids is their whole goal is to diagnose faster, treat smarter, predict better. This is more than like a goal at sick kids, right? It's the promise of precision child healthcare and its future that they're creating now. It's the end of the one size fits all medicine, and it's sick kids focusing deeply, precisely on everything that makes each patient who they are, from their postal code to their genetic code. It's really impressive to see what they're doing.
It really is, and it's heartfelt to all of us because like no one wants kids to be sick, and kids are all different and unique in their own way, and that's what they believe is that each and every one of them should get their own specific, kind of diagnosis there. And lovely stuff. Again, you have many ways to support them here today. If you got the money for it, make sure you do !donate and give some money over that way, or like we said, Q, just watch our beautiful faces all day today.
Yeah, hang out with us, spread some a little bit of awareness. Remember, every little bit of viewer helps us move a little bit up that viewer count list, maybe brings more people in. So, I mean, free support. If it's free, it's for me. You know what I mean? But not only just that, but yeah, also obviously every dollar does go a little bit, because sick kids is always believe that a healthier children make a better world. And who can disagree with that, right? I mean, I think that's just very well put.
Definitely is. Well, we got more Rocket League in store for us, but before I think we go towards this next match, we're going to take a little bit of break, grab some water, and get rested and relaxed for it. So you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Still here at Lotus 8 for our championship number 5, brought to you by First Class and Red Bull Canada. Moving on to winners round number 3 here, moving on up in the bracket. Q, we got another heated matchup.
Yeah, and you know what? This time we decided to go ahead and take a little skirt off to the other side of the bracket here. We've got Lotus 8 Esports. We've got Iced Up. So two more teams that you and I, Llama, we know quite a bit about these players that are going to be squaring off here. So I expect this to be a banger, and it does not take Lotus Esports very long. It only takes them 3 seconds to find their first one on the board.
Yeah, how about this? Leisure combining for Trent on the day, and I believe Lotus 8 actually playing with a sub. Leisure, though, definitely a good sub to have. A well-known name, and a first goal for them is going to be feeling good. But Iced Up, although it is a goal, it is in the first 3 seconds, so you got a lot of time, actually the most time, to try and respond.
Oh, they were looking to try and double things up quickly, though, Llama. You can see they were looking for Leisure there coming on in, but did get sent aside. Dragon's going to send another one aside here as well. Now going to be looking to try and flip the field, but gets met with a little bit of resistance here at that midfield point. Does look like, though, it is going to be iced up maybe. Oh, I thought they're going to be able to flip the field. Instead, man, Lotus 8 Esports, their defense, turn it up.
That defense comes out to play. Now looking for the counter attack. Voltero, though, a player we're probably going to mention a lot in this series. You mentioned players to watch out for. One of the first players I actually ever casted in Rocket League. So Voltero, been here as long as I have. Dropping the ball down now, though, trying to continue that offense. Iced Up, looking for a play. Voltero with the sniper shot towards the backboard. A little bit too high, so it misses.
They are going to be able to keep the ball, though, still down in this iced up side of the field. At least for now, Dragon rises up, gets that second touch to keep things alive over here. Buries it down in the corner. You see Voltero going to be able to get a touch. Leaves it off on the side there for Saucy, but they aren't able to get enough to really send that thing towards the net. And now it's Lotus 8 looking to apply some pressure.
On the pressure. Already have the pressure on the scoreboard like we talked about. That one goal already standing tall for them. Been a quiet minute or so for them and their offense. They've been on defense a little bit more than they have wanted to, but Trent going to keep it alive, make sure they can get back on that offense and go up to the skies. Creative plays there off the nose and just sends it right to Saucy. The secondary touch from Knight is not there to connect, and Dragon a good job to carry on out.
Here it is now as far as for Iced Up. You see Saucy trying to get the read on the sidewall. Kind of playing it patient. I like to see the idea there, but unfortunately, eventually he's going to end up losing that control. It's now them playing back onto the defensive side. Voltero is going to be trying to send it up to midfield. Gets the second touch off the read there as well. That might give them an advantage to continue to advance this ball forward here, Llama.
Might be an opportunity, and speaking of which, Iced Up has had 0 of those opportunities, 0 shots recorded so far through this game, and this one is bouncing. It's so sad. It's slow-mo to watch. Night will find the goal.
You see Nightja does a great job of rising up to the skies, man, and you have everybody pushed up that far. Anyone who's playing Rocket League, Llama, we've all been there. All you can do is just sit there and look at it, going full boost all the way back, just hoping some miracle happens.
Yeah, hoping, praying, and right now, Lotus 8 Esports, they don't got to do any of that. Up 2 goals here, 2 different players as well finding those goals, so great stuff for them. And double demo is going to leave Nightya with another great opportunity. Can't win the 1v1, so goes back towards the wall. Saucy, maybe, opportunity, throws it up, almost pressures it in, but Nightya is a god, works on both sides of the field and makes that save.
Gotta say, gotta give him credit. Saucy got a little saucy with it, just not, unfortunately, going to be able to end up being a point on the scoreboard. A for effort, and definitely with a lot of style there, but still, though, 0 sitting there as far as for Iced Up here. Now you're coming in with a big old save. Trent now, though, in the offensive zone, I think was maybe potentially looking for someone on the opposite side of the pitch. No one was there, though, but they're doing a good job of making sure to keep this ball down here on this side of the field.
Doing it. Trying to set themselves up for something here because only 2 minutes left to go. It is Lotus 8 now up at 2, still holding on to this lead. Iced Up definitely has showed some life, has showed they can get those opportunities, but haven't found they can score just yet. Trent holding onto that possession for a little bit of time. Voltero, maybe a player like we said that we could watch for making some of those goals. Dragon up towards the sky, bouncing down. Good angle there. Saucy side angle denied though. And that pass could have been deadly, could have been a goal. How about this one? The shot, the slider, and the score.
I also love that it's a full team play here. You'll see here, Saucy passes it over for Dragon, but Voltero had gotten the bump, and technically it's going to be Voltero getting registered as far as in there as well because of the fact that they dropped right on down and get the last final touch. But you got the pass, the shot, the bump. What more can you ask for?
Really nothing. It was a fantastic teamwork play. And the first goal for them, because it was a relatively low-scoring game, Nightya just picks up the pieces in the sky and scores.
Yeah, this is tough here for Iced Up, man. You just were able to do a good job of cutting the lead in half, and Nightya able to come on down here and just regain that lead. Nightya has 2 of them things, and that happens to be the same amount of goals they lead by.
By 2 here. Dragon right off the kickoff. Would have loved a goal right there, but just can't find the way to get it. Leisure able to take down Saucy on the play, and Lotus 8 just the absolute control here. If they wait this final minute out, they do got to play some good defense because we know anything can happen. Unfortunately, not on this drive just yet. Is Dragon waiting off the ceiling mid-air. Nightya again, clean save.
Yeah, doing a good job making sure that there's nothing too scary on to net. I mean, we're seeing a couple of shots, but man, really doing a good job of knocking those things aside. We see Nightya's already got themselves a savior medal, already looking for that hat trick potentially here in these last 30 seconds as well.
For it. Can they find it, though? That is the big question. And maybe, just maybe, Iced Up, if you can get out of the defensive end, you could find 2 goals, but it's got to be really quick. It's got to be right here. Voltero, their teammates, gets demoed, and just a really bad rolling shot to the corner. Easy takeout for Trent. And with 10 seconds left to go, Saucy just going to play the defense back towards midfield. Trent bouncing off the wall. Nightya keeping it up and keeping it away from the other team. The pass towards Dragon misses just barely. And with 0s on the clock, doesn't matter the outcome of this drive. Lotus 8 Esports is the victor of Game 1.
You know what I think's my biggest surprise looking at the scoreboard at the end of this, Llama? And it's not the 3-1 score, but it did not feel like Iced Up found 6 shots. I don't know where they happen to register them things at. And Lotus 8 only needed 8 of them. I kind of felt like their number would have been up a little bit higher. I felt like they kind of did a good job of dictating the pace of things.
Yeah, might want to contact the shot score and see if maybe he was maybe a little bit
putting him on the wrong team.
Yeah,
True.
yeah.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, but nonetheless, Iced Up, I think, still has the possibility to bounce back. Lotus 8, well, it was a clean game. I mean, all around, Nightya was playing really good offense, really good defense, and that is just really hard to battle against. There's a possibility to do it, but they got to do it in this next game.
And you got to be able to come out here early and do it, because if there's anything that we know about this Lotus 8 Esports team, Llama, is that if you give them control, they are not a team that relinquishes that control very easily.
They are not. So we'll see if you can come out swinging here. Nightya already starting early on the defense. It's a demo there from Leisure, who I feel like is going to be pretty integral to this Lotus 8 Esports team. Again, like we talked about, subbing in on today. Sub on this side. Voltaire, though, good on the defense. And Iced Up playing on the backboard. Oh, nothing there. It's just, again, shot after shot. Lotus 8 with a control.
Yeah, we got to see something as far as from Iced Up to be able to allow them to really kind of flip the way that the script has been written thus far. I mean, we're spending so much time over on this side of the field. And even though Iced Up did record 6 shots in that last game, they've already recorded 1 here as well. That one's not going to get recorded. It gets knocked away just a little bit too early, but nothing really looks too menacing. I mean, that was a really nice shot, but I mean, Nightya there to be able to knock that thing aside. And even again from Leisure, okay, now they're looking like they're really starting to put on some good quality shots, and it's just Lotus 8 Esports, kind of with a demoralizing defense, honestly. Oh,
finally, Volt, man, finds the shot middle of the field. It was a fence they built up, multi-layered, but just a little chink of the armor finds the top piece.
That's big here for Iced Up. You give yourself the lead, and it feels really well earned here because you went down and you just kind of applied so much pressure that at some point it's going to be able to find the back of the net. Now, can you duplicate that, though? That's the real question, Llama.
A complete reversal from last game. Love what I'm seeing right now from this Iced Up squad, but it's the can you continue apart? Can you get more of these goals? And can you keep that pressure up against that defense, which just showed if you don't get 4 shots in a row and control for a minute, you're not going to be able to score on them. Now back on the attack, though, for Saucy. Good faking out on one, looking for the play, and Nightya again so clean as that last man back defense.
We're not even 2 minutes in, and my guy's already got himself 3 saves. Just really coming in clutch here for Lotus. 8. Unfortunately, you've allowed 1, but it's only 1 thus far, right? Able to do a good job of maintaining things here. Now it's going to be Trent rising up, knocks that thing aside, actually able to find Naya. Was looking for Leisure. Unfortunately, not going to be able to capitalize and connect, but that's still moving forward. That's off the backboard. Saucy, though, going to flip the script.
Get him back. They're able to send it back towards that side wall, bouncing off, looking for this connection to the teammate. A little bit awkward with everybody kind of getting a team meeting around that ball. This guy's, once again, they're able bouncing down. Not much boost to work with, and not yet trying to show their prowess. Saucy saying, go right back to the respawn bench with that demo. Saucy up to the skies as well. Playing some good defense, great control, and over the halfway marker should be able to keep this control down the field.
Unfortunately, was able to keep control of the ball, but it is going to still be in control for Iced Up. Thanks to that second touch. Trent now trying to see if they can get this ball past the midfield line. Saucy going to rise up, over, and then going under. Leaves it off for the teammate, Voltero, and that's going to get punched in. And all of a sudden, Iced Up going to be up by 2.
Voltero has been quiet, but pulls out a megaphone for this shot. Beautiful passing play, though. Again, the teamwork and one after another shot finally breaking down that defense. I mean, you look at the shot counter, Q. Iced Up 8 shots this time, and you said during the break it didn't feel like they had 6 shots that first game. It feels like they have double what they have now.
Yeah, it honestly feels like that should be a little bit higher this game for sure. I mean, they're doing such a good job of really dictating the pace, spending so much time down here on this Lotus 8 half of the field. But if there's one thing that we know about Lotus 8, they can strike quick, fast, and in a hurry. So do not give them an inch, because they will take a mile.
Never give up. And important for Lotus 8 as well, they took that first game. So even if they do drop this game, they'll have another chance to win in that game number 3. But definitely not over. Minute and a half. That is enough time to cook here for this squad. How much are they cooking? Don't want to overcook it. Don't want to undercook it. Volt it towards that crossbar. Beautiful, but a little bit off that accuracy. And once again, the defense comes up with a stop. Unfortunately, the stop is going to have to be made once and once again. Naya transitioning, looking for something. Trent, the setup looks to be there. The bounce off the backboard was nice. Knight trying to look for the follow-up. The pressure can't push that ball in.
Saucy's a beast. Able to outdo 2 players by themselves, pinching that thing out of the corner. And now it's them actually iced up on the opposite side. Saucy's actually the one rising up, tries to get the pinch, unfortunately going to go aside towards the corner. Trent, though, going to get the demo here, might potentially give them enough room to get the clear, but Dragon says no, not today. Saucy sends it in the corner, leaves it off for Voltero, who's going to be able to win the contest here with Naya.
Now 30 seconds left to go. Again, Iced Up trying to force a game 3. All they got to do is hold on to their lead, and right now you look at it, just holding on to this offensive zone pressure is such a way to do it. Nice stuff as well. Voltero, how about the soft touch for the goal?
All right, Saucy with the nice flip, and I think everyone was expecting him to drop down. Then Voltero gets this double touch off the backboard, able to drop it low as well. Gets a little bit of a friendly bounce. And now all of a sudden, if it wasn't over before, I think Iced Up just closed the door.
Yeah, Voltero has their numbers, and he called it. It's 911. It's an ambulance for this hat trick. Voltero, please. They have families.
Voltero has all of the goals. All 4 of them thing for Iced Up. Saucy has dimed up every single one of them. Voltero has 7 shots, Llama.
It is absolutely nuts. Please, just let it bounce, okay? You don't need to do anymore, Volt. We understand your offensive prowess here, but the time is done here in this game number 2. Lotus 8, the defense that we gave so much props to, going to falter in this game number 2. Iced Up, forcing game number 3.
That was a very different Iced Up squad than we saw in game number 1. I mean, doing a very good job of coming out from the word go and just, stifling Lotus 8 whenever they did happen to get the ball past that midfield line. But for the most part, just continuing to send on a barrage of shots onto the net. And I mean, obviously led by Voltero, but as you can see, I mean, 12 of them things collectively, that's a display. That's a shooting clinic.
It really is, and we mentioned it though, Voltero is that player that we have
Yeah.
seen so many times that has that ability to step up, and it's what exactly we wanted to see from this Ice Step squad who had dropped that first game. For Lotus 8, I mean, only 3 shots in the game. The defense was looking good at the start, but eventually the cracks were formed. So going to this game 3 though, it's nice they won that first game. They'll be able to get here, but it's not on the greatest of scenarios.
All right, so last time around, we saw the team that ended up winning game 2 still ended up going down to that lower bracket, Llama. So do you think we see a duplicate of that? Or do you think Iced Up is going to be able to go back to back?
I think one of these 2 teams is going to make it to the next
All
round.
right,
And
all right.
Okay. I was going to say Volt was going to have a crazy game, but Saucy starting it off huge.
Saucy going the distance coast to coast, able to drop it off with the double tap there as well. You saw Trent tried to make a play on it, unfortunately just couldn't get there in time, and 6 seconds is all it takes.
It does seem to me to kind of go back to that question though, Q, that it looks like Lotus 8 a little bit shaken up. After those first goals off of last game, it feels like this defense a little bit off of point, so really do have to be careful going forward and try not to let any more goals in.
Saucy doing a good job of keeping that ball going forward here. Unless you're coming in and out of the screen, unfortunately not going to be able to make a connection. Voltero at least allows for the ball to stay down here with that bump, but with Trent now in control, that should allow Lotus 8 to, now go the opposite way with it. Nightya gets a shot on the goal, unfortunately going to send it just a tad bit wide, or tad bit high, sorry.
Sending it high, wide, whatever. Saucy, the demo with that one to try and execute this play. Dragon through the skies again. Voltero on the pass.
And the really good read here, you see as far as from Voltero, seeing that Dragon coming up the middle of the field, no one going to be able to be there to contest. So just a simple little dump off pass and Iced Up. Looking to build off that momentum from game number 2 here.
They definitely already have. I mean, really so huge. 2 goals already to follow off of 4 shots. To say not real too much to show for it. Yes, they got some time, but they really need to stabilize because these soft shots, man, are just killing them. They're using so much boost that they cannot even get this cleared out. Saucy able to still follow the play that was going 15 seconds ago. Nightya has to make a killer save, and Trent finally gives them a breath of life.
You see there, though, is now going the opposite way for Lotus. Leisure tries to get the ball out of the corner, but Saucy says, not today, my guy. Voltero going to be able to get the second touch, leaves it off for Saucy. Leisure, though, going to be able to get the very good touch, sending things into the corner. Not going to be able to get the clear, though. You can see Iced Up keeps the attack on, and it's going to be Dragon finding the back of the net one more time.
Voltero once again just taking one of the Lotus 8 players out of the play, and Dragon able to thread the needle between 2. How about that? I mean, you look at the shots once again, Q. It is right now 7-1. Lotus 8, I feel like I've been stuck in their defensive end for the entirety of this game.
Yeah, and when they do get it down here, it's very loose, right? Like, that was a nice little play there, though. That's actually very opposite of what we've been seeing. A nice little contest here, but unfortunately, to no avail, and you needed that. I mean, yeah, there's still 3 minutes left, but it felt like that was such a good attack. You had everyone down. It felt like that's one you really should have had if you're Lotus Esports here.
You needed it, you wanted it, you had to have it here, but unfortunately you didn't. The good news, at least for them, is these goals were very early. There is still under 3 minutes left to play, just barely under 3 minutes. So you have time. You just have to get down, get more of those creative shots, and make sure your defense is on point, or else this is going to happen. Saucy denied by Leisure on the other side.
That's big there. Make sure that this lead does not get extended, but you got to now come down the opposite way. You've got to find the back of the net in your own right. We're now in the second half here in game number 3. If you're Lotus 8 Esports, you haven't really been able to find much of anything thus far. You've gotten 4 shots on the board, but none of them have looked very scary here. Now you're going to be able to keep this ball going forward, but it is going to be Saucy who sends it to the side.
Put it in front of the net here. Saucy out and away, getting almost the clear, but Lotus 8 is doing a good job of meeting that right at the 50-50 marker to make sure it doesn't get cleared. As I say that, Voltero will have to get back, steal their opponent's boost away. Trent this time going to be the lead carrier through, gets a bump as well, but Voltero just so key on this defense, able to get a clear before anything too dangerous happens. The demo, though, is nice to deny any more offense.
Saucy gonna rise up here, gonna at least try and continue progressing this ball forward for Iced Up. Naya was able to get control temporarily, but got knocked back, which meant the ball was still coming back. Off the top of the backboard here from Voltero, maybe even off the actual post itself, but even still, they weren't able to find the goal. They're still spending time on this side of the pitch, which is so big for them because 80 seconds away from sending Lotus 8 to that lower bracket.
All that time we were talking about that was on the clock has
Oh.
disintegrated, and Azure, though, will be able to find an open net goal to cut the lead to 2.
And you know what? 2-goal deficit, 68 seconds. Doesn't sound nearly as bad as 3-goal deficit. It's 70 seconds. So a very big play there here as far as from Lotus 8. I know, no duh. But also it now all of a sudden really starts to feel manageable, right? You get yourself a good possession here if you're Lotus 8, and all of a sudden it's a 1-goal difference. But you need to make sure that you can capitalize on this trip down the field, and it looks like it's going to be Iced Up, able to send things aside.
Leisure starting to get a little bit more comfortable in this game, able for Trent this time to play it off. Oh, the crossbar, another close shot, and got to get back on defense. Naya, they're in time. This Lotus 8 squad, 45 seconds standing between them and a lower bracket run. Need to find 2 goals, and Voltero is going to make it 3.
And with that one from Voltero, that now means every member over on that Iced Up side have been able to register themselves a goal here in game number 3. Now up 4-1. And unless we see a miracle here, we're going to be seeing Iced Up advancing, and Lotus 8 going to be sent to that very stacked lower bracket already.
We've seen so many top competitors. It is not going to be an easy road down there. Maybe, just maybe, the miracles are there. Almost had it, the sidewinding shot. It's 2 close ones that you really would have loved to have back if you were Lotus 8. Leisure will put one onto the middle of the net and cut another lead down.
Hold it. It's not over yet. Don't give up hope. 20 seconds here for Lotus 8, but you've got to either win this kickoff or very quickly take the ball off the kickoff, then to the opposite side and score. 20 seconds is not a lot of time. You can see there, it is going to be Trent moving from their side of the pitch, has the one touch, tries to get over Voltero, but Voltero gets a very big knock to the side.
Hold on here if you are Iced Up, just to keep this possession. It looks like it is already going to be over. It is just going to be a side-winding shot in goal there from Dragon to close out the series.
And I do believe, yep, that's going to be Dragon getting themselves their hat trick here in game number 3 with that last second goal. Big shout out to them as we see the hats getting thrown on the ice. Wait, no, hold on. Anyway, so it is going to be Iced Up here. That is going to be walking away in a very impressive turnaround. We saw them kind of struggle in game number 1, but games 2 and 3 were very much theirs for the taking.
I mean, Iced Up, we actually have a doctor on standby because you said to hold on. Well, I think you're actually talking to them. They were holding on so hard to that lead that I think the doctor just diagnosed them with carpal tunnel. But we'll get to that after it because they're moving on and moving up just from such a great resilient series after that first game.
Man, to be able to bounce back like that and then really take the lead like that, take control, is such a big turnaround. And for anybody who is sitting by, if they're were happen to be watching that and they're still in that upper bracket, and you think you might have to cross their paths, watch out for Iced Up.
Yeah, definitely got to watch out, and we got to remind ourselves, Q, what we are playing for here today. Again, a $500 prize split between first and second, $300 for first, $200 for a second, and third. If you get up to that position, you still walk away with a 24 case of Red Bull.
Yeah, not just that though, Llama. We're also here for a good cause for sick kids, right? Their whole goal being diagnose faster, treat smarter, and predict better. This is really, honestly, more than a goal at sick kids. It's the promise of precision child health, and it's the future that they're creating now. It's the end of the one-size-fits-all medicine. It's sick kids actually focusing deeply, precisely on everything that makes each patient who they are, not just from their postal code all the way down to their genetic code. And they're harnessing cutting-edge science, technology, and data analysis to deliver a better outcome for each unique child, maybe even stopping illness before it strikes, which is absolutely huge. Sick Kids has always believed that healthier children make for a better world. Who can really, who can contest with that? Precision health, child health, is how we get there. So make sure that you're helping out today, checking out and making sure you're using !donate in chat as far as checking all that out.
Do the exclamation point donate. Like we've said before, there are other ways as well. Make sure you're sharing over to a friend, or you are just putting that tab up if you do have to step away for a bit. Keep that stream up because, like we said, all of those funds going towards their way, and not only for a great cause, just a great event today already. Q.
Yeah, it's already been good. It's already delivered some banger matchups, and it doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon. The next one that we're going to be sitting in over here on stream is going to be Hey Egoist. We saw them earlier versus Joofy Baby. We'll be bringing that matchup to y'all, though, here right after a quick break.
We're back here still at Lotus 8 at our Esports Championship number 5, brought to you by First Class and Red Bull Canada in partnership with the Sick Kids Foundation to raise some money for them. Still Llama and Q here up on the desk, and Q, we're moving to the winners semifinals.
The winners quarterfinal here. So our teams are now just 3 matchups away from locking themselves a position in the grand finals. Now we have seen Hey Egoist earlier over here on the stream, but this Joofy Baby team as well as a match as a lineup that you and I know this should be a banger.
It should be really exciting, and like you said, the Eagles, we've seen them before. We've seen the skill from Wavy, and we've seen those passing plays already created. So I think it'll be an exciting series. Again, we're still sticking with best of three. We got best of three for a couple more rounds, so it is still ever important. You come out swinging, you take that first game, and you take it the second game, because we've seen some teams not take that second game, and then it comes back to bite them.
Yeah, well, now I guess at least at this point, the winner of game 2 is 1-1, right? In game number 3. So it's a 50-50 chance. I would definitely not want to risk that, though, because we have already sent some pretty stacked teams down in that lower bracket, and being this close to the grand final here, I don't think I want to be joining them anytime soon.
No. Unfortunately, one of these two teams will have to go down there, like we said, but hopefully hard fought between these two. I'm excited to see how this series plays out. And already Hazo and Co getting a couple shots on board here. Wavy across that side wall, putting the pressure onto Juice and Co. But Juice getting a little bit of pressure of their own. The passing attempt almost there. Hazo, easy save though.
You see here now, still keeping the ball down here, though, as far as for Juicy, baby, keeping the pressure down. It's going to be up to Ego is to try and see if they can find some way to get the release valve here, try and knock some of this pressure, because you can see Juice, GA, baby, and Phoebes, they're doing a good job of making sure they kept the ball down there. However, Wavy goes the opposite way, flicks over one, and all of a sudden, Egoist in the lead.
Yeah, Wavy doing wavy things here. Great little roll off and finds the technical own goal there from Phoebes. Also, I just realized, Q, that Juicy Baby is a combination of all three of their names. That's pretty smart. I like the name.
I am a big fan of the uniqueness. Usually it's like just 3 letters, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So to be able to put it together in a cool little phrase like that, I am always going to be a fan. But it's up for Juicy Baby here as far as for now. You have allowed the first goal. Can you find a response? Because as for now, Egoist already looking to find number 2.
Across the little crossbar there. Can't find the second goal just yet, but keeping it in has been one of their MOs of just keeping that pressure up, keeping the goals up one after another. If you are Juicy Baby at this point, you got to start to think about getting those clears and getting that breath of life right back into your offense. But it seems like every time they try to clear it, Hazo or somebody else is waiting at that midfield line to block them.
Here it is going to be Hazo. You were speaking of, going to meet the ball at the midfield line. Got the second touch, leaving things off the backboard. It was Creams looking to follow things up, but unfortunately gets sent aside. GA Baby tries to switch the script here for Juicy Baby, but man, a very quick steal just like that, going the opposite way, and all of a sudden, Egoists are now up by 2.
I mean, perfectly predicted too, and the only time really we've seen Juicy Baby get back on offense, we see it immediately punish the other way. Wavy Creams now holding the 2 goals for Egoist, and now up 2-0. Has to be a great feeling. Still time though, Q, so still definitely the way to walk back for Juicy Baby, but no shots yet on this game.
To be seeing though, as far as for Juicy Baby, you gotta find some sort of answer, right? Because you've gotten no shots, as you were talking about. You haven't found really much as far as your offensive going. Even if it's not enough to get the win in game number 1, you gotta show yourself that you can get offense goings into games 2 and 3, because Egoists have obviously showed up ready to play offense, as they just found the goal once again.
Huge stuff, unassisted, as Hazo will find their third, and after this game left to play, Juicy Baby gotta show us something to bounce back either into this game or into the next one. But the Ego squad really doing a good job, like you said, of holding on to that possession here. Once again, they'll win the kickoff. Creams goes to the top left corner, pressures the extra little bit. It will be Juice to get one final touch to send it up and high, but that was a really dangerous set of series, and they're going right back at it, meeting the ball at midfield.
Doing a very, very good job making sure they're keeping that pedal down to the metal, not really allowing Juicy Baby here any ability to really kind of get their footing, right? They're making sure that they're always having to play from their back line, which is so tough to do.
Oh, he is. Bouncing around that danger zone. Hazo looking for an angle once again, but a little bit of aerial taps. They're dangerous. They can send up towards the backboard, but they have looked pretty successful. Juice will power their way in for Juicy Baby's first.
And there it is. That's the first one for Juicy Baby, and you're able to find it with plenty of time still here on the clock. You got just under 2 minutes. You only need to find the back of the net 2 more times. Juice maybe breathing a little bit of life into this Juicy Baby squad.
possible, and there's definitely time to do so, but that'll be the question. Can they keep on doing it? A good save there from Gababy. Kareem's making that shot on that one. Hazo now taking it the other way. Back to that control. Hazo, even on these kind of micro exits out of the zone, is still showcasing all of that great technical ability. That was a great bounce pass, and Wavy just used themselves as an obstacle.
Kind of feel like he got himself a little cheeky goal there. I think that was going to be going in. Wavy's like, you know what, though? I'm going to take that. Regardless, though, that is going to be another one on the board. Wavy giving themselves their second of the game, and they're up by 3.
I know Wavy in the comms was like, oh, I was just sitting there. It was an accident. But
yeah,
we know what you did, Wavy. We know what you did.
Amount of times I've seen my duo do that to me. I'll tell you what. Anyways, though, kind of like we were talking about. I was going to say earlier, as far as for Jufi Baby finding some offense going here, and just as we were about to ask for it, they are able to get a nice shot from distance from Juice, and with 80 seconds still left on the clock, it's not a far reach to think that they can still tie this thing up.
Definitely isn't. I mean, they only have the 2 shots, but they are 100% on their scoring opportunities, so 2 for 2 on their side of Egoist. Yeah, efficiency. That's what they have. It's just every time they go down, just need to stay down there for a little bit longer, because it has been Hey Egoist staying in that offensive zone, keeping that pressure up for so much longer. And yes, a minute is a lot of time and you can score 2 goals in it, but if you allow one more to drop in your net, the game just might be over.
Now here you might have a chance on the quick flip of the pitch here. Hazo doing a good job of sending things to the corner. Kareem's actually going to follow it up as well. And with that demo from Wavy, that's plenty of space for them to be able to go down to the opposite side. I think they were expecting Hazo to be pushing up there with that ball left in the center. It's okay if they're not, though, here, because obviously they're able to get back on the defense and make sure it's not an easy push from Jufi Baby.
3 seconds left to go. Half of this minute where Jufi Baby need to make that push down the field. It's back on offense for them. Really awkward from Hazo. Phoebes just misses the touch on a wide open left side of the net. Maybe they can keep on going. Back off the backboard. Gababy's dropping it down. Kareem's dangerous touch once again, but gets a good redirect. Wavy should be able to carry this with just 10 seconds left to go. Gababy pulls the demo, and that should be all she wrote, unless right there almost scores. But yep, 0's on the clock. Hey, Eagles will survive this first game and take it.
And that's a very, very big first game from them. It felt like just really, from the word go, kind of had control of things. I mean, Jufi Baby with just 3 shots on target, and all of them coming from Juice. Juice is probably looking around a little bit like, yo, guys, I need a little bit of help here. But man, when you talk about for Hate Egoist on their side of the pitch, 12 shots. I mean, it's definitely understandable why they were able to find the back of the net 4 of them times.
They had a lot of shots. They just had time of possession, I feel like, was all in their favor. That every time they were meeting at the 50-50 marker, that first half of the game was all them. And now they're up 1. Like we said in the series, it's a best of 3 here. You got to win the second game, though, I think, if you don't want to force that game 3, because like we said, you don't want to get punished for losing that momentum in the series.
It's going to be a big turnaround from Jufi Baby if they're going to do it here, right? It's not like some of those earlier series where we saw that first game was really neck and neck. Again, you were able to stifle that Jufi Baby. I said Juicy Baby because Juicy had the 3 shots, but the Jufi Baby offense, I mean, you were able to hold them, really stifle them down. Doesn't seem like they were able to control the ball much down on their offensive zone. And if you're able to just kind of do that again here in game 2, I don't know if they've got the answers for it, Llama.
I don't know. We'll have to see going into game number 2 here if they can find those answers. If not, Hey Egoist could be moving on to the winner's semifinal, which is a place that is very familiar to them, and Kareem's waste no time to find this goal.
Yeah, I mean, Kareem's just doing a good job of following up off of the first contest, that 50-50 from his teammate, allowing them to move that ball forward, gets the double tap off the backboard, and Jufi Baby just had no answers for it. That's wow.
Tough, and once again, it's a continuum of that momentum for Hey Egoist. They are not letting anything slip. They're getting back to what they played in that first game, and they're saying, okay, now you're gonna have to find goals once again. And I feel like for Jufi Baby, it's only 1. That's what you have to think of it as. Don't let any more through. And if you can do that, you can start to battle back. But if you let them score 4 goals, I just don't think you're coming back from it.
Yeah, and what was so tough for them in that last game was getting control of things, and now all of a sudden you're playing from behind. I mean, maybe in a good sense, like a weird sense, could be a benefit for Jufi Baby, just because now all of a sudden you're having to up that tempo a little bit quicker than maybe they were looking to here in game number 2, and it feels like for Jufi Baby, upping the tempo is what they need to do to make Hey Ego. It's just a little uncomfortable.
A little bit uncomfortable. Get those demos, though, from Hey Egoist here. Across the backboard, Creams has been so good at entering off in the zone. Wavy not giving up on the play. Looks for the backboard touch and keeps it alive off in the corner. Hazo, 50 boost to work with, but gets the ball punched out of their hands. Really good pressure is ensuing once more. Hazo, demo, Wavy almost through the skies. Phoebes has to make a life-saving clear.
And here we are, our first 90 seconds in this game, and that's going to be the first shot from Jufi, baby. GA, baby, that's their first goal here in the series, and it's going to be what equalizes this thing. About 3 minutes and 34 seconds left.
And put some mustard behind that shot to sneak it behind the entirety of the defense. And all equal here, 3 minutes 30 left to play in game number 2. Like we said, Hey Ego is still happy about winning that game 1, but would love to end it right here. Still tied up, though, after that goal from Baby. Off in the corner, they're getting back to getting some of that possession, which I really feel like they need. We talked about time of possession last game was pretty much entirely in Hey Ego's favor. And once again, they're going to try and set up Juice midfield. Has some teammates behind him. Creams, though, plays 1v3.
Does look like Jufi Baby starting to kind of figure things out a little bit. I mean, starting to get a little bit of a semblance of what could be considered some offense here. Obviously, they had the one good counter attack, which they were able to strike gold with. But even here, spending a little bit more time down on this Hey Egoist side of the pitch, that's really what they need. Because if Hey Egoist control the pace of things, they're going to walk away with the dub.
And they're forcing some bad decisions actually out from Hey Egoist on defense. I mean, you see triple commits off in the corner. You're seeing them use a lot of that boost to make those saves, which is exactly like what you want. You said the keyword, make them uncomfortable, so you can get some of those shots and goals towards your favor. Phoebes, a good one there. Baby slider for the second.
And that's a huge follow-up here. I really like to see this as far as from Phoebes keeping the pressure. Baby goes all the way to the right, able to knock that thing in. No one able to make a play on it. And all of a sudden, Jufi Baby get their first lead of the series.
Big lead here. Baby, kickoff goal, hat trick, why not?
And now it's Baby who's showing up with all the offense over for Jufi Baby. Instead of Juice was the one showing up in game number 1. And Baby now has a hat trick. The squad up by 2.
Big stuff. And still some time left in that game, but that is a hit to the ego of the Egoist, man. They got to get back. They got to get on this offense. And as soon as I say that, Creams puts a beautiful shot on the net for a goal.
This is tough for Jufi Baby here, man. It feels like you just get, a little bit of momentum going. All of a sudden, Hey Egoist able to chip things away. The good news, since you were up by 2 for Jufi Baby, you still got the lead, but you're just not going to be feeling as comfortable here. Let's see if they might be able to regain that goal right back.
Baby was looking for it again, man. These kickoffs, very, very exciting for both sides. Jufi Baby, though, like you said, still holding on to that 1-goal lead. Wavy was trying to end it right there as Hazo keeping the play alive. Phoebes, though, wants to end it real quick. They've been good at contesting at the 50-50 line, but once again, bounce to the side. Baby, not too much control on that one. Cream's getting right back to it, 50-50, kind of going back towards midfield. Ping-ponging between these two teams as they try to battle over control. Corner shot, Hazo almost found it.
Oh, but Creams turns around and is able to follow up and at least delivers a bullet and needs to get sent aside from Phoebes. Now trying to flip the field here is the squad of Jufi Baby. Remember, they're the ones that still have this lead, so anytime they spend down on that side of the pitch is a big bonus for them. Creams, though, going to try and have to knock this thing aside. At least gets the save here. Now you got to try and flip to... Hazo, we're wrong side of the field, my guy.
Yeah, gotta get back on your own color here. Creams almost goes for a shot there. A lot of close opportunities. Teammating here off in the corner for Jufi Baby. Still holding on to that 1-goal lead. Clutching onto it once again. Hazo really good redirect. 1, 2, 3. Wavy can't make it happen. Maybe the 4th touch is gonna be there. Creams, no, it slides down the post. Really good opportunity and getting creative with their passing is exactly what Hey Egoist needs, but they need a goal more than anything, and they'll find one from Wavy.
That's what you needed here from Hey Egoist. You keep the ball down here, and at some point you'll be able to get the bending defense to break, and that's exactly what Wavy's able to do right there. 50 seconds still left from the clock here. The question becomes, can Hey Egoist prevent the third game?
It's a big question that they will have to answer, but tied up. Stalemate between these two teams. Could go to overtime. I would love to see it. We've had some, but I'd love to see some more overtimes in this tournament in general because, like we said, there are so many good teams. The tension building aspects of it is really nice, but 30 seconds left to go. If one of these two teams doesn't find a goal, we're going to that overtime.
See, Cream's going to get that touch here ahead, keeps the ball moving forward. Hazo gets one as well. It's technically 3v1 because everyone else is behind the rest of the squad, but Gababy with a big touch. Now also following up with a shot on the goal, but it's Hazo sending that thing aside. 6 seconds left. Gababy still has the ball here on this side of the pitch, at least until they get sent to the bench by Hazo, and that's going to be sent down to the ground, and we're going to overtime.
Hey. Extra time, overtime here, and one goal to decide the fate of this game. If it is a goal for the Hey Egoists, it is going to be series over. Them moving on, and Hazo already with a killer shot with some ketchup behind it. Creams bounces their way in. Wavy looking for the soft touch. It flips in behind Peeves, but not into the goal. The defense holds on in a crazy scenario.
Oh, and everyone was sitting there around it. Part of the ball actually crosses the plane, but never completely here. Now back into the field of play, back and forth as we go. Hazo going to send that thing on. That's going to go off the side post, and Wavy gets the rebound, dunks it home, and it's going to be Hey Egoist winding things up in a sweep.
Now, what else other than the passing plays? All three players get up, get involved, and Wavy, just like they always do, finishes off that shot for the goal. So, Hey Eagles, they don't need to play any more games in this series. It is all over, 2-0 their way, and they're going to be moving on.
That was a quite the impressive comeback. They're just keeping the patience, and it wasn't like they ever really kind of completely lost control of things, but obviously we're just a little bit kind of behind, but just continuing to chip away, got into overtime, and you mentioned it, that last play was a thing of beauty.
It was absolutely clean, and that's what we've kind of prided them on all kind of tournament long, is their passing plays, this teamwork, the communication that doesn't falter. And, you know, even that game, we talk about Wavy so much, who has, by the way, been farming 1v1 tournaments and has absolutely insane mechanics, but Creams really had a good series. Creams was leading the charge, was getting those goals, and it just goes to show you that this team is very, very well-rounded.
Yeah, even though they might have the individual skills, their teamwork looked very, very good there. And if that's anything for this team for JSP, Moi Calice, that is going to be coming in here next. I think I nailed down the first one, by the way. But if it's anything for them that's been sitting by, that's something they have to worry about, because that full squad, when they are in like full motion, it's going to be hard to stop.
It really is scary. And, you know, we kind of didn't mention this just yet, but now we're moving further and further in the tournament that it was a stacked, you know, a full set of stacked teams at the beginning, but it's getting towards the end. It's getting towards you're getting to the top of that top stacked team. So the matches are going to be even more intense. And at this point, those mistakes just cannot happen. Any single mistake, any team at this level is going to be able to punish.
And I've got some good news for you, Llama, going into this next round. You ready?
Yes.
You know, we've had a lot of fun with these best of threes, but since we are going into the semifinals here in our winners bracket, it means we're moving into some best of 5 action, which means we could be seeing some longer series. You ready?
Ready. I'm ready for the longer series. I'm ready for them to extend it over and see some more games. I want just like grand finals to go to best of 7. I know that's like a little bit biased of me as the caster, but I just want to see some good, exciting games because, like I said, of all the players out here today, they're working their hardest.
So don't forget also that we're here for more than just Rocket League today. Obviously, we've got things going on with the Sick Kids Foundation. We've been telling you guys about their big thing is to diagnose faster, treat smarter, predict better. If you're looking to try and get involved, donate in chat there. Follow the link. Even if you aren't able to donate as far as monetarily, there's still plenty of time left in this tournament. Tell your friends. Share it over on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. Share it on social media. Tell people to come on in and get involved.
get involved, donate, do it all. Like we said, every single one of those cents is going over to them to help their mission, which I think is pretty fantastic. I mean, none of us want to see sick kids, but to, diagnose the problem before it can happen is really an exciting thing.
So we will be back with our semifinal matchup here. Hey, egoists. I hyped myself up for saying this right last time. JSP Moakalis. Going to be back with that best of 5 matchup here right after a quick break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Still here at Lotus 8 Esports for our 5th edition of our Esports Championship, brought to you by First Class and Red Bull Canada in partnership with the Sick Kids charity to raise some money for them. Still Llama and Q up here on the desk, and Q, we are still moving forward and still so much more great Rocket League to play.
Yeah, we still have semifinals, winter finals, lower finals, and grand finals. So many matchups still left ahead. And since we are moving into the winners bracket semifinals, we are now to the point where these series can last even longer since we are into the best of 5. Now, the good news for the best of 5, if you are a team who maybe falls a little behind early, there's more time to be able to catch up. Bad news, if you start to get beat It's a lot longer to get beat because it's 3 games now instead of 2. So we'll see what the future holds.
Excited to see, again, another two set of teams that we know, we love. We've already seen Egoist play really, really well today, but JSP Moikalis is going to be facing off against them. Snowf, definitely a player that I know around the scene as well, so excited to see how these two teams clash.
Yeah, I feel like here, as far as what we can expect to see, at least what we know from the orange side is we know that the Egoists will try to apply as much pressure as possible, but what we don't know is how much pressure JSP Moikalis is going to be putting down, and looks like they're not going to take long to strike first.
This is huge by Snowf, not letting this get out of the zone and punching to Egoist a little bit first, which I think is huge, Q, because Egoist have played really, really well when they're ahead, when they have that lead, when they have that confidence. So it'll be exciting to see. We haven't seen them play from behind too many times in this tournament, so we'll see how they do it in this game.
Yeah, of course, there is still plenty of time left here in game number 1. 4.5 minutes still left being on the clock, but that 1-goal deficit just becomes a 2-goal deficit with that goal here from Zigwo.
Snowf getting involved again on the pass, but yeah, 2 really early goals here. Only about 30 seconds into this first game is going to build up a 2-goal lead for the JSP side of things, but Egoist, we'll see what they can do off of this kickoff. Maybe win it. Yes, indeed. Hazo pass down, won't meet its mark. Lotus up towards that backboard as the pressure immediately transferred onto the Egoist defense. Creams will be able to get a little bit of a clear out. The meet at midfield will be there from Zigwo to trying to deny that exit. Hazo, though, trying to carry, creating it, and will get demoed, paying their life for the play.
That's going to be a big enough clear as far as for JSP that they're going to send it deep down into that Egoist territory here. It's going to be up to our squad from Egoist to try and put some sort of offense together, because now you're going to be seeing them now actually retreating into defense, and they're down by 2, and I don't think JSP is done scoring here in game number 1.
Yeah, I feel like they're not. They are still applying that pressure, looking to score at every single moment. How about this shot, though? Hazo, the passing plays. I feel like that's what Egoist have to get back to. It's what they saw a lot of their success on, not only in that previous series, but all throughout the tournament, is working through all 3 players, getting those beautiful redirects, and forcing that ball to go exactly where you want it to go.
Yeah, we had talked earlier about how there's really no weak link in the chain here for the squad of Egoist. They just got to make sure that the teamwork continues to make the dream work. Hazo's going to be able to buy a little bit of a space with that demo. Maybe it's just the 2 players, at least until the spawn, but Snowf does a good job moving the ball forward. Here down into Egoist, half of the field here. Creams fields the ball off the backboard, but isn't able to move it too far forward.
Too much backboard. Good defense, at least, though, from Egoist to not let another slip on through those first 2 goals that came around the first 30 seconds of the game. Really hovering over them right now. Wavy another shot on board, but Zigwo will make that save. Relatively even on shots, as JSP haven't had the most in the world, but they've been a little bit more efficient on scoring them. Over the halfway marker now, Hazo corner shot bouncing in. Zigwo, really good redirect to make sure that doesn't get near the goal.
Yeah, Zigwo, though, wasn't able to get that following touch here, which actually hands that control over to the Eagles. You can see they're able to move that ball forward at least a little bit here until it gets sent deep into their corner. Zigwo follows it up with the touch, moving that ball a little bit closer towards the net. Snowf not going to be able to win there. 50 to move the ball forward even from there, and it's going to be Creams now going the opposite way with it, coming out of the corner, looking for a second touch. Who needs a pass? Looking to try and score here. Hazo tries to send one on as well, but that also gets sent aside.
Sent wide, sent aside. Demo there from Creams, trying to at least create a play. Won't be able to find it. Zigwo now leading the zone. How about beating every single player? Double commit through the skies. It is Egoist putting every single resource they have on the defense to actually make that defense work. Lotus picking up a demo as well. Everything working out for JSP as they have held on to this 2-goal lead. They haven't given any space here. The defense has just been clean and concise.
The good news for Egoist is after those first 2 goals, you haven't been able to surrender much, or you haven't really surrendered anything else. Even as far as on the side of the offensive attack for JSP, they've only recorded 4 shots, so it's not like they've really dictated the tone of things. They've just been able to sit on that 2-goal lead that they developed early.
Trying to sit on it, still looking good, and only approaching that minute left to go. Eagles, yes, there's still a chance you bounce back, but it's got to be now, and it's got to be there. Hazo midfield sniper shot finds it.
And that's big here because that's going to cut this lead in half here. with 62 seconds left on the clock. It felt like at some point we were going to be able to see Hey Egoist find the back of the net and to be able to still have so much time left on the clock. I think Hey Egoist got to be feeling good.
Gotta be excited here, ready to go in this final minute. You already picked up that goal, now pick up another. Maybe you could force overtime, or maybe you could find even a third in this regulation. Demos a lot here, double commit there as Snow picks up that save, but the follow-up should be easy. Hazo will lose the 50 on the wall, bouncing awkwardly. Creams has to go to their own backboard. So awkward on the clear here, but somehow it still finds a way out.
Yeah, I like it though. You're able to get just enough of a redirect where they could not get to it over on that JSP side, so they would end up needing to retreat all the way back to their side to be able to get control of things. But still 20 seconds on the ball, or 20 seconds left on the clock here. You've got to get control of the ball here. If you're the Eagles, there's going to be a shot on the goal. It does get sent aside. Wavy comes in with a demo, which is going to at least give them the numbers here to try and get some progress moving forward. 5 seconds left. Cream's going to rise to the sky. Over one. Doesn't get the second touch. Hazo keeps it alive, but it's Snowf who sends it aside for a second save on this progression here.
Not done yet, trying to keep it up off the ceiling. 0 seconds. It's got to be here if you want to be an egoist. Wavy, the bounce off the car isn't enough to save it. JSB Moikalis will take this first game out of this best of 5. And they're looking good. It was a little bit scary towards the end. I'm not going to lie. Definitely some close opportunities from Hey Egoist, but, they hold on at the end.
Yeah, they were able to find those 2 goals early, and even though they might not have been able to get any more onto the scoreboard, they were able to keep a lot off of the scoreboard from Hey Egoist. I mean, they were able to find only the back of the net once off of their 9 shots. But I do got to say, over on the JSP side, I don't think it's always going to look like that from that efficiency from Hey Egoist, which means you've got to find a little bit more offense moving forward in the rest of the series here.
You definitely do. I think Snowf really did lead the team to winning that game and holding on in the defensive end as well, but it's like you said, it's a long series. That is just one game of the possible 5 we could have. It's not a great start for Hey Egoist, but it's definitely that ability to bounce back, and they've showed that before, that okay, we can reset in between games, we can get back to the teamwork, which we didn't see too much. We saw it on the 1 goal that connected, but I'd love to see more of those creative passing plays.
So here we are in a 5-game series. Obviously, this isn't a must-win for Hey Egoist, but reverse sweeps are just so darn hard, right? So it's about as must-win as it really gets. Do you think they pull it off here, Llama?
I think so. They're carrying a lot of momentum, Q, from the end of that last game. Both of us know that they had a really good series. They almost forced overtime there, so I think they probably tie this up, but again, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes the other way.
Yeah, it felt a little slow out of the gates, but it definitely felt like that last 2 minutes very much in control for Hey Egoist. Felt like it was very much their game here. It looks like they're going to be starting off early, looking for an attack here. That's going to get sent off the side, but no one left there to pick up the pieces, and that's going to be an easy rebound and goal here to start things off.
And again, getting every single one of those teammates involved. Wavy, by the way, stopped stealing goals. That was Creams. He deserved it, but nonetheless, it's still a goal. A goal is a goal, and they play so well from ahead. So both of the things we wanted them to really, really do, not only to get back to that teamwork, but to score first, to build up a lead, they did, Q.
Yeah, this is kind of what we're used to seeing from from the squad from Hey Egoist so far in this tournament, right? They're the team that normally is the one dictating the pace, not the one playing from behind. So now it's going to be up to JSP. Can they regain control here?
And that is the big question. Shot there, Wavy sent aside, and they definitely have the offense. It's just like you said, that the Eagles, if they have 9 shots in the game, it is rare that only one of them is going to connect. So going into this game, you have to play a little bit better, a little bit demo action coming through from Zigwa, which you could definitely use because they rely so heavily on that teamwork. You take one of those players out of the equation, suddenly they don't have a weak link, but it would be a missing link. So I feel like getting them back to that physicality could definitely be helpful.
Yeah, they need to do something here to kind of switch things up because, granted, we're only about a minute and a half into this thing, but it's looking similar as far as their offensive progression. Only 1 shot thus far, and we're about a third of the way through the game.
That definitely does not feel good. But, like you said, there's still that other 2/3 of the game left to go that they can maybe find that opportunity. Cat was looking for something up in the sky, but will fall down, landing on all 4 tires, as Cats do. But still an opportunity. Snowf did lead the team, like we said last game. This time will get bumped down by Hazo, and the offensive streak is going to be over. Oh, Creams is threading the needle through everybody.
Nice little pass up and swap for JSP. That's going to come off the sidebar here. Zigwo leaves it off for Snowf, and that's what you were looking for from JSP as we're all tied up at 1.
Zigwo sets this up, but Snowf slams this one home. Beautiful bounce off the right side of that backboard to make that play possible. And you can see the US players just a little bit out of position. Nice and easy for them to thread that needle with it being that close to the goal line. And all back to equal. 3 minutes still left to go here as this semifinal gets more and more exciting. Snowf looking for an opportunity. Zigwo getting aggressive here.
Yeah, but if Zigwo would have been able to get that demo just a second sooner, that would have opened up the floodgates for a goal there. So good job being able to stand in tough. Probably saw the demo coming, but was able to get just enough of a nose to knock things aside here. Wavy doesn't want to overcommit, instead tries to rotate back, but instead gets demoed, which is a big old feels bad, bro.
Yeah, Ziggo is putting in work, I gotta say, though. These last couple of series, picking up demos, pushing in onto the back line, onto the side wall, so love that. Right now, still equal, though, is Ziggo carrying once again the backboard. Doesn't get the pinch they really want, and Wavy with that redirect gets a full clear down the line. Ziggo has an opportunity, he has a shot, but it is a little bit slow when Wavy's able to save it.
Hey, Ego is doing a great job with the teamwork. That's a pass from one to the other to the next with the shot from the top, a demo from Wavy as well. But just look at the screams up to Hazo for the double touch. And just, oh my goodness, it's so beautiful.
Yeah, this is how they kill you. Just death by 1,000 shots, 1,000 passes, and stuff from Hazo there as well. You said it, the redirect off the backboard waited for their opponent to make that jump out. Cat was unable to save it, and Ego's back in the lead here. Maybe at another Cat. That ball goes partially gray, but is able to save it in time. Hazo looking to follow up on the ground. Zigwo making sure that one won't go any further.
Creams does a good job of meeting with a little bit of resistance at that midfield line. Actually allows Hey Egos to maintain that control. Wavy, double touch, even off the hood of the defender there as well. And that's going to be re-extending that lead back to 2.
I mean, Hazo kind of like a quarterback, just throws it up, says, Wavy, wide receiver, you make a play on it. And Wavy does just that. The drop down looks perfect. The 3rd goal for the Eagles as they're building up a lead in game number 2.
Yeah, Ego is here. This is really more of what we were kind of expecting to see from this squad. Not that it wasn't the defense that was shutting them down, but just really more from their, as far as efficiency on the offensive side here. 3 goals now off of their 8 shots, and I don't think they're done yet. Looking to try and flip the field here off of that miss. Cream's going to buy a little bit of additional space with that demo, but it is Zigwo sending things deep down into that Egoist territory.
Down here, minute left to go. JSP still trying to find that offense this game. Only the lone goal on the board and only about 4 shots, a lot of which have come from Zigwo. Wavy looking for the play though, creative, and pulls a lot of players in different directions to try to make that save. Nonetheless though, burning down time. Egoist on that offensive drive. Have to be really happy at this point. 2 goals ahead. It would take a lot of a miracle here for JSP to work with this time to actually bounce back in this game.
Yeah, especially with the way that Hey Egoists seem to be doing a great job of controlling the ball. They're not spending too much time in their defensive half. Does briefly go down there to this side of the field this time around, but Creams, you can see, over 1, 2 defenders left. No, that's just filthy.
Snowf die? Is Snowf okay?
I don't know, bro.
can we call it? Oh, we need to call somebody. Do we call a mechanic or? I don't know, but okay. I hope Snowf's okay, but nonetheless, it's a
batteries in his
here.
controller died.
Yeah, probably. And Egos, I mean, they already were winning the game. There's only 20 seconds left to go, and yeah, Snowf's gone. He's just out of here.
And we'll talk about a big turnaround here for Hey Egoists, right? I mean, kind of stifled. I mean, we've mentioned they had, what was it, 9 shots in that last game, only able to find the back of the net once. This time, only finding 10 shots, but finding the back of the net 4 times. Kind of more what we're used to seeing from the Hey Egoist half of the pitch here. Now turning this best of 5 into a best of 3 moving forward.
teams got to win 2 to move on, and I really do hope Snowf is okay, can get back loaded in, because we've talked about Snowf is really an integral part of this JSP squad, really leading them offense and defense. But on the other side, I mean, hey, Eagles, every one of them picking up a goal again just showcases the thing we've been saying. Broken record, they are so well-rounded. The teamwork, though, was looking so much more stellar in game number 2 than game 1.
I mean, I got a question for you here. How do you bounce back from such a big turnaround from JSP here? Because it felt like in game 1, even though maybe your offense wasn't ticking away, you did a good job of meeting on the defensive side. Whereas this time around, your defensive side didn't look that great, and neither did the offensive side.
I feel like it has to revolve around demos. Like, I know that's kind of a tough answer because it is tough to perfectly time those, but we talked about how well-rounded the team is on the other side. If you can break down that communication, start to find those holes in the defense, you have to do that, or you just have to stay on offense for a minute and a half, which is not really an option, I don't think. So it's a tough answer, but I feel like you did win that first game, that you
Right.
don't have to panic yet in the series. It is a best of 3. You just got to win 2 more.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is you mentioned it's now a best of 3. It's not like it's been throughout the rest of the tournament where you lose one, all of a sudden you lose one more, you're out the door. But should be interesting here. It does look like we may need to take just a second because, as you had mentioned, Snowf wasn't just chilling there. He wasn't just relaxing. Gonna have to get him right back into this lobby here. But that might be able to be just what the doctor ordered for JSP. Maybe gives you just an extra little bit of time to kind of calm down off a little bit of a breakdown in game 2.
Definitely does. I mean, take a little bit of a breath here, talk about what's going on, and while they talk about that, we can talk about what is at stake. I mean, we know we've been playing some games all day long, but what is this all for? $500 these players are playing for, $300 for first, $200 for second, and of course, third place not walking away empty-handed, bringing home some Red Bull as well. And like we said, all of this just for a great cause, Q.
Yeah, as far as for the Sick Kids Foundation, of course, their whole goal there: diagnose faster, treat smarter, predict better. This is more than just a goal at Sick Kids. It's the promise of precision child health, and it's the future we're creating now. It's the end of a one-size-fits-all medicine. It's Sick Kids focusing deeply, precisely on everything that makes each patient who they are, from their postal code to their genetic code, then harnessing cutting-edge science, technology, and data analysis to deliver a better outcome for each unique child, maybe even stopping that sickness and illness before it strikes. Sick Kids has always believed that healthier children make a better world. Precision child health is how we get there. So if you're looking to help out, make sure you use an exclamation point and donate in the chat.
Make sure you use that command. Like we said, no one wants to see any sick kids, and their mission is just really, really great, that they want to attack the problem before it gets that bad, and everybody is unique and different. But like you said, make sure exclamation point donate out in the chat if you do have the funds available to donate here to the charity here tonight. Or like we've said before, you can just keep our beautiful faces up on a screen, maybe a couple of screens, or if you got some friends, share it over to them over on any social medias, or just text them right now. Do it.
That's right. Tell somebody to tell somebody to tell somebody about it. But you know what, Llama? It does look like Snowf has been able to find himself back onto the server here. We've got all 6 players loaded in, and they are ready to rock and roll. Game number 3 here in our winners semifinal. JSP Wakalis versus Hey Egoists. Let's get down and do what it do.
Here we go. Game number 3. Such a big game. We talked about that. It is kind of a best of 3. Started as a best of 5. Now you win this game, and it is that best of 3 scenario we've had all tournament long, where you win one more, and all of a sudden the series is over. Eagles starting out early with that shot from Wavy. Wasn't able to connect, but again, for JSP, you have to not let that happen. You have to get out ahead of this. I feel like you have to score the first goal, which is pretty obvious, Q, but you can't let the Eagles get out ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like more so for JSP than Egoist, you need to score the first goal, right? Like for the Egoist, you've shown the ability to play from behind and be able to regain that lead. We have not been able to say the same for JSP thus far. Now, of course, we don't know if they've done it earlier in the tournament or not. We do know, as far as the fact for Hey Egoist, not only in this matchup, but also earlier in the tournament. So they know that. Can JSP figure it out here?
And at all those stakes, not only the money, but a spot here, moving up forward into the winner's final would have to feel so good. 4 minutes though, and 1 minute already gone. Nobody found the goal just yet. Off the backboard, almost Able to connect for this Egoist squad. They're going to keep it in. Wavy able to bounce on through Zigwo on the defense. Wavy stealing boost, picking up demos all day long. Hazel, though, able to get this ball and should be able to continue the own control on the other side. JSP holding the defense. A mistouch there, and Snove holding onto this ball on the wall.
Yeah, I mean, and Hey Ego is kind of continuing that story from game number 2, doing a great job of dictating the tone of things here. This is really the first time JSP has been down onto the orange half of the pitch, and I think about a minute here. They've only been able to record one shot here within the first 2 minutes of play, and it just seems like Hey Egos have finally started to find their stride against this JSP squad. I think they've been able to kind of figure out what makes them tick, and then they've been able to figure out how to counter it.
They have all of the answers, it seems, right now. Wavy almost has the answer to that 0 goal problem because it does seem like they have a lot more control. But at the end of the day, Q, the scoreboard doesn't lie. 0-0 is a little bit unnerving for both of these two teams who are still trying to battle to find their second game in this series. So the first goal, again, going to be still so massive, but both these teams still matching each other pretty evenly so far.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm sitting at 0 goals, though, I would rather have already recorded 5 shots than 1. You know what I mean? So I feel like as far as Hey Egoist, probably feeling a little bit better. 6th shot getting recorded right there. Creams is looking to get one there, but Snove doing a good job with the demo to buy some additional space, allowing the rest of the teammates to move this ball forward, but only for a brief instance, because you can see once again, Hey Egoist taking this ball and moving it downfield.
They're moving it very fast. Also, credit to them. They're going for a little bit different shots as well. We usually see a lot of shots through the air. They're going for some of those more ground pinches, which I really like to see because sometimes they can slide right on in, can kind of catch your opponents off guard. Snow trying to bully their way in. Unfortunately, fails the 4th down conversion. Can't get it past the extra yard line there to get it in the goal. And still, Q, we sit 0-0. No one able to find this first goal yet.
Yeah, not yet here, but you know what? There's still plenty of time left. Cream sends that on a target just a tad bit wide. Same thing for Wavy here as well. Hazo, can you put one off the top bar? Because that would just about complete the trifecta. At least, though, for now, Cream's going to make sure they maintain possession. Down here in this JSP side of the field, off the backboard for Wavy. And boom, there it is. And it's going to be Hey Egoist in the lead.
Oh, man, this one... highlight Hall of Fame here. Creams off the backboard, pulls all 3 players of the opponent JSP up to the sky, and Wavy just has a nice, easy shot on in. The teamwork making the dream work here, as it has all day long for the Eagles as they take that first goal. Off the kickoff, Snove gets a little bit active, but that has to feel good.
That's got to feel fantastic there. And now for Hey Egoist, you've just got to continue basically playing keep away. You don't have to score for these last 65 seconds here. You just have to make sure that you don't give JSP anything easy.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit hard of a task. Easier said than done, right? But nonetheless, you have that lead. You have the possibility on the defense. Zigwo pulling up the demo. Dangerous there from Hazo. Last second goal line save. Wavy will be able to take away their own boost and take this out of the zone. Not a lot of boost to work with after the charge through midfield. A lot of time, though. That's the important thing for Egoist. Like we said, just hold on here. Zigwo bullies Egoist out of the sky. Doesn't let them take that shot.
And that is so unfortunate here, especially because it's still going to allow for Hey Egoist to sit down on this side of the field. So as far as for JSP, I mean, 25 seconds, and you haven't been able to get off of your back line. We're not even just talking about out of your half of the pitch. You've been in your defensive third almost for this last entire minute.
Really have. And the unfortunate news, though, for the Hey Egoist is, yes, you have all this control, but there is always that chance, Q. With 1-0, there is always the chance for the 0-second goal. Maybe you could make history right here. Hazo just going to control this easily and not even give them that chance. Playing till the final second and taking this third game is Hey Egoist.
I like it there. You see having the awareness that everyone was up in the air trying to figure out where the ball was going, just saying, you know what, let's ground this thing. Let's go ahead and slow it down for just a moment. And now, Hey Egoist, going to be 1 win away from going to that winner's final, which then means you're 1 step away from that grand final. And if you win that winner's final, you also guarantee yourself a game advantage going to that grand final.
That game advantage huge. We talked about how stacked the competition is here tonight, so getting that is massive. But even more, I mean, the actual like mental ability right now for JSP, I feel like is going to be a little bit faltering. You're talking about Hey Eagles that 1-1-0. It doesn't feel good when you still had shots, when you had opportunities, but you just weren't able to crack the net at all. And they only punished you on one mistake and they win the game. It's really tough, I feel like, going forward.
Yeah, especially because you mentioned your defense does show up. You get how many saves? 6 saves. You have 9 shots that don't find connection, but because you are unable to find the back of the net at least once to force an overtime or twice to give yourself that dub, now all of a sudden JSP looking on to be on the brink of going down to that lower bracket. So game four? Yeah, game 4. I can count. I promise, Midwest math. Game 4 going to be very crucial here.
Game at number 4 here. Could be the last one of the series, but I'm excited. Let's hop right on into it. But as we always say, Q, you know, you'd got to forget those previous games. It's always going to have 5 minutes on the clock and always going to reset back to 0 after the last one. But and the series score won't reset. Hey, Egoist, they have that opportunity to close it out right here, right now.
We're going to see Creams tries to get the clear, but unfortunately doesn't keep control. But JSP not going to be able to capitalize. Zigwo sends it just to a tad bit outside. And now it's Hey Egoist looking to go the opposite way with it.
The opportunity bouncing pass not there. Igwo clears. Wow, what a save there again. Like you said, the defense setting up JSP, not letting it get into that danger zone. Stove, the last man back, though, has to get a redirect, and we'll do it. Demos doubled up from Hazo, but they can't capitalize off it.
Yeah, Hazo, speaking of, going to be able to field this ball here, tries to rise to the sky, but actually gets intercepted by a loaded cat, who did a good job on the 50 and sending the ball forward here. Now it's actually going to be JSP looking to try and see if they can find their first goal in game number 4, but to no avail.
Both teams pressuring. I mean, it is definitely there. Both teams looking at the back of that net, looking how tasty it seems and trying to get off that 0-point marker. It's been a lot of good shots. Haza with a good redirect and save. Cream starting to get those demos. I feel like this game is getting a little bit violent as these teams go back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, definitely seeing the pace getting picked up, which will just tend to lead to more of those demos, trying to buy some additional space, realizing that, you know, both of these teams doing a very good job staying pretty tight on their rotations, being able to be very efficient. Nice play by Creams there, able to just, I mean, push the very quick stop button here to make sure that you don't go into Zigwo, and it's just an open net from there.
Oh, man. Creams, that was absolutely picturesque. Nice little fake out there. I mean, I feel like he was playing Mirage from Apex Legends there with that one. That was huge stuff. And to get the first goal here for Eagles, we talk about how good it is. A shot there from Snowf towards the top right corner is very close as well. So, again, showcasing that JSP, they have the offense. They just need to find the back of the net.
Zigwo here got control here in the Hey Egoist side of the field. Loaded Cat getting control now out of the corner, going to the sky, but gets met into the air. Snowf tries to send it forward, tad bit high. Zigwo also tries to make something happen as Creams and Hazo both getting saves.
Yeah, I don't know how that doesn't go in. The pressure, the one after another shot was there, but JSP, again, all of this pressure is for nothing right now. Creams, again, 8 shots in the first half of this game, and it is just completely counterattacked the other way.
It's just completely different kind of dynamic that we're seeing from JSP here. I mean, really turning it up. You mentioned the 8 shots and still have yet to find the back of the net. Meanwhile, over on the side of the Eagles, they've got 5 shots to their name. They found 1 goal, but they're making sure that they're still spending as much time as possible down on this blue half of the field.
So opportunity there. Hazo trying to dunk on in. Denied, though, by the defense. Snowf, good. A little save, but the pressure is not done just yet. Wavy on it, takes the opponent's boost as well. That is huge if you can start to starve them out, to deny them of that. Hazo, though, has to go back to midfield to redirect this ball up to Creams, who has a shot and opportunity, but the defense holding once again.
Here it is, getting sent aside from Zigwo, but Zigwo not able to get the clear. Actually, a great job by Hey Eagles to beat as much resistance as possible, making sure that JSP gets nothing easy, making sure that they earn every single inch up the field here, which makes it that much harder to find the space that you need to get yourself a good shot. I mean, yeah, they've been able to record still just the 8 that they're sitting on, but they haven't been able to buy much additional space.
But you look at the Eagles, we were talking about that shot deficit at the beginning of the game. Now they have absolutely closed that equal on the shot counter. Wavy has none, which is surprising as well. Hazo's shot almost rolls right on in. Wavy follow up through the sky. Backboard touch not there. Creams opportunity to create the creativity, and Creams, man, take a shower after how dirty that was.
Yeah, sometime the Creams just does rise to the top here as they're going to be able to find themselves a second goal, and kind of gives themselves a little bit of a cushion with these last 65 seconds left in game number 4. And now JSP, they need an answer, and they need it now.
And we talked about it, especially with the Eagles winning that last game. This could be the last game for JSP in this series. Do not want to end it so quick. Want to force this game 5, but 2 goals against this stellar Hey Eagles squad is going to be very hard to get. Zigwa trying to start off with a demo. Maybe that is the answer we talked about, cutting out one of those communication links, but it looks really not like it as 30 seconds left to go.
Snove going to be able to at least move the ball forward. That's a first little bit of life here, but you need to find something now because you don't just need the 1 goal. You need 2 of them things. And right now the math just ain't mathing to me. 21 seconds, and with Wavy able to send that thing deep into the JSP territory, that should all but about do it. And it looks like we're going to be seeing Hey Eagles even getting a 3rd one on the board.
My God, Wavy. This is just absolutely beautiful. Absolute direction on the play, and Creams does get the pass to secure the goal. I mean, what a way to close out the series. The 3rd goal, and if there's any question about Creams, the 3 goals and the hat trick, and a push there off kickoff, bullying their own team as well.
Just trying to see if they can get themselves just a nice little sneaky little 4th one there, but instead it's the ball going down into the opposite side. That gives JSP their first one of the game.
It does. Does seem like it's probably too late unless they can score directly off this kickoff, which I don't think Eagles would let them do. But, you know, crazier things have happened. 4 seconds left to go here off the kickoff. It's just going to be Hazo stuffing it real good. That is going to be, time is going to be done. Hey, Eagles taking this 3rd game for themselves, and they're done with the series. They'll take the win.
What a big turnaround here for Hey Eagles. Remind me, JSP won game number 1, right?
Yep.
And then you turn around, you get the gentleman's sweep, and they've looked so good in those last couple of games. Another game with double-digit shots, 11 this time around, and that's even with Wavy recording 0, apparently.
That's wild to me. That like we said, Wavy is such a crazy player. But again, it was just teamwork. That Wavy was assisting, even if they weren't getting the goals themselves. It was just beautiful to see those passing plays in action, getting back to that teamwork and that adaptation from game 1 to game 2. Yes, they lost the first. They were able to change it up, and that's what best of 5s are all about.
And so that means that Hey Eagles find themselves 1 step closer to that $300 first place cut of the prize pool, but that also means that they are 1 step closer to having themselves a game advantage going to that grand final as well.
We already talked about it. That game advantage is massive. You're seeing the bracket on screen now as we've had such a good tournament as well already, but we're going to keep on continuing. We're going to keep on playing matches until we have a winner. And Q, we talked about it's just a step up every single time. It's just the best of the best. Keep on playing, and the winner's final is going to be no different.
And it's interesting seeing some teams in that lower bracket that we sent down there early still kicking, particularly thinking of Schnauzenheiser's there. They're still looking to see who they're going to be facing off against in that lower bracket quarterfinal. Yeah, quarterfinal, the lower bracket quarterfinal. As for Hey Eagles, we are still looking to see who they are going to be squaring off against in that upper bracket final. It's either going to be España or First Class. First Class, and honestly, both First Class and España both have been looking pretty impressive on their upper bracket runs here as well. So that should be a banger matchup. I'm going to be kind of curious to see how that thing plays out.
I'm curious as well. I mean, first class of name again. We both know it's a lot of names that have really been active around the bubble scene, but either team has earned their spot. Whoever wins that matchup to play in this winter finals definitely has earned it because, like we said, it's not been an easy road for any one of these teams. You may have got maybe a lucky seeding at the beginning or something, but after that, it has been hard work from every single one of these players.
And don't forget that we're not only just enjoying a bunch of great Rocket League today here at Llama. You know, I know we always have fun casting pixels and talking about exciting Rocket League plays, but that's not just what it's about today. Obviously, we're also here in support of Create 100K here, also in support of the Sick Kids Foundation. Obviously, their whole goal: diagnose faster, treat smarter, and predict better. This is more than a goal at Sick Kids. It's the promise of precision child health as the future we're creating now. It's the end of a one size fits all medicine. It's Sick Kids focusing deeply, precisely on everything that makes each patient who they are, from their postal code to their genetic code, then harnessing cutting edge technology, science, and data analysis to deliver a better outcome for each unique child, maybe even stopping illness before it strikes. Sick Kids has always believed that healthier children make a better world, and precision health is how we get there. Kill the future, donate today. Don't forget exclamation point, donate in chat.
Make sure you're donated again. Their mission just so amazing, and nobody wants to see sick kids, and they're just meeting it at the root, trying to bring that uniqueness out and bring that unique treatment to every single kid out there. Like we said, there's multiple ways. Either if you got the funds to do so, we would love if you could donate directly to them, or like we said, tell a friend to tell a friend, get them in here to the stream, put our beautiful faces up on multiple TVs or every single device you have, and also like we said, just share it around some more.
That's right. Every dollar goes a huge old long way. And even if you can't do that, tell somebody to tell somebody to tell somebody about it. But we're going to be back with this upper bracket final between Hey Egoists and whoever it is that they're squaring off against right after a quick break.
cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. I have come, it's cold and losing my control. It's crazy. You could save me from my isolation. My mind's too complicated. I stop these conversations. It's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. No relation. We got no relation. No relation. It's crazy. And it goes like you could save me from my isolation. My mind's too complicated. I stop these conversations.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Still here at Lotus 8 for our Esports Championship number 5. Only 3 series left to go on the night, and we are moving on to the winners final. A spot in the grand finals on the line, and that game advantage.
Yeah, and we've been hanging on board with Hate Egoists quite a bit throughout the course of this tournament. So at this point, it's only them in first class left in the upper bracket here for the final. First class has been able to put on quite the clinic on the lower half of the bracket. Don't really think we've been able to hang in on too many games down on that side, but should be interesting. I'm going to be really, I think for me, with game number 1, I want to know who can come out here and really kind of grasp the bull by the horn and make sure they're really controlling things here.
It is a best of 5, so it's going to be probably a longer series, going to be an exciting one. But yeah, getting out swinging, getting kind of establishing your momentum a little bit early onto this one. Excuse me, it is going to actually be a best of 7, so a little bit longer, like we said, and keeping that consistency is ever more important.
Best of 7, so it's as long as it gets. We're in for the long haul here, Llama. So I feel like if you're wanting to try and really set the best foot forward here in game number 1, I feel like you need to make sure that you come out in these first 90 seconds and really dictate the pace there.
I feel like we have to as well. 5 up already starting with the demo and this first class squad. Again, another team that is just a staple of this bubble scene. So we'll be excited to see what this first class squad can do around the court here. Wavy already getting up and active. And I feel like for Egos, getting that first goal, getting the lead, and getting some pressure is ever more important.
Yeah, it just feels like they are so comfortable once they're in the lead, and it looks like they're going to not take very long to take their first lead in this series. 29 seconds is all it takes for Wavy to find the back of the net.
Wavy sniper shot, Creams on the assist, and also really good for Wavy to actually get a goal, because we talked about Wavy a little bit quiet actually in some of their previous series. So to get back to showcasing every single one of their players can score, and Wavy getting back to that mechanical skill and that shooting feels so good.
Here it is. Now it's going to be up to first class. They've got to find some sort of response. You see Buffy sending a shot onto target. It's actually Wavy who got the first goal. Going to come in with the save there as needed as well. Hazo going to be able to follow things up, make sure that our team from Hey Egoist keeps control of the ball. Wavy in the corner. Going to be passing out, looking for Creams, and that allows them to keep control of things here.
Under the control for now. Wavy demo will get them a little bit, but they lose the ball, lose control, and have to get back on defense for a little bit of time. Should be able to set up a really good, actually, pass from Creams. Gets over 2, and another great demo on the goal line from Wavy, but just unable to follow up. No teammates in the area.
Yeah, you know what? Was looking for the goal, takes the demo as a consolation prize. Does allow them a little bit of additional time. You can see, though, it didn't buy them much time as first class has moved into that attacking scenario. They're down here in the Hey Egoist, third of the pitch, but it wasn't for long, as now it's going to be Wavy coming off the side wall. Isn't going to be able to win the 50-50 with 5 up, as 5 up gets the huge clear.
Big, massive clear here. Still only the 1 goal lead, so definitely still some opportunities to bounce on back. 5 up. Good little redirect there on the side of the net. Creams picks up a demo too on their exit, making use of their rotational pathing, that when they get out, making sure that every single movement is in the greatest spot. Up there in the backboard, that was a little bit awkward. 5 up taking the demo, and this bouncing dangerously doesn't find the net, but it looks like first class turning the tide.
Man, Deck doing a good job in the corner, fishing that thing out and being able to make sure they kept control, at least temporarily. Instead, though, it's Wavy sending it on the target. Couldn't quite get the second touch, but did enough to make sure the save wasn't possible, and that ball rolls across that goal line.
And who other than Creams to Wavy once again, this deadly duo that has been striking poison in their opponents' hearts all tournament long. Strikes again. Wavy now 1 goal away as well from that hat trick. That would be a feel-good thing to have, especially coming off of this first game. Passing attempt, Wavy, backboard up into the skies. Hazo following up the plays. It bounces on down. Angle is good. 5 up, good defense.
Buffy here going to be passing things off to 5 up. 5 off, left it off. I think just didn't have the boost to be able to make a play on that. Passing things over to the side of Hey Egoist. And that's not a team that you want to be given the possession to over for free. They almost capitalized there. Now actually going the opposite way. And 5 up finds the back of the net and cuts this lead in half.
Now, finds a great one, actually, as Deck is kind of lying back and pulls out the bump on the only opponent that could make that save. And then 5-Up just puts a nice easy on target on that open net. So cutting into that very small lead here is going to mean that only a 1-goal lead is going to be there for Hey Egoists.
And there is plenty of time to still be able to find a second one here for first class. So if you're Hey Egoist, you've got to make sure you're on your P's and Q's. You got to make sure that the I's are crossed and the T's are dotted, because otherwise 5-Up's going to be able to find the back of the net one more time and we're all tied up.
5-Up, huge off of Buffy's kind of pickpocket there, and a good pickpocket into the redirect to force it exactly where they wanted to go, doubling up on their back-to-back unanswered goals for first class. And now Hey Egoists have to deal with a tied-up game. Cream's looking off the pickoff, waits a second, but doesn't look like it's going anywhere.
Buffy's going to be able to get the clear, or at least gets it out to that midfield line. Wavy looks to try to field the ball, passes it at least forward, sending it deep into the corner. Deck's going to have to try and field this thing out, but does get met with some resistance from Wavy. Makes it as difficult as possible. Tries to look for the pass up the field, but not going to be able to find its target, which does allow for Hey Egoist to quickly send things back down into their side here.
They have an opportunity to try and pick up some more goals. Still lots of time left for both teams to try and find one more after it has been created. This standstill, looking back and forth. Deck, though, wants to go 3 unanswered. Buffy through the midair, denied by Creams. The defense holding on, holding strong. And once again, Hazo diving out of the back line to make that save. Really good communication to not overcommit more players than they need, though.
You know, Hey Ego has jumped out to that early lead, but after those first 2 goals, their offense has been relatively quiet. I mean, they've only gotten 3 shots all game long, and first class looks to kind of be turning the tail a little bit here. They're retreating back. They're able to get the stops when they need to. They're not spending much time on their side of the pitch. You'd mentioned looking for that third unanswered goal, and it just might come before overtime.
Buffy picks a demo, and I feel like for either of these teams, overtime is a little bit tough for them. I would love to end it here in regulation, not have to go through that tension-building golden goal scenario, but with 30 seconds left, it could be golden goal scenario. Anyway, Wavy puts a good shot up there. 5-Up has to get tall to make that save. We'll see if they can follow up this offense. No, they can't. Counterattack the other way. Buffy is there. 5-Up's demo leads to a goal.
And that was just a thing of beauty. Nice little pass here from Deck. 5-Up buys a little bit of space with the demo. Buffy makes sure to hit the open net. And now for Hey Egoist, you've only got 20 seconds to come up with a response.
With that 1-goal deficit, it's always possible. The 0-second plays, you just got to get on offense and get going here. Creams, the pass reception going to be there. Going to dive on in here, put some pressure on the back line. Wavy, the redirect, puts it right on Buffy's tires. Good save, left to go. 5 seconds, would have loved to have that one, but 5-Up's demos have been on point, and Deck will find the extra nail.
And let's go from 3 unanswered to now 4 unanswered here for first class. Hey Egoists really need to find some sort of response. Obviously, with only 3 seconds on the clock here in game number 1, probably not going to happen before the clock strikes 0, as we see happen right there. But it feels like here in game number 2, they've got to come out hot.
Definitely do. I mean, it is only 1 game out of the series, right? It's a long series, but it was a really good bounce back. Hey, Egos, it was the exact game plan that has been getting them victories all tournament long, where they get out early, they can just be able to hold their lead and play offense, but the 4 unanswered goals really is stinging, I feel like, right now.
Yeah, and to have such a response in the fact of not just the goals, but they didn't have much going on the other side of the pitch. Not only just in the sense of obviously still ending the game at 2 goals, but only added a couple more shots. It really felt like it was first class's world, and Hey Egoists were just playing in it.
I feel like that as well. But like we said, there's another opportunity next game. See if you can bounce back here. I think the shot differential is a little bit bad as well. That, yes, Wavy finally got their good game, but it was kind of at the kind of sacrifice of the rest of the team having a good game, that neither of the other 2 teammates had really any shots. We're playing some good defense, but I feel like they need to, again, focus on their teamwork and communication, which is what has got them the most success.
Yeah, I mean, we know that when they're dictating the tone, that's really where they have the best control of the game. They have a hard time playing from behind, right? So for them to go into this next game, you've got to come in these first 60 seconds. You've got to put the pedal down in the metal.
Yeah, you really do here going into this second game. We'll see who can take it. Buffy right off a kickoff, pulls a double commit, maybe the follow-up from Deck. No. Answer not there. The defense double committing as well on the corner. Not great here. Both teams making a couple of early slip-ups, but this early attack, I'm loving to see it from First Class.
Yeah, they're really just keeping the pressure up down here, making sure that they're the ones in control. I mean, I was going to say making things hard, getting out of the zone, but it's actually Hazo rising to the sky and flipping the pitch here. But that's a very brief visit into the zone. You can see 5 up now going quickly the opposite way. Buffy going to rise to the sky to make sure they keep things down on this half of the pitch, and First Class has come to play.
Really have, and first minute almost gone as well. No real goals on the board. 5 up, looking to change that. Put the shot on in. Double commit down on the low ground. Buffy waiting for it up in the sky. Not a lot of boost to work with, so can't follow up on the play. And for Hey Eagles, again, their defense is strong, but you want to make sure you're clearing it at the right points. 5 up, good little bounce off the ground there.
5 up also going to move the ball ahead here. Demo onto Hazo, which means Creams needs to maintain the control of this ball, but they allow for your third player to get back into this game. That's going to be a shot on the target. Hazo coming in with a huge save here, and now Wavy looking to go the other way. He got dropping down low. One bounce, but 5 up comes in with the save.
A huge save there to keep this game tied up at 0. Shots on both sides starting to pile up. Though trying to add some more pass midfield there. 5 up shot easily sent wide by Wavy. Again, for the Egoists, it's important clearing out of this zone, making sure you can get back on offense. Buffy not gonna let it happen. Passes there, almost slides on in. Creams with a beautiful save.
Either team really able to completely seize control. 4 shots apiece to the back in the fourth as the pendulum swings here. Hazo gets one onto target here as well. That gets sent aside though, and they are not going to allow for a free rotate onto their defensive side, but this time around it's going to be Deck passing things forward deep into the corner here. Creams tries to get it out of there, but you can see Buffy says, nah, not today. Hazo tries to win their 50 with Deck. Deck moving it forward and finding the back of the net.
And I was just thinking this, like, not only is this a really great passing play, but the longer this sat at a, kind of stalemate 0-0 game, it really did feel like First Class had the advantage. They were the ones getting all the benefits from that. And again, Egoists, they're going to have to play from behind. They had the lead in the first game, had 4 unanswered, and now Q, over the course of 2 games, it's been 5 unanswered goals.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think about when that second one came across for Egoists there in game 1, because I'm pretty sure at this point we have played the entirety of a game between the two of running time, and we have not seen a goal from Hey Egoists. They have been stifled here between games 1 and 2, and that's going to be 5 up, now doubling up the lead for First Class.
They just step up, and Deck has a perfect kind of exit out of that goal, able to clear it on past the defense, and 5 up, able to finish the job. So the team that was quiet for the first kind of half of this game, First Class holding strong and holding their mental state really well. They could be moving to 2-0 if they hold this lead over the next 2 minutes, Q.
Yeah, I mean, First Class really just putting on a masterclass here when it comes to controlling the game, really being able to dictate that pace here. After that first couple of minutes where they were kind of feeling out Hey Egoists, they've really been able to grab the bull by the horns, and they have not let that thing go. Now looking for a 7th unanswered goal.
Yeah, they definitely could do it. I think for Egoists, this is a reset moment right here, not only for this game, but for the series. I mean, it is pretty long of one, but you need to make sure you're resetting, you're stabilizing, and you're trying to battle your way back, because it's the difference between down 0-2, being down none, being tied 1-1. There's still that ability to come back in this game, and the time is still there. But it just seems like First Class have so much control, even when they're on defense. It's just a single touch, and then they're clearing it on through.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really these long stints where it doesn't seem like Hey Egoist has been able to get much of any sort of semblance of offense going, even though the scoreboard might show them with 8 shots over the course of this game here. It's been a little while since they've had really much of anything going for them, and they need to strike, and they need to strike quickly, or they're at risk of going down 2-0.
You're gonna have to do it quick. Creams the mistouch there. And it's Wavy cutting down, taking an axe and chopping it all himself with, again, this duo that has been so stellar for so long.
A nice little fake there from Creams, whether it was meant or not. It did clear that defender out of the goal, allows that thing to bounce and just dribble its way across here. You've cut the lead in half. You've got 57 seconds if you're Hey Egoist here to find a second, but you've got to start by getting out of your zone.
talk about the landscape change. Even for how much we have talked about how good First Class has played in this second game, anything can happen when there's only a 1-goal deficit, and almost Beck trying to make it more for First Class. If you could find another goal, get back to that 2-goal lead, that would be absolutely ideal. Wavy gonna lose the touch over the head of himself. Gonna be a demo there. The shot from Deck is gonna be blocked.
With the save from out of nowhere, comes shooting out of the back of the net, able to take that one off the scoreboard. And now with 17 seconds left, Hey Egoists have to feel like this is their last attempt. Ends up being just a little bit short. Wavy one more time and able to deliver, and we're all tied up with 10 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, they will not go silently into the night. Wavy, the 1v1 potential, sends it to that right post, equalizing the game 2-2 here, and the Egoists are right back in it, pulling a reverse of what happened in that last game. They now have 2 unanswered goals, and maybe right here, Wavy, the shot, Deck doesn't save it, but it goes towards the backboard, bouncing off and around. Cream's looking for the pass still. Buffy going up to the sky. It could be a reversal. First Class maybe with the counterattack, but Buffy lets it drop, and we have OT.
I think if Buffy keeps that on his hood, I think he had a wide open net sitting in front of him there. That is very, very unfortunate. You live to fight another day here, and we've got overtime where one shot is all it takes. First Class going to need to get themselves out of the zone, because we have seen Hey Egoist really coming into overtime. I mean, playing hot and heavy here.
We are. I mean, we talk about the stakes, the kind of shift change from one single goal. It's either a 2-0 series or a 1-1, and it's looking like close to 1-1 there. Hazo just got a little bit too fancy. 3 defenders in the area were able to push it out, push it wide. Wavy trying to play the defense, but Buffy picks their pocket. Screams up across the back wall. Will try to create some plays through the air. 5 up, bullying their way through, but kept on in here from Deck.
Yeah, and that's a really big pace changer there, because everyone kind of fell back on that Hey Egoist side. They're going to have to use those small pads to regain control to be able to move forward with some boost, which they were able to do. If they would have been able to do a good job of kind of starving them just a little bit more on that First Class side, it could have been a sticky situation. Instead, though, it's going to be Deck looking for a pass across the field, not going to be able to find anybody on the center. 5 up's going to make sure that Creams isn't going to be able to get the free clear. When they do try, Buffy going to be able to meet there at the midfield line.
Back towards it, the corner play, maybe. Deck shot, no, resetting, setting up for the teammate, and it's beautiful. What a setup, what a goal. 5 up ends the overtime.
Doing a great job here, making sure they maintain the control. 5 up with a great job circling back around, finding their target, able to deliver there, and the 10th shot being the one that it takes for First Class to take home game number 2. And a squad that you and I, Llama, have seen really do a good job of controlling the pace of pretty well every series that they have played up until this point. They seem to be stumped.
They really do, and it's kind of both games they've had a really advantageous scenario where the first game they started out with a 2-goal lead. This game they gave themselves the chance to bounce back. I just think, I don't know, they got to find something going here into game number 3, because Q, you do not want to go down 0-3 in a best of 7.
I mean, reverse sweeps are already rare enough in a 5-game series. You add that up to a 7-game series, and it's astronomical odds if you're able to pull it off, and especially against a team the way that First Class seems to be playing right now, doing a good job of really kind of controlling the pace of things. Even when they're sitting back in the defensive zone, it never looks like they're getting to the point where they're starting to hustle around and they're out of position. Every movement seems deliberate.
It really does, and it's tough to play against a team that really knows where the ball is going and can pressure you at every single one of those moments. But the series not over just yet for Hey Egoist. They got to battle back here right now in game number 3. You cannot drop this game. If you do, it is going to be detrimental.
Hazo here is looking to try and move the ball forward early for Hey Egoist, but they get met with some resistance. And you are going to see Hey Egoist going to try and make sure that they do not allow this ball back into their side. It is going to be some demos going around. It looked like a demolition derby from the sounds of things, and now it's First Class looking to go the opposite way.
I bring that counterattack off into the mix. Hazo will get hit off against the wall, unfortunately. Cream's not able to control that as well. Buffy redirect backboard. That looked huge. The connection was there. The teammate was there, but could not find the pass at the end of the day.
Yeah, long hard shot there. Just unfortunately wasn't able to connect. It was looking like it was right there in front of the target, but sent aside. Deck going to be trying to move their way towards the middle of the pitch. Leaves it off for one of their teammates who just ends up going a tad bit underneath it. You can see they're working their way back. Ego is trying to get into the zone, get some good ball movement going. Cream's not going to be able to win that 50 with Deck though.
Able to win it just yet, but bounces across the kind of goal line there. 5UP able to recover and take it all themselves. 5UP, I like the shot opportunity. Now Deck can follow up. 5UP picked up a demo, scored 2 of those goals off of 5UP's demos in the last game. Deck picks up 1 as well, but that clear was good enough to get it towards half court and make Deck and co get back and reset.
Deck trying to get the clear here. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do so, for at least not easily here. Do you see right now? Ego's doing a great job trying to make sure they can stay in this offensive zone. Creams goes up over 1. Isn't going to be able to get over the second. Deck trying to get the pinch onto the floor. It's actually going to be 5UP moving things ahead. Deck trying to get the read off of the backboard. Going to try and keep things forward. It's actually Buffy who gets the touch here. Deck in the middle of the field, but not going to be able to stop Hazo going into a 2v1.
5UP goes huge, though, on the defense once more. 5UP has been so integral towards this team. They'll lose 5UP, though, as Wavy and 5UP trade lives 2v2 for a little bit until that respawn comes in. Deck trying to use that demo towards their advantage, stealing boost and trying to starve them out. 5UP should be able to pick up their own corner boost and play this off of the back wall really beautifully. Deck getting a really good clear that almost finds its way in the net.
Good news for you if you're a Hey Egoist fan. You've yet to surrender a goal, and we are at halftime here in game number 3. Bad news if you're Hey Egoist fans. We're at halftime in game number 3, and we still have yet to score in this game here. You've really got to find some way to come out and start to get some movement going around. Start to get some good looks going towards the net, because you've only got 1 shot.
1 shot right here. This is it. That's what you got to do. Only the 1 opportunity. Got to double that, triple that, quadruple that, and get as many more as you can. Like you said, Q, the scoreboard doesn't lie. Sitting 0-0, under 2 minutes left to go now. Buffy carrying in all themselves. Buffy gets the bump and in, but can't find it.
Yeah, not going to be able to finish it there, although it did look very scary for just a moment. But first class here, the good news for them is they can continue to rely on their defense to continue to lead the way for them. Not just that, but now they're playing keep away. You just got to find the back of the net once, but on the same token, I guess you could say the same thing for Hey Egoist here.
Really good. Both of them still searching, looking for that X marks the spot, getting their shovel out, trying to beat each other up with them, trying to take that first goal. Right now, no one able to find it. It's been a defensive game from both sides until that shot there from Deck goes right towards the crossbar. Find it just yet, though. They try and continue the offense, bouncing down and around. Hazo, good clear, but Buffy doesn't to meet it in time in the air.
This is very, very well done here. You get enough of a little umph on that to send that ahead before 5UP gets there, and I mean, just gets sent up one little bit of a whiff, and that's all it takes. And now it is Hey Egoist in the lead. 2 shots, all you need to find the back of the net once. That's efficiency, Llama.
Really is. 5UP with another demo will reset to the skies. Backboard, back to 5UP, but it was read perfectly by Hazo, able to take it out towards the other way. There's nobody back on defense, and Hazo will double up.
That is so big. You're starting to get a little bit of momentum here. It feels like we're starting to see that Hey Egoist that we have seen several series throughout the course of the day over here on the broadcast. And this is big because you do not put yourself on a win or go home scenario for the rest of the series by taking game number 3. Oh my goodness.
Time, though. Double demo. Wavy not able to find it. Cream's trying to just put the soft touch on, slam on in. Won't be able to get it. Will steal away their opponent's boost, but like I was saying, there is still time. There's still 40 seconds left to go, and maybe here this team held to 0. Buffy trying to look for the redirect. Will get bumped there by Creams, who says no. Deck will make sure that they can put this pressure on in, but 30 seconds left to go, Q. They still need 2.
Yeah, and especially now, too, with Hey Egoist moving the ball forward there with Creams. It's more time. It gets taken off the clock. However, it's now them in a 2v1. It gets sent aside, and I think with that attempt being denied, that should pretty well put the end of things. I don't see the math, and even if they put in the back of the net now.
Yep. It is not looking good here, but it will be going to be a game going over to Hey Egos. Maybe they'll drop a goal here at the end. 0 seconds left to go on the clock for First Class. Not the end of the world here, as they already picked up the first 2 games, but Hey Egos will take their first, moving to 1-2 on the series.
And that's big for Hey Egos, because I feel like the way the first 2 games with it went, it would have been so easy to just come out in game 3 when it's still continuing to be the 0-0 and go, we just can't find a way to put it in the back of the net, man, get too discouraged. But instead, they keep their heads held high. They find the back of the net twice, and now you're just 1 game behind. There's still plenty of series left. This is the best of 7.
There's a lot of series left, and I think it's huge that their defense stepped up, that they didn't let any single amount of goals in off of the crazy amount of shots on the other side, 9 to be exact. And they got efficiency. They were made sure that they played good defense and they could bring in that counterattack and score when they needed to, which is absolutely huge. Like you said, going into the rest of this series, you got to continue to do that. You are still down 1, which is the unfortunate scenario. But like you said, you don't put yourself in a reverse sweep scenario, which is really, really good.
And you just continue to take it 1 game at a time, because now 1 more win and all of a sudden you're back into these best of 3s that you've been playing all day to get to this point. So you are 5 minutes away from feeling super comfortable. It's going to be really up to First Class to try and see if they can regain what we saw there. I would say more so in the back half of game 1 than anything, to try and stop this momentum.
Got to regain. I will say, it wasn't a blowout or anything, so like they're still definitely in this series, and they obviously have the lead. 5-up was still getting crazy demos, and how about that shot there off the crossbar to open up the game? But got to be careful about getting back on defense, because Hazo, again, pretty much an open net.
Yeah, and that makes it a very easy first goal here for Hey Egoists. And that's now 3 unanswered here. First Class starting to starting to get a little questionable on their side here a bit.
Definitely is. It is an early goal, and there is obviously the tools on the other side to maybe find that score. 5-up, looking for the little bit of trickery there, but can't find it as their opponents do read it out pretty perfectly. Bouncing out across the round. Hazo has to be a bit careful with this ball, but Hazo has been really good on finding those angles of getting behind the defense all day.
Ball still going to be stuck over here on this First Class side. I thought I was going to be getting dropped right in front of the net, potentially for another opportunity for Hey Egoist, but end up being a nice little sent aside for First Class. But Hey Egoist, even though they might have the lead, they haven't had very many opportunities. That's only shot number 3 there, Llama. Oh!
Touch. In off their opponents there. Second goal here for Hey Egoist. Shot, not too bad. Lining up exactly with what First Class has as well. But really good stuff and good passing as well to get that ball up on into the air. So again, Q, early lead here for the Egoists.
And this is big here for them, because now you've got some more time to still be able to pile things on. You can see they're trying to come alive here with the offense, keeping the ball down here. This is, again, more shades and reminiscence of what we had seen from them in the previous matchups. However, Buffy trying to quickly go the opposite way. That's a steal. Unfortunately, Creams didn't have enough momentum to stay with the ball. Otherwise, it's a wide open net for goal number 3.
Yeah, didn't have the momentum follow up and didn't get there back fast enough to get that secondary touch. So is sent wide, but really love the pressure that they are creating. Creams goes for the angle, 5-up, able to get under that angle to make the save. But really good meat at that midfield, able to keep this ball in. Great bouncing and great pressure. This is how the Eagles have succeeded before. It is pressure, it is pestering that net, and it is drop down goals. Second there for Hazo.
And Egoists here just continue to run it up. They have been able to take this thing and turn that notch up just an additional dial here. And man, back to what we've been seeing before, barrage of bullets, 8 shots in just 2 minutes.
They are absolutely firing on all cylinders, firing all of those shots. Still got 3 minutes left to play in this game, so do got to play some defense, but boy, it does look like they have come out swinging and here to play, looking like they want to equalize, but Buffy wants to try and equalize the scoreboard with their first goal.
That's big for them here too, to be able to at least get yourself one before the halftime marker. Let you know that you've been able to at least get yourself a little bit of motion over on that first class side. But for Hey Egoist, for Hazo and company here, they've still got themselves a 2-goal cushion.
I mean, as well, that's also a really nice of a play, Q, that, like, not only does Deck set them up perfectly, but you see Buffy and 5UP both going for that ball. So one of them could just redirect themselves, go away from it. It's really hard for the defense to actually play and predict, which is exactly the kind of plays that First Class need.
And now it is going to be still First Class in their defensive zone. Now going to be trying to go the opposite way with it here quickly. It was a 2v1. A couple of demos buys them some additional space, but Hazo gets the all-important save in front of the net. No clear, though. You're not out of the clear just quite yet. You still need one more save. Wavy going to get the touch that you need.
Oh, awkward. Bouncing ball in front of the net, but can't find that slam on home. Still have found that first goal, so like we said, building back up that momentum and starting to answer those unanswered goals. For First Class, it is a lot more work that still needs to be done. Cream's coming off the backboard to get a punch out and create a nice play towards the other side. Does have no boost, so we'll just steal their opponents. That's a good way to do it.
Yeah, I heard if you steal the opponent's corner boost, that it should make the play practically free on your side. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like it was the case that time around. But we do see that it has been Hey Egoist able to briefly regain control of the ball, at least able to move things out of their defensive third. Wavy able to get the ball, punches it ahead. It actually looks like a big potential 2v1. Creams was trying to get into the air ahead of time, but maybe just getting, maybe counting his eggs just a little bit too quickly there.
The eggs, making some omelets, that sounds good right now, but maybe with all their prize money can make some omelets off the backboard. Head stick on the board right now, trying to double up towards the second for First Class. 1 minute left to go, though, so not a lot of time to try and find those goals. Hazo with the shot, won't be able to find it. 5UP key on the defense, but 5UP needs to turn this counterattack into something positive. Deck in the front of the net, looking for it, but Wavy just with his demo shutting it down.
Yeah, I mean, Hey Egoists have done such a fantastic job of really turning up on the defense, shutting down the offense of First Class, making sure that they're really dictating the tone here, and that's allowed them to come out in game number 4 and should allow them to turn this best of 7 into a best of 3.
That's the hope. I mean, there is still 24 seconds left to go, so could be a miracle here if First Class could step up, maybe get it on this next possession, but it's a lot of work here really quick that they got to go, and for Equus, you would love to find this series at absolutely even after the blunders that happened in the first couple games. Deck gonna carry it towards the backboard, look for something here, a full length clear. Buffy has to score, and they have to score now. It'll be denied by Hazo. Zeros on the clock. Doesn't matter what else happens, and Hey Egus have equaled up the series to 2-2.
And we are tied up at 2 apiece, and it's crazy what 2 games can really do to you when you talk about trying to break down how this thing looks when it comes to this series. Because after 2 games, First Class completely in control. Now it seems like, hey, Egoists have taken the reins, and they're looking to drive this thing home.
It really does. I mean, absolute control. I mean, that's how they've won games, though. We talked about it, that they've just got pressure, controlled that offensive area, stole their opponent's boost, demo when they need to, and just keep up that pressure shot after shot after shot, and then eventually they finally break your defense. First Class has to find a way to break out of that chokehold, or they're just going to lose the next 2 games.
I mean, that last game had to be frustrating for First Class. You send on 9 shots, and only one of them finds the back of the net, you know? I mean, and now, all of a sudden, that lead that you worked so hard to build in those first 2 games, now all of a sudden you're all tied back up. This next game going to be very, very important, because if you give Hey Egoist one more game, I think the momentum is too far set, and I don't see it bouncing back for 2.
It's a big game. Momentum-wise, it's huge in every way, because like we said, it's a best of 3 now technically, because whoever wins this next game is going to be on series point, a chance at that, grand finals, guaranteed prize money, and that game advantage is so much to play for. So this next game is absolutely huge. I expect both teams to step up towards the court, so let's put 5 minutes on the clock, and let's see it in action.
Yeah, I mean, whoever walks away with game number 5 here puts themselves one step forward to guaranteeing themselves prize money as well, right? Not just that 1 game advantage going into the grand final, which you and I do know how valuable that can be, but whenever you go to try and play on a Saturday tournament, to know that you're guaranteed a little bit of scratch as a nice little bonus.
But I still fight for it. Like we said, this game, big stakes on the line, but who can cook them right to the right temperature for them to digest after this game? 30 seconds already gone, no early goals on the board, and I think that's important to say as well that both these teams do work really well with the lead. It doesn't seem like, they get too overconfident. They can hold that defensive end, so getting, again, these early leads is going to be important.
I'm going to be kind of interested to see how this game kind of breaks down, because those first two games, I mean, there is really no offense to be said from Hey Egoist. And while you had shots from First Class in games 3 and 4, they weren't really able to find the back of the net in their own right here as well. So, so far a little bit of back and forth as the pendulum swings here to start for this first, 60 seconds or so here. But the only shots registered have been on the First Class side.
Only a few shots on their side. No shots from the Hey Egoist side yet, but they are looking to get on offense. 5 up, immediately denying that opportunity. In the corners, where those start to pick up their offensive play. Buffy, Demo trying to set up, but Hazo again, midfield. Both these teams battling over possession and trying to get something set up. 5 up, the teammate will see them get demoed in front of them and lose a little bit of that power.
Buffy's trying to move the ball forward for First Class. Does get intercepted from Wavy. Wavy still able to move this ball forward. Tries to leave it off the backboard for a teammate. That's going to be Hazo. Tries to send one on the target. Gets sent aside from 5 up. And actually now even still got the ball moving forward for First Class. A double whiff here, though. And that's going to give control back to Hey Egoists.
An opportunity. No goals in the first 2 minutes. A shot there from Buffy and a demo from Hazo. Seems like they are out for blood. Wavy. This flip was beautiful. The defense, no holds. Strong. Even more beautiful. First Class just locking it down here.
First Class putting on a masterclass when it comes to the defensive side. The only problem, though, for First Class is they still haven't been able to find the back of the net. You got to find something here. Cream's going to get yourself a demo, which might be able to at least buy you some room. However, it's Buffy going coast to coast, and that's going to be the lead for First Class.
Buffy unassisted, controls the ball all the way through, and is able to lock that goal on in. Right side of the net. Nice and open for the dunk. Half this game left to play. First Class, though, this is huge. We talked about it. Egoists were starting to build up that momentum, and First Class starting to cut it down off the kickoff. You got to be careful about Wavy shots.
Yeah, Hazo tries to keep things down over on this side, though. Leaves it off for Creams. Creams doesn't get the second touch. It's Deck who is actually able to keep the control. Now trying to move towards midfield, but you can see other things in mind, and Cream's going to be able to find the equalizer here, and we're all tied up at 1.
As these two teams have been doing, keeping it close. Creams, Hazo connecting for that one. All back to tied, all back to 1 each, and still 2 minutes left to go. Still the stakes of this game. The third game for either one of these two teams in the series is huge. They got to keep battling.
Buffy here going to be sitting there at that right boost, was looking to try and see what direction they wanted to take it, and didn't need to move a little bit too early. Hey Ego is able to get control of things, now going towards the opposite side, and it's Buffy from the left side of your screen to the right, coming in with the huge save, now also keeping control of the ball, moving, going the opposite way, at least until met with the resistance from Hazo.
Bit of resistance here, but fluidity coming on through. 5 up on the defense, trying to play some good ones, but nice backboard touch there. Hazo, good shot as well. Egoists retake the lead.
Yeah, 5 up. Unfortunately, that's more of a back touch, which kind of allows for the offense here from Egoists to continue to move forward in the fashion that they already were. Allow them to keep that momentum. You get the nice pass, the nice shot, and now all of a sudden it's 90 seconds away from putting First Class 1 game out the door.
And this shot as well off the backboard's in. Wow, just nice, easy breakdown of defense here. And Wavy creating this play with the 1v1 skill. You see, even though he gets bumped, puts it in a perfect spot, and Creams can finish the job.
Great spot there, and that's going to be now a 2-goal lead for Hey Egoists, and for a team in First Class who have only gotten 4 shots thus far. You need to find the back of the net 2 more times in these next 80 seconds, and with the way that the Hey Egoists have been able to really turn up the heat, I just don't see that being possible.
Really have. Got to be careful on those defensive rotations. They get back in time for that one, and Credit to Wavy really stepping up in this series. Might not have any of the goals, but has the highest score on the team because of the saves, because of the assists, because of the teamwork that he has created and mended between this squad. They're back on offense once again as Creams tries to create something, pulls a double commit, and looks to maybe stay in this offensive zone. Will get cleared though.
Yeah, Deck going to get control there, sends it to the corner. Nobody going to be able to field it for first class, which gives the control of the ball back to Hey Egoist. However, it was very quickly pushed back into their goal line, and it's going to be Buffy trying to meet the contest there at the midfield line. 5 up, going to the sky, not going to be able to win that. That ball going back, which means now 25 seconds, 2 goals left. I think we're going to be seeing Hey Egoist winning their 3rd game in a row here, Llama.
It really does seem that way. Unless it's 2 quick goals from first class, it is going to be 3 games in a row. Egoist going to be put on series point. 10 seconds left to go. They're battling. They're pushing. They're trying to get something. 5 up with another one of those key demos, but it just looks like it is futile. Cream sends a slider. 0 seconds left to go. Hey Egoist, 3 in a row. Now 3-2 on the series.
They have looked so impressive these last 3 games, showing patience even after getting punched in the mouth in games 1 and 2, being able to kind of put the head down the grindstone. And I would say for the side of Hey Egoist, it doesn't look like they've really changed their approach per se. They've just kind of locked in and continue to do what they do, which is just dictate the pace.
They really have. I mean, they got back to, they kind of got slapped. I'm not going to lie. The first 2 games was a little bit rough for them, but they got back to what has been successful. Their game plan all day long, and it's been working. Now, Q, they are 1 game away from taking this entire series. First class, they got to step up, force a game 7, or they do have a second chance. Obviously, still lower bracket available, but you want that game advantage. You want that guaranteed prize money.
Yeah, I want to. The offense from first class really needs to kind of get back to what we saw them doing in those first 2 games, which is just really up in the pace, doing a good job of flying around, finding one another kind of on those inseams, on those runs to be able to get some good shots on the goal. Because recently, the shots that they're getting, like they're on target, but they don't really look very menacing. They're not something that you are worried about having to get the save on. You know what I mean?
I completely understand, and you're also talking about an Egoist defense that can create those dangerous counterattack opportunities. So if you're not scoring or getting those really good attempts on every single one of those, it's just going to be Wavy carrying it and putting it right in your net. So really do have to be careful of that, but a big game right here in game number 6.
Question is, can first class come out here and get into that mode that we saw them in those first 2 games? I mean, we know that they have the ability to shut down this Hey Egoist offense. They've done it before. They just need to be able to reflip that script and reflip that switch and show themselves that it's still possible at this point, because as for now, it just seems like Hey Egoist really feeling themselves.
They really are. I mean, back on defense, really solid once again as they play the defense, they play their counterattack, and he's starting to pick up the demos. I have noticed that first class has used some of that physicality in their toolkit, which I do like, because that has been a way that some teams have beat the Egoist before, is just, again, removing one of those chain links from the team, denying a little bit of that communication can be very helpful. But again, the clears coming on through all the way down the field.
Moving the ball here forward, and it's now going to be Deck continuing to press the ball forward for first class here. Buffy doing a good job contesting in that mid, or in that little short corner there, but they can't keep the ball going forward. Now there's that counterattack that Hey Egoists have been so good at capitalizing on, and now they are in the lead.
Hazo unassisted as well, puts it off the sidewall, and puts a perfect shot for themselves to finish the job. Egoists up again. It's going to be 1-0, still a lot of time, but Q, you just have to think, this is really bad for first class.
Yeah, you can't help but wonder if, as far as for the mental for the players from first class, if this feels a lot like a, oh boy, here we go again with Hey Egoists getting that first goal. They need to find something to be able to equalize. I mean, the good news for you is it's just 1 goal, but you got to make sure that you find it soon.
And soon. Gotta find it, I feel like now. Now is the time to do it. Wavy just gonna stall for time in the sky. Deck gonna play some defense and turn that right into offense. Wavy getting up and active. Battle around the midfield marker.
No.
Greaves has just got a nice, easy open shot.
Yeah, that's just a sniper rifle, just so easy there. I mean, wide open net, you just got to make sure it's on target. No one going to be able to get back to it, and bang. Now a 2-goal lead, which means first class. If you're looking to walk away with the dub, you got to find 3 goals, and I can't remember the last time we saw him score 3. I think it was game 2.
It's been a while, and we're also seeing Egoist starting to build up that ego. It's a good save there from Hazo, but they're starting to step up into every single one of these passes. They're saying, you're not getting that space for free. You're not getting any space in the offensive zone, and if we get one of those easy touches, all of a sudden your defense starts to crumble. So defense crumbling here, though, as Deck finding an open net.
And that's big here. Maybe that's the catalyst to get things going for first class. Maybe not the most deliberate of goals, but you know what? That was definitely meant to be sent on to target from Deck, so that's something that you can be happy about. It's halftime here in our game number 6, and you're only down by 1.
By 1. Definitely opportunities are there, and you'll love to see that capitalization off that defense that usually doesn't falter. Wavy, good clear there. Was a dangerous shot. 5 up, getting back to that demo game. Deck can't get it cleared, and Wavy just punches their way through.
And that's huge here. Now for the Egoists, everyone's got a goal in game number 6, but not just that. You've re-extended your lead, and you are firmly in control, looking to cruise to the grand finals.
An awkward angle there from Deck. Now, hey, Egoist built back up to that 2-goal lead. Lots of time left. Plenty of it there on the clock. Haza, though, right off of kickoff. They are immediately going. This is going to be bad, though, as another open net goal.
And this time is going to be in favor of first class. So they've been able to cut this lead now. Down to 1. 2 minutes and 5 seconds left. And that's still plenty of time to make things happen, but you don't want too much of that time to tick away. It feels like first class needs to score before a minute and a half left.
Really does. And it is a little bit dangerous in these games where they can kind of get shootout-ish, where the defense does crumble a little bit, because you need to make sure your offense is on point. And if we're looking at offense, we've been thinking of Egoist and their teamwork all day long, so you really don't want this game to become that shootout. You want to neutralize things, start to get back towards this offense. Buffy looking good off the backboard, double touch. Teammates aren't there to follow.
Now going to be trying moving the ball the opposite way, trying building up on this lead here is the Egoist. Hazo going to be able to win the 50, sends it to the opposite corner where Creams is sitting in wait, but it's going to be Wavy sitting up towards the front of the top of the key there, who actually sends a shot on the target. Actually going to be a second shot from Wazy as well off that side wall, and now all of a sudden, hey, Egoist, back up by 2.
And who other Q than this duo? We've been mentioning their names all day long. Creams, Wavy connecting again for the 4th. But adding the 6th shot as well onto this game, and that's somewhat of a comfortable lead. I don't think it's enough. I would love to see one more to close out this series for Egoist, and maybe right here, Hazo, the control is beautiful.
Yeah, and you've got plenty of help coming up behind you, but actually a second whiff might leave a wide open net, and 5 up. Gonna cut this lead, the 1 with just a minute and 6 seconds left.
Oh man, the offense just takes that extra step forward, and I've punishing them for it. I will say, Egoist defense struggling a little bit in this game to get back on rotation, to get back to protect their own goal. Just as we thought, Q, that they were a little bit safe, all of a sudden a little bit unsafe here. Only that 1-goal lead.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you what, though, Llama, I feel like what we're seeing from the Egoists at this point is kind of letting that foot off the gas because they're comfortable, and they feel like they're already in that grand final. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them in the butt, because there is still 47 seconds left on the clock, and first class only needs 1 more goal to send this thing potentially into overtime. But I don't know if they're looking to give up anything here in these closing seconds. It's actually going to be Creams, that one of those 2 players you just talked about, trying to get this thing past that midfield line.
3 seconds left to go. It's now or never for first class. If they can find a goal, they can force that overtime, maybe force a game 7, but Hazo is just bullying their way in, stalling the time down to 20, now losing time slowly, of course, with the 1-goal lead. There's always that possibility of the 0-second play, of keeping it alive, of keeping it up in the air, but they're playing defense. They need to get on offense. Egoist just putting the pressure on them. A clear, maybe final chance here. Wavy sends it up towards the ceiling where Buffy tries to keep it alive. 5 up, the pass, not there, and it is gone. It is over, and hey, Egoists are going to the grand finals.
We went into game number 3, Llama, talking about the potential of First Class putting the Egoist on game point or on series point and sending them to lower bracket. And then all of a sudden, back to back to back to back, hey, Egoists hit their stride, and it just didn't look like it looked like a completely different series.
It was a sweep if you took out the first 2 games, and they built up that momentum so well. Their teamwork and cohesion is just like anything else I have ever seen. Like, it is so different and so creative, and they create those opportunities every single time. They have locked themselves, of course, in the grand finals. So First Class, it's not over for them, right? They have that second chance opportunity. They'll bounce down to the lower bracket. They are playing España for a chance to get back up for a second chance redemption in the grand finals.
Yeah, but speaking of redemption, España also going to have redemption on their minds, as it was First Class who sent them to the lower bracket in a 5-game nail biter of a series. So we are just about there, as you can see, kind of to the left of Llama and I's head. I mean, we've come a long way. We've made ourselves quite a bit of a ways here. And now for Hey Egoist, they get themselves a little bit of a break.
They get to rest and relax. Obviously, it's been a pretty long tournament for them. They'll get a breath. They'll get to talk about what they want to do, because I assume they're going to be watching this game, going to be watching the play styles of both these teams, but I really feel like they just got to make sure their comms are good and feel like they keep warm.
Yeah, I mean, thus far in the tournament, they've been faster, they've been smarter, they've been better. And let's not forget that this whole thing is for the Sick Kids Foundation, and their whole thought process and goal is to diagnose faster, treat smarter, and predict better. And that is really more than a goal at Sick Kids. It's the promise of precision child health, and it's the future we're creating now. It's the end of a one-size-fits-all medicine. It's Sick Kids focusing deeply, precisely on everything that makes each patient who they are, from their postal code to their genetic code as well, and then harnessing cutting edge science, technology, and data analysis to deliver a better outcome for each unique child, maybe even stopping illness before it strikes. Sick Kids has always believed that healthier children make a better world, and precision child health is how we get there. Heal the future, donate today. Don't forget !donate in chat to be able to get involved, or just make sure that you're telling somebody about it, because we still got 2 matchups left.
2 matchups left to go, and like you said, Q, such a really good charity and opportunity for you guys out there. If, like we said, if you got the money, go ahead, hit that donate. Every single dollar and cent from today's stream is going over towards them. So exciting stuff, and they are just, out in front. If you want to get out in front of it yourself, maybe share it over to some friends, get us up on the big screen. Maybe you got a TV in your house. Make sure to put us up there, because like we said, every share, it's free, and like you say, Q, if it's free, it's for me.
That's right. Now we've spent our whole entire day in the upper bracket. Let's go ahead and send ourselves to the lower bracket here. First Class versus España in that lower bracket final. We'll be back with that matchup right after a break.
And we're back after that break. We promised it would be short, and now we are still here at the Lotus 8 Championship Series number 5, brought to you by First Class and Red Bull Canada. Ama and Q still here up on the desk, and 2-game series, left to go on the night. This exciting one going to be a best of 5 between First Class and España.
Yeah, a repeat of the matchup that we were waiting to see who was going to be squaring off against Hey Egoist. Last time these two teams squared off against one another was First Class, who won 3-2, going the distance. So hopefully we get them to go the distance once here again. I'm not sure if I'm expecting the same result, though.
I'm not 100% sure. I mean, First Class on a little bit of a momentum drought after their kind of small reverse sweep on the last game that happened to them. 5UP, though, is definitely already creating those opportunities, and that's what I want to see. 5UP was a little bit quiet in those 4 games that they lost and has been such a keystone of this team. Buffy, 5UP double demo.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing here very quickly in game number 1. It looks like the side of First Class trying to dictate the pace, and they are going to be able to find the back of the net first, and they're going to be up 1-0.
Buffy just not giving up on this play, puts the pressure in, and almost gets the bump on the player that was looking to make that save. 5UP, good slider, and a good first goal. That is just a nice stabilization, I gotta say. A feel-good goal here for the First Class squad, because again, like we said, coming off that momentum drought, you gotta build something for yourself, and this is such a way to start.
Yeah, big start for them here, but can they keep that momentum going? Because you can see España trying to really flip the script, bump up the pace just a little bit here. Look to try and find a good shot on the goal, but to no avail, and now actually retreating back into the defensive zone. However, we don't see anything from First Class as far as offense for them, and now they're retreating to defense.
Defense trying to maybe get that counter attack and get that cleared out. I will say cleared out a lot faster than the previous series, which I like to see, giving themselves those opportunities, but this one almost rolls into their own net. 5UP with the demo denies some of that offense. State going back and forth as car parts all around the pitch here. Back into the corner, bouncing out and around. Buffy playing that slow defense will be able to pick up the boost as well and should be able to control this out.
Yeah, doing a good job of being a nuisance, though, with España, making sure they don't get this leaked out for free, but eventually they do, going the opposite way with it, and now it's actually Deck looking to try and keep the ball down into this defense, or into this offensive third. He even gets the demo there, which should allow for First Class, I thought, to keep the momentum, but no, actually they fall back just a little bit, but it is Deck who gets it just short of midfield, over 1. I think was looking for Buffy, and Buffy drives things home after getting back onto their 4 tires.
Oh man, Deck really good control to power it up through, and Buffy gets right back to it, gets to the shot, and gets to the goal. First Class right back in season here, as their second goal is going to feel really nice, but still a lot of time left to go, Q, so stuff to play some defense here, and Deck picks up another demo.
Yeah, I mean, 3 minutes is plenty of time here for España to try and make something happen, but they've got to really do a 180 here. I mean, they've only recorded 1 shot through the first 2 minutes here. They haven't spent much time over on the other side of the field. It's been a lot of them just trying to play kind of damage control on defense, if we're being honest.
I really do feel like that. They haven't had too much time in the offense, been playing mostly on defense, and just trying to not let those goals come on in. 5UP, another shot here already, has 3 in total. Feeling good over the halfway marker now, and with that 2-goal lead, it's kind of that lead that we talk about, you can get a little bit overconfident, so if you can add that 3rd goal, you can add that extra little safety blanket, I feel like that would feel good.
Hey, you want something here, and it might be just what you get if you are a fan of First Class here, as it's going to be Buffy able to deliver, I mean, really a sniper rifle from midfield, and led the way from a great demo.
Huge stuff. 3rd goal up on the board. 2 for Buffy, 1 for 5UP. 3 in total for the squad is going to feel good heading into the final 2 minutes. And especially, like you said, Q, this series already happened, and it was 3-2 in their favor. So to take this first game would be huge, and to take this series fast, I think, is going to be important.
Yeah, I feel like for First Class, you want to move quick, fast, and in a hurry, and try and quickly get to your shot at redemption in that grand final. I feel like the more time you give them in that upper bracket to just kind of sit there and wait for you, you're giving them more time to kind of relax on the side of Hey Egoist. Maybe even watch this game here and dissect your game plan and prepare just a little bit more. You don't want to give them too much.
You really don't. 5 up, almost looking for it there. Stake, save out and away as time is starting to actually dwindle down for Espana. They built up some more shots and they built up some more offense, but it still feel like they're stuck in a little bit of a pit here. Have to climb themselves out. Stake, a good little redirect, but 5 up meets it immediately at midfield.
Here it is, Buffy now going to move the ball back down into that Espana territory with now less than a minute left on the clock. 5 up moving forward, looks for the second touch off the back wall to no avail, and it's going to be up to Deck to make sure that they can send this thing to the corner. Good news is they're able to do just that. Not going to be able to find Buffy, though.
Got opportunity, Stake towards the backboard, can't find it. Time still dwindling on down for them as it looks like it is all but lost. This game is. They'll go up into the skies with about half a minute left to go. Rexy going to try and maybe get at least towards the corner, but no, denied as well. 5 up creating that control back in the air. Buffy mid-air pass, reception good, corner. Opportunity to build that back up. Deck goes for the missed touch. Could have been a goal, but adds some extra pressure and stalls this ball out.
Now here for Espana. You would love to find at least one just to kind of have a little bit of a consolation goal, but it doesn't look like First Class is going to allow that here. 5 seconds left on the clock, even still making sure they're keeping attempts at the goal until the closing seconds here, and it's going to be First Class taking game number 1.
First Class, big first game here for them. Obviously, Q, they still got a lot more work to do in the series. It's definitely not over, but the transition from them getting, I wouldn't call it a reverse sweep, but almost reverse swept in their previous series, 4 unanswered games, to coming out in a shutout game in their first game in this one has to feel so good.
Yeah, this is the one where it's tough to come in off the loss, right? So for First Class to be the team to come in here in game number 1, really seize control and do it in such convincing fashion, and a 3-0 is really going to put Espana on that back foot here going into game number 2.
Is. I mean, there's opportunities, though. Like we said, it is still a pretty long series for them. It's a repeat of the series that did already play. So last time they were able to take 2 games off, I'm expecting them to change up some things because they did still get some good offensive shots, but it felt like you said it, Q, that the shots weren't necessarily on point. They were spending a lot of time in that defensive end.
So it's all going to be up to kind of seeing how they can do coming out here in game number 2. I think especially big for First Class, being able to see if they can continue maintaining the control, because everything was going good for First Class in that upper bracket winner final until it wasn't. So going to see if they can kind of make sure they avoid that second part of that here in that lower bracket final.
Want to avoid it here. We'll see what can happen here in game number 2 for First Class. Would love to build up this second game. Would love to get onto a series point right here, right now, and keep that momentum towards their own. But on the other side of Espana, you got a chance. But this shot is absolutely clinical from Buffy.
Man, just making sure you move in quick, fast, and with the swiftness here in Buffy with a dagger. And yeah, it might have bounced off of that upper post a couple times, but when it moves with a purpose like that, it's going to find its way across the goal line.
And just putting it up there, able to find the angle, the accuracy as well. Filling out that bouncing touch, shot and in. And how about First Class continuing their momentum like we talked about from that previous game? And with players like Buffy who have just been shooting really good all day long, feels good to keep that up. Buffy does get bumped mid-air, so won't be able to continue their momentum on the shot. And it should be an okay clear here from Stake.
Deck going to be able to at least send that thing off the backboard, allow the squad to turn around, then move this ball forward for First Class. 5 up, fielding it in the corner. Tries to flick over one, but Stake gets enough of it to make sure they can hit it away from Buffy. But it doesn't get the control necessarily out of the hands of First Class. But it is going to be Espana now moving forward. They just can't get much going right now.
That really doesn't feel like it. No shots yet on the board in this first minute. Stake up for that save. Does have to feel good as their defense is actually working pretty well. The counterattack, Rexy almost connects on that shot. Stake trying to follow it up, but it just feels like they can't hold the pressure. Like as soon as they get into that offensive zone, they're just losing a little bit of that grip.
Deck here, going to send this thing to the side, trying to see if they can make sure they delay the ball from going to that middle of the pitch where it's really dangerous of getting a good shot onto target. But Espana, you can see, moving things back to the middle. Stake looking to try and move it home, but it's going to be Rixie punching it home off of the rebound there. And we're going to be all tied up at 1 with 3 minutes and 25 seconds left on the clock.
And just puts the sauce on the spaghetti there. Nice little equalizer. It's good stuff as finds the nice easy goal right on the open net. Equalizer and first goal from them in this series for España. Has to feel good, but like we said, still so much time left to play, Q, and still so much spaghetti to eat.
Yeah, and want to be careful with the mom spaghetti, I guess. Just make sure that it doesn't end up on your sweater already or anything like that. But as for now, España now going to have to retreat back to defense. Steak going to try and get control of things in the corner, but gets met with some resistance. Deck passes things forward. I think was looking for someone to be sitting there in the front, but unfortunately, Buffy had already committed to the rotate back to defense.
Deck really good on the save there. That could have been a dangerous shot if Deck had not gotten back in time, but that is all theoretical as they were able to get there, make the defensive stand. But all in all, this feels like a good game so far from España. Half this game still left to play, and they have found the first goal. They have found some defense, but 5 up is going to slice right through it.
Now that's going to give First Class the lead once again, and now it's going to be up to España to try and figure things out in the second half here. Otherwise, they do run that risk of being just 1 game away from their run here at the Lotus Cup being over.
You don't want that. Also, props to Deck, who has had both assists, almost finds the angle for a killer shot there from the backboard, but can't find it eventually. Will be bounced out here by Rixie and co. Out to the corner where Deck and 5 up are waiting. And again, it's just the clear on in, denied, and almost send the other way. This First Class squad starting to recognize what España wants to put forward. Trying to carry out the bounce on back in, not letting them have space on it either.
Now it's going to be Rixie trying to move the ball forward even further up the field. Buffy doing a good job meeting that resistance at the midfield line. Gives that control back to First Class. Now it's going to be a 2v1. Tries to get it up over Steak, but Steak comes in huge. Gets the save, but Buffy tries to keep the drive alive. Unfortunately, that ball does end up retreating all the way back to their defensive zone, and First Class going to have to reorganize here.
But slower game, still only the 1 goal lead here from First Class as another shot saved away here. Another shot secured from this First Class defense. Pushing it to the side, playing a little bit slow here. Rexy able to pick the pocket, send it on in, and creates a beautiful play.
That's a huge play. That's a big dub here as well. You're going to be tying things up for you here for España, and you've still got plenty of time to be patient. You don't have to overextend to still try and give yourself the dub before going into overtime.
I love the recognition. You don't care how many shots you put on. You just keep putting on more. Rexy with the redirect.
Big job here by Rixie, able to get this ball off of that kickoff here, off the read. Nobody going to be able to contest it. That's just wide open. That's just too easy. And now España up 3-2.
Credit to this España team because they have been recognizing the few defensive mistakes that First Class have been making, and they have been putting them right down their throat. The ability to score back-to-back goals as well, giving them the lead with 1 minute to go. I wouldn't feel super safe because, again, Buffy, 5 up are still sitting on the other side, but how about another roller goal?
Yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead and take our 1 goal lead and let's make it a 2 goal lead. Says Karka here, doing it by themselves. Over one, passing it past another as well. And now all of a sudden it's 4-2 in First Class. Starting to look a little questionable.
I mean, it looked like they had this game under wraps, but the mid-game is all España all day long. Buffy, the control there, couldn't get it through the sky. It was looking like an open net, green field in front of them, but defenders played it well. 45 seconds left to go, and maybe, just maybe, First Class could find the bounce back, could find the 2 goals that are necessary for them to get themselves back in this game, but it really is España stepping up to all these passes.
Yeah, Steak's gonna knock that thing down for Rixie. Rixie moves forward, has the whole squad there, leaves it off the backboard, but Karka was the closest one forward. They're sitting back at that mid boost. Shot sent on by 5 up. Steak does a good Steak does a good job of pushing that thing up to Rixie. Just Rixie can't get things completely under control, but remember, they're just playing keep away at this point. 10 seconds left in the clock. Don't need to score, but Steak gonna go ahead and try and put a shot on the target. Goes wide, but even with that being the case, No final second. Rixie punches one more across.
Yeah, you said they don't need to score, but they don't care. Rexy finding another. How about the hat trick for that man to finish off the game? Beautiful stuff here. And Espana, we talked about, this is a big momentum shifting game for them in the series. Once this one hits 0 and bounces off to the ground, 5 up, we'll let it drop. Espana will be moving to 1-1 instead of the 0-2 in the series.
And what a big turnaround from them as well. I mean, wasn't it tied at the half-point line and then just really opening things up in the back half of that game? And also to be able to keep First Class's offense limited to just the 6 shots. I mean, looking good on both sides of the ball.
Really were. And I also got to say, it was really a complete flip in the middle of that game. They went down early and still found a way. I do got to say, First Class making a couple of rotational mistakes, and that one in the corner is a little bit awkward. They were trying to set up for way too long. You just cannot give Espana at this point in the bracket that time and space to work with.
So now we're all tied up. It has this has made the best of 5 that we are currently in essentially now a best of 3. I've got to win 2 more. Espana maybe has a little bit of the momentum, but the good news about Rocket League, you and I say it all the time, doesn't matter if it was 5-2 or 15-2 in that last game. We're starting game number 3, 5 minutes on the clock, and the scores rolled back to 0. Who do you see winning this pivotal game here, Llama?
I think I've been wrong almost every time today. I'm not going to lie, but I will say Espana does look good at the end of that one. Rexy was going absolutely insane, finding the mistakes, but I wouldn't be surprised if 5 Up and Co start just swinging, start going out, bringing demos. I haven't seen a 5 Up demo in a while. I'm really craving it.
Yeah, I feel like right now I've definitely got to be leaning towards the side of Espana. Seems like they have been reawoken. Y'all know what I'm saying. It looks like they have finally woken back up here in this lower bracket final, and they're looking for the kill. Karka there, unfortunately, going to be a swing and a miss, but at least for now, the ball still kept alive in their offensive zone.
The demos, Karka going to pull one out as they start their offensive trek. Buffy, though, and 5 Up are on this side. Well, so should be able to create some space. 5 Up maybe looking for something. State gets the demo. Rexy threads the needle between the 2 players to make that save. And the defense from Espana showing they can hold once again.
Karka moving the ball forward here. It unfortunately gets met with a little bit of resistance from 5 Up and passes the ball over to Deck. Deck second touch, looking for Buffy, but a good job beating it with some resistance before it really enters into the offensive zone is Espana here. And actually very quickly now trying to turn the ball into some offensive play over Buffy as well. And I'm liking to see it from Espana, looking to still kind of have the edge on control.
That edge, looking to see if they can hold it on to it. Still 0-0 though right now, nobody with the edge on the scoreboard. It really is important to see if First Class can find that first goal, can build back towards teamwork. Rexy pulls out a demo as a lot of these teammates on Espana are picking up those demos, using that today. Deck unable to dive forward to get that shot. Bounces back towards Buffy, who has to collect the pieces.
Deck gonna feel this ball off the wall, was looking for 5 Up, but you can see Rixie has other things in mind. I think was looking for Karka, rotating up there towards the goal, just unfortunately a little far behind and wasn't able to get the shot. But as for now, Espana is still having the control, moving the ball forward here. Neither team recording more than a single shot here in these first 2 minutes, at least until that one right there, which really lets you know how much of a defensive matchup this has become in game number 3.
It's been such a defensive struggle between these 2 teams, and as well, you're talking about maybe Karka on the shot there, but you're also talking about a game that is so big in the overall series that is going to put one of these 2 teams on towards that series point and force one of the other 2s to win in game number 4. But like we said, until one of those 2 defenses breaks, we will not know. Over the halfway marker now, and 5 Up. There you go. There's the demo.
There it is coming in, and Stake is not able to move the ball up the field. Actually, Buffy does a good job of getting the steal from one, just unfortunately isn't able to get it past the last defender. It's Karka rising up, isn't going to get the second touch there though to drop things low, and now it's actually going to be Deck going the opposite way with it, up off the sidewall, actually going to go off the top ceiling as well. Just unfortunately the ball gets away from them.
Slips out of the grass, nice bounce down there. I like that try, but 5 Up had read it before it even got there. 5 Up, look for the bounce off in. The sidewall is good, but Buffy is just a half second too slow. Cannot find a deck. Good redirect there. That could have been a game-ending shot. Karka now going to try and turn the field, counterattack towards their way, create a play through the sky. Double commit, but the nice third player will send it wide.
Deck coming in with the very impressive stuff there, what you needed. Now you're going the opposite way with it. Karka trying to see if they can knock things away and at least relieve a little bit of pressure, as it is going to be First Class, who's looking to try and find their first goal here in game number 3. Actually, it'd be the first goal for either team here in game number 3, as the defensive stalemate between our two teams is about to go into the 5th and final minute.
I thought, please, I'm going to need heart medication after this game if you don't stop doing that. That ball was half gray, but it's not a goal. A non-goal is a non-goal, and we're under 1 minute left to go. Both teams, like you said, Q, still looking for this first one. Bouncing pass, Buffy can't find it, was rotating back off the wall. This pass is Karka looking for it, goes for it. 5 Up, defensive again, so solid.
Oh! Pass over to Deck, and there's no one there. It's a wide open net, and that's going to be First Class finally able to find the back of the net, and there's only 43 seconds left on the clock.
After the silence and the heart-stopping saves here, First Class able to find the first, and like you said, Q, not a lot of time left to go. España going to have to find a goal and another one if they want to find one in overtime. They have to find this first, though, to force that overtime. 30 seconds left to go is not going to be a lot to do it.
Deck here now to try and take that goal lead and see if you can give yourself another one to really secure things in these closing seconds. 5 Up with a nice shot. Rixie sends it aside, but it is Buffy making sure that the ball doesn't get cleared too easily. 15 seconds left as Karka is going to be over 1. If they would have been able to get it past Buffy, they would have had a nice shot there. It's not over just quite yet. We've still got 10 seconds left here, Llama.
A lot of time, though. It's bouncing back. Steak and Co. on defense. You need to turn the field. Not over until it's over. This could be the moment right here, right now. Buffy going to deny that moment, and First Class take this third game, moving on to series point, and Q, they can taste that grand finals.
Ooh, man, a real, defensive matchup there. 1 goal allowed over the course of the 5 minutes. And neither team really getting a bunch of shots either. I mean, the most shots put up was by España with 6. First Class only had 5 of them. I mean, really kind of showing you that the pressure really being turned up.
Definitely is. Yeah, and the pressure is now all on España, that they have to win this next game, or unfortunately their tournament run is done. Of course, at this point, both teams have at least secured one of the prizes that we are offering here today, but for España, again, like we said, pressure is there. This next game, it is win or go home. Yeah,
you've at least guaranteed yourself a 24-pack of Red Bull, but I'm sure $200 sounds a little bit crisper. So for España here, it starts with game number 4. You need to be able to at least win this to force game number 5. For First Class, you can clean things up here and get that shot at redemption against Hey Egoist, but clock set back to 5, score set back to 0. Let's see who's about it.
Let's see, game number 4 could be First Class with that rematch, with that revenge tour. We have to remind ourselves, this game already happened. This best of 5 already happened. Deck might be able to find a free goal here. Bounce off the sidewall. It's easy. It's in.
That is easy money, and that is not what you want to see for your opening kickoff and then concurrent play afterwards. It only takes 9 seconds, and España already has 1 foot out the door.
That really stinks, and like I was trying to say before they rudely interrupted my point is First Class was able to win this series in the previous rendition in 3-2 fashion. Would love to end it in a faster fashion this time. And like I said, go back up to that grand finals and talk about Deck, talk about the first goal. That is going to be huge, but they got to still hold on. Lots of time on the clock. 5 up, bounce off the backboard. Won't be able to find it.
Deck going to drop things low there. Going to try and see if they can drop it off for the rest of the teammates. Remember, for the side of First Class, you've already done the hard part, which is find the back of the net the first time. Now, at this point, you kind of get the ability to play a little bit more loose. Not that you're really going to let the foot off the pedal per se, but you've at least just got to make sure you keep control in your possession. You don't need any more goals as long as your defense can step up to the task.
I feel like you still have to be a little bit careful. We remember back towards that, previous game besides the last one where they did make a couple of those rotational mistakes where you really don't want to start making those. Don't want to bank on this one goal, but yes, you have the lead. And get super overconfident, 5 up with a shot and picks up a demo on their way out of the zone. Karka, though, is looking for the 1v1 play. Nice redirect up towards the backboard stake. Soft touch there, won't find its mark as Deck sends it wide.
Try to send it back down to Karka, just unfortunately not finding its connection, which doesn't allow them to move that ball forward before the rest of the defense could catch up to the table here. And now all of a sudden it's going to be First Class, who's now into the offensive prowess once again. This time, though, gets interrupted by Rixie, but Rixie pays the price for it. And it's going to be Stake trying to release attack from that midfield line, but it's so hard to get any power from all the way back there.
Putting some dedication onto this offensive play, though. It's Stake. Nice shot there. Fast one. Buffy waiting. Cuts down the angle and makes the save. They're keeping it up, though. The dedication's still there. 0 boost to work with and still gets a good shot on board. Backboard will look good, but Deck finally able to get a clear on through, and it almost results in a counterattack goal.
Be Rixie here, up over 1, has 2 more to beat, but it's going to be Buffy rising up to the challenge, getting the save and knocking it aside, but not enough for the clear. As you can see, it's going to be Carcass looking back for Risky there, but unfortunately the pass wasn't able to find a connection. Rixie, though, does a good job rising to the sky, pushes the ball back forward for the rest of the squad for España to try and catch up.
Another juicy demo there from 5 up. Rixie, though, a sky once again. Buffy barely making that save. That was a dangerous one. Kind of dragged it across the top of that crossbar, but nonetheless still holding on to that 1-goal lead. Been very quiet for both teams other than some shooting. But up to the sky. Buffy, no. Redirect down. 5 up. What a good passing connection, just putting the pressure on.
Here it is, going to be Deck trying to keep the ball down on this side of the pitch for First Class. Remember, they get the ability to play keep away if they want to. They've already been able to find the back of the net, but you've got to make sure that your defense can still stand tall, and that's not going to be the case as Karka going to be able to crack the back, and we're all tied at 1.
Stuff there. Just great control, gets the bounce off the backboard, and then puts it right on in. Good assist as well from Rexy. They are all tied up here. Both teams with the lone goal. Both teams' defense has been stellar as well. They'll have to crack once more. The shot, 5 up, barely gets up in time and is tall enough to save that away. But have to be careful because España looks like they are starting to heat back up. This offense that has so many shots already on this game is looking to force a game 5.
Yeah, España's really kind of stepped things up on their offensive side here. If you're First Class, I don't think you want to let them back into this series. You've got to end things here in game number 4. 80 seconds left on the clock. 5 up going to rise up, puts it over Rixie. Karka, though, comes in for the much needed for the save.
Big save. Not a lot of time left. That save is absolutely crucial. Your defense has to stick on through, and Buffy just goes forward so many touches and finds the goal.
Buffy's just bigger, faster, stronger here, able to get the second touch off that backboard. Well, not really the backboard, off the side post, essentially. And it's, man, just a beautiful play. And now España really, really needs a goal here.
I mean, not a lot of time. They're almost going to get one. Oh, it goes in. What?
No, I do need to see this replay because that's pretty insane.
Oh.
Woo, sheesh!
Hey.
From distance, too. Oh, my goodness.
It's wild. I don't know how that goes in. Absolute accuracy and precision on the geometry. And you said they needed a goal cue, and all of a sudden, they're right back to tied.
And that was a lot quicker than I was expecting over and on the España side. Had to have lit them really up on their, their fire in that Discord there. I'm sure they've got to be on their feet, ready to keep things going here, because you need one more to still be able to see a game number 5.
One more. Could be an overtime. Would be nice. A nice little kiss midair. Eating the ball. Deck follows up with a shot off of their opponents there. 20 seconds. Not a lot of time for both these two teams. Tied at 2 goals apiece. A goal here could either force Game 5 or end Espana's tournament run. 10 seconds now down to single digits. This is where you make the play happen. 5 up across the backboard. Can't make it happen there. Bouncing around. Maybe one final opportunity for Espana to force Game 5 here off the backboard. Rexy denied. We're going OT.
Let's go to overtime. Golden goal situation where one shot is truly all it takes. Rixie going to be able to get that thing knocked out from the corner, but Deck does a good job of keeping the ball forward here for First Class off of the kickoff. Both other parties, though, had already retreated back for First Class, giving plenty of room for Espana to move this ball forward. No way.
Opportunity on that secondary touch. It's going in. No! Buffy sneaks behind. Deck can't get the save as well. Karka will not give up. Karka will force Game 5.
One more game. Going to game number 5. It only takes 22 seconds for Espana to end our overtime and send us to a 5th and decisive game. And you had mentioned it before, Llama, that this matchup is not the first time we've seen these two teams playing against one another in this tournament. Last time it went to 5, and it was First Class who won game number 5. Espana looking to change the story here.
All my mind can be on right now is that goal around the minute mark. That last beautiful shot there from Espana to secure that overtime and to find it super quick. That is a momentum builder. And we always say, now it's a best of 1. You got 5 minutes to prove yourself. And me personally, Q, I would much rather go into a best of 1 off a win than off a loss.
Big ol' facts there, Llama. And it feels like right now Espana's got to be feeling good, right? So, I mean, obviously, these first 60, 90 seconds will tell us how things are starting to look in game number 5. Something tells me we're in for a knock 'em out, drag 'em out game number 5, though.
Well, it could be. I also could expect maybe a blowout because it has been a long and tedious series that, sometimes that just mentally wears you down and you got nothing left to give. 5 up on the defense, though, already showcasing that their defense is still just as strong as last game. Early shots here from the Espana team, and another double commit towards the sky.
Yeah, Deck, though, going to do a good job of moving the ball forward. Buffy gets the second touch, sends it kind of in front of the net. Just not enough oomph on it, as it's very easy for Karka to field that thing. Now Karka actually going to be looking to try and get the second touch off the sidewall. Not going to be able to do so. Rixie only has 5 up in front of him, but 5 up able to rise up to the sky and able to knock that ball aside. Back to the middle of the field here for Buffy. Looking to try and move the ball here forward for First Class, but gets knocked to the side as well.
Staying 0-0. Kind of the story that has been wrote between these two teams is staying together on that scoreboard, keeping it close and concise. Buffy, though, is trying to drive on in, won't be able to find it. Might try to steal their opponent's boost. Yes, will do it. 5 up, though, trying to set up the play. Deck going for the awkward touch and just trying to pressure on in. They're putting a lot of shots on board, but it's not getting anywhere close.
This ball going to drop down here, and Rixie tries to get the clear. Buffy says, nah, not just quite yet. Ooh, a little bit of a juke there. Oh, going to get past the second here as well. It's going to be left to 5 up. 5 up sends it back over to Buffy. Buffy's in the corner, has that full boost, trying to control the ball moving forward. And now all of a sudden, it is all left to Karka.
There from Buffy. Goes ring around the rosy, crossbar and out. Close one, though. I like to see that, as it is a pretty low shot counter once again. 5 up, picking up just the second shot from First Class on this game. Buffy, though, will not miss through the sky. Absolute precision.
Yeah, once Buffy rises up here and you see that Rixie is not in a position to really get the save or really even put themselves in between Buffy and the basket, you pretty well knew what was going to happen, because that's a shot that they are not going to miss.
And it's Buffy on both those shots. The first one to get it up over their opponent, and then the second to slam it home. Feels good. And back to that lead for First Class. It's going to be their first goal in about 2 minutes, which does feel good as well. Another shot towards that net. It is going good. Half this game left to play. Karka up towards it, trying to equalize on back, which they did last game, Q, at multiple moments. I wouldn't doubt them, and they're going to do it right here.
it. Look at the teamwork that it takes to make the dream work. It's this stake that gets left off for Rixie here after Karka was able to move the ball forward. Everyone getting involved. And we're just at about that halftime marker, and we're all knotted up at 1.
Alt side back up here. Really good shot, though. Rixie has been good all day. And Karka, what is this? Secured lead back towards their way. Stake, Karka combined. Stake just flips it up in the air. It goes wild. And Karka, look at the accuracy.
And Deck being so close. I mean, just literally needing an inch or two from knocking that thing probably into the upright. And instead, it goes into the goal. And España has the lead just before halftime.
Big lead here. Can they hold it? That's another question. They have found the gaps in the defense, though. Bounce down. Up shot is there, but Deck is going to try and follow it up. Waterfall. Buffy denied this time. Karka, the defense, 3 saves already. Deck will pick up a demo, but it's going to be dangerous if you don't get back to your own net. The pressure on that, it just goes in. What?
That's insane here. Such a great play here from Rixie. Able to get the pinch here, sends it on the target, and 5UP tries their hardest. Just unfortunately isn't able to get enough on it. Doesn't knock it away from the target, and all of a sudden, España up by 2.
The power behind that shot was really impressive. Stake again, man. The shots off these kickoffs are absolutely beautiful. We gotta talk about it, Q. This 2-goal lead is feeling so good. You have to imagine the momentum they are carrying is so massive from the previous game as well.
Yeah, it feels like if you're first class, you really need to respond here quickly because España really seems to kind of be taking the air out of the room for now. We do see Buffy gets the clear, passes it up to 5UP. 5UP trying to figure out what to do with it. Leaves it off for Buffy. Buffy sends it on the target, but it's going to be Rixie with the big old clear. There's a bump actually on the deck, which allows for Stake to catch that thing off the back wall, and I think we just might be seeing España getting that taste of sweet redemption.
Yeah, lovely stuff there. They tied their shoes and are starting to run away with this game. Stake and Rixie were both in the area. Really tough for the defenders to play. Up 3 with a minute and 30 left to go. España, they can see the grand finals in their sight. They just got to play a little bit of defense.
75 seconds left on the clock in first class. Needs to get to moving here. You need 3 goals here at the pace of 1 basically every 20 seconds, and that's with the ball slowly declining back into your defensive zone. And Stake doing a good job making sure you don't get any sort of progress upfield for free.
Yeah, they're working, making sure that you got to battle for every spot and position. But again, a good clear on down is just going to melt this timer on down still. The 3 goals necessary. 5UP going to try here, going to go up to the sky. Stake denied, and a big clear once again. Just absolutely every time it goes down here, getting out and wide. Stake sets up Karka again and just barely misses that one.
Now all of a sudden it is going to be 5UP here, trying to see if you can quickly make something happen going the other way, because at this point the math just ain't adding up to me, man. It's a 3-goal deficit, 16 seconds left. I think it's going to be España moving on to the grand final.
That's what it looks like. First class may have won the first rendition of this series between the two, but we went to game 5 again, but this time España will be your victors in 3-2 fashion.
Is that another reverse sweep? Did España just win 3 in a row, or am I tripping?
I think it was 1-1.
Was it 1-1? Okay.
Memory.
That is tough if that were going to be the case. But regardless here, big shout out to España for I mean, getting that sweet taste of redemption. And that's a $200 game right there, because now instead of walking away with a 24-pack of Red Bull, you're either playing for $200 or $300 here. That's big.
And I just got to talk about the resilience of this team because, man, not only did they win this game, but they battled through the lower bracket where we talked about is so dangerous, right? There's all those best of 1s, best of 3s where you can fall to just a couple mistakes. They were able to keep their composure to battle towards this spot right here, and were able to battle towards the grand finals.
Yeah, and they continue to look very impressive against most teams that they have come across in like very dominant fashion. This one does go the distance, but they looked very, very good in those last couple of games there. Question becomes, can Espana take that little bit of momentum and carry it in the grand finals? Or has Egoist had a nice chance to rest up here and maybe ready to rock and roll? Only time will tell them.
It's going to be exciting, though. I mean, we get to see the Eagles defense versus the España offense. I feel like that's the big clash. Wavy is still the big stick out for me that could possibly maybe change up the game, but it'll be exciting. I mean, we're talking about a best of seven. Egoists already have that game advantage, so a little bit of advantage their way, but we've seen España destroy the advantages before.
And you know what? If we are just one series away from finally crowning ourselves a champion, but let's not forget why we are here. We're here in support of the Sick Kids Foundation. Diagnose faster, treat smarter, and predict better. This is more than a goal at Sick Kids. It's the promise of precision child health, and it's the future we're creating now. It's the end of a one size fits all medicine. It's Sick Kids focusing deeply, precisely on everything that makes each patient who they are, from their postal code to their genetic code, then harnessing cutting edge technology, science, and data analysis to deliver a better outcome for each unique child, maybe even stopping illness before it strikes. Sick Kids has always believed that healthier children make a better world. Precision health is how we get there. Heal the future, donate today, and we do have one more matchup that's going to be heading right your way. We've got that grand final for y'all. Hey, Egoist versus Espana, and we'll be bringing that to y'all right after a quick break.
Welcome back, enjoyers of Carball. After that break, we are still here at Lotus 8 here for our Grand Championship Finals for our $500 number 5 series powered by Red Bull and First Class Q. One series left to go on the night with two teams that have been battling for this spot all day long.
Yeah, we've been seeing Hey Egoists have been able to pretty well cruise their way through that upper bracket to get themselves here. Also have secured themselves that one game advantage. Espana had to work their way through the lower bracket after falling to First Class in the semifinals. Able to get that redemption, but now going to be working from behind a game here.
I'm excited to see. I mean, we have kind of built up this Ego squad all throughout the day. Today, it is kind of to see if they'll be able to get out swinging. Wavy already answered my question with a couple of shots here. Already starting to get that teamwork. 1 to 2 to 3. Hazo up towards the backboard. Can't find the goal, but that is a little bit dangerous if you are an Espana fan to see this early.
And now here you're going to be seeing, though, I thought Karka was going to be quickly intercepting things. Instead, it's Wavy taking it off their hood. Hey, Egoist goes the opposite way. It only takes them 34 seconds to strike first.
It's going to be huge for Wavy on that first one. Creams and Wavy, once again, the two names we've been saying all day long, connecting once again. But, you know, only about 30 seconds off the clock, so good for both teams. Egoist, you got some more time to build up on that lead. And for Espana, you got more time to cut down on that lead and maybe try to pick up some goals of your own.
Yeah, good news for Espana is it's just one, and you've got plenty of time to get that one back. And we know that they have no problem playing from behind, but you don't want to fall too far behind, especially against this Egoist squad. Stake tries to knock this thing down, not going to be able to keep things alive, but it's at least down on this side before Karka unfortunately swings a little bit wide, and the ball going forward all up to Stake, who is going to at least keep the ball in front of him for now.
In front of him, but Creams is looking for this assist. Sets up Wavy once again. Wavy with a shot, can't find it. Hazo keeping it off in the zone here. Demo, though, is going to feel nice as, like we said before, if you can demo somebody, especially Wavy, you can start to chink down that defense, can start to get those clears on easy for yourself. But talk about clears, it's right back on the defense for Stake.
Stake now going to be up over one, looking for the teammate and Rixie, they do get the pitch, just not enough on the back of it, and that actually allows them to go the opposite way. And as much as we've talked about Creams and Wavy, Hazo has been pulling their own weight as well, and they're going to get goal number 2.
Yeah, and honestly, so much credit to Wavy there. Not only did Wavy get the assist, put the ball right on their opponent, and the opponent passed it right to Hazo. So really good passing play, nonetheless, working through 3 people. Kind of that prediction is what gets them that second goal. That is exactly the creativity we wanted to see Q from them, and I think any answer of them being cold has been absolutely diminished.
Oh, for sure. They have 1000% just come out here and regained control, showing that they still have that ability to dictate the pace no matter who it is that they're playing against here. But that's going to be a shot forward here. That's going to be a beautiful shot from Creams, and Creams is going to be able to find theirs, making sure that every player on the Hey Egoist side has a goal to start things off in game number 1.
And the passing queue from this team is just so clean, inches above the opponent's car, locking in those goals and locking in the third one. Every single person on the team's got an assist. Every single person's got a goal, and they are already at 8 shots on this game.
Yeah, I mean, they're just really showing the ability to really flex in that offensive zone, and their defense is standing tough as well. Of course, the defense has an easy job when you're spending so much time down on this side of the pitch. Espana only been able to record 2 goals, or 2 shots, I should say, thus far. No goals, as they have been held to a shutout thus far. 2 minutes and 15 seconds, though, still left the clock to try and make something happen, but it does look like that's going to be a 4th one for the Egoists.
First one unassisted. Cream's just beautiful control on that one. Puts it over the final defender. Sends it on home. And now 4. This is the big thing I think we have talked about with the Egoists, that they not only score a lot, but they control the game so well. Their defense is so locked in. Their offense is so good. And it seems like every single touch absolutely deliberate in which way they want the flow to go. So, yes, there is 2 minutes left for Espana. I feel like you got to score a goal here. Maybe next 30 seconds if you want to try to come back.
If you want to try and come back, yeah, you need one like right now. But I feel Oh, instead it's Hazo putting one in. As this was going to say, I feel like if anything, you would still like to at least get some sort of consolation goal. But man, for the side of Hey Egoists, they are just running it up right now.
And Cream's just punching somebody else out of the air, taking their lunch money away, and nice easy shot for Hazo. Again, the communication and the teamwork, even when they aren't fully assisting and passing each other, you see just the demos, the bumps out and away that are working so well. A little bit dangerous clear on through, but a 5-0 lead is definitely something to feel good about right now and feel comfortable for the Egoists.
Yeah, I mean, the Egoists just get to play clean and clear at this point. They get to play loose. They don't have to worry about anything. Even an inopportune goal off a mistouch to me, what's that really going to do? Put you only up by 4. Oh, no, whatever will I do? But with 80 seconds left on the clock, the pressure really going to be on España. You need to prove to yourself that you can get things going, because even though this is the first game played, let's not forget about that game advantage, meaning that Egoist will only need one more win to be on championship point.
Almost there. Wavy almost popped it up in from Cream's assist again, but I would also like to say, yes, they need to find those answers, but I would also like to ask, we were questioning in the beginning of this game or this series, what was going to happen between this Egoist defense and the España offense, and I ask you, Q, where is the España offense? Where did it go? Are they playing the invisible man or something?
I just think the offense for España just cannot keep up with the pace that Egoists are trying to play at, and since they can't get out in front of the ball, they're currently having to play on their heels consistently. And now with these final 20 seconds, even if you record another shot that's only shot number 5, as opposed to the 13 of them things from the Egoists, however, Rixie gets you a goal.
Okay. Rixie is the one kind of standout player that has been scoring some of these goals later into the games to keep them into it. Unfortunately, like we kind of said, this is just a kind of feel-good goal for them at the end of this one. Don't let 2 more goals slip. Don't make it a Brazil on your own side, but nonetheless, that's something they can at least take into next game and give Rixie a little bit of confidence in this series.
Yeah, it gives you something to build on. At least there's not a shutout, you know what I mean? But it's not pretty. We can't. There's really not much sugarcoating it. I mean, that was a pretty good thumping from Egoist here, off of a team from España who would have had some momentum off of the little bit of a lower bracket run, those back-to-back or three wins that they got in a row there. But all of that has been shut down very, very quickly.
It really has, and the Eagles just showcasing why they got that game advantage, why they are sitting up here already in that grand finals, because not only their ability to adapt to those different play styles, but their teamwork. We've said it so many times today. All 3 of those first shots and goals were assisted by a different player. That's absolutely insane to happen.
Yeah, I mean, when that kind of work lets you know that you've got to be worried about everyone. Sometimes you and we've casted some teams where it's like, one person's doing the work. All right, if you're on the defense, you just go headhunting for that one player. You don't have that option here. We've talked so much about the duo of Creams and Wavy, but Hazo always turns up when he's needed as well. I don't know what the answer is here.
And sometimes Hazo's the most dangerous, because Hazo's playing the 3rd-man defense that he can just carry that counterattack right in away. So it is really so tough, but the good news, at least, like we said, the score always resets. You got another game in this series, but you drop this one, it all of a sudden becomes pretty impossible. Like we said, pulling off those reverse sweeps, the numbers in statistics-wise are not good for you.
They're not in your favor, and especially with the way that this squad is looking right now as well. So this is as much of a must-win game as it can be without it actually being a must-win game for España. So let's see what they can do in game number 3 of our grand finals.
Number 3, see if they can come out swinging as well, because hey, Egoists, they just work so well off of an advantage. Wavy already off the kickoff. Win shots left and right. Nice clear, though. Getting those clears is going to be important, because we did see Egoists kind of get a grip on that offensive zone, not really let it go throughout that last game. So if you can start to get those clears, might be a little bit better for yourself.
As for now, off the rip here, it is going to be Egoists who look to be spending more time in the offensive zone here. Wavy tries to send one ahead and does get met with a little bit of resistance. It is going to be Creams, though, trying to break out the Protractor, sends one on a target, but Rixie sends it aside. Karka can't completely get the clear here, though, so they still are having to sit back on defense and try and make something happen.
Trying to make something happen here. Should be almost getting the clear. Hazo denying once again, playing good defense on the 50-50 line to keep those offensive plays alive. A little bit awkward through the sky here. The redirect from Creams gets back down to Wavy. Wavy, the 1v1 skill, not showcasing there, but put some extra pressure, and you're seeing it once again. You pressure the backboard with Wavy, it pulls players up towards the sky.
Now here with 3 minutes and just about 30 seconds left on this clock. Still all tied up at zeros. Wavy going the opposite way with it. Leaves it off for Creams. Was leaving it off for a beautiful shot from the center of the field. But Rixie does a great job of meeting it with some resistance. Tries to go the opposite way with it. Not going to be able to make anything happen. And now it's actually Waving. Sending one on to target. And it's actually going to be Egoist continuing to keep the attack alive.
Off the backboard, Rixie finally gives them a breath of life, and Hazo has to make the save. Was sitting around to kind of playing that cheat up line to say maybe if the team can push up a little bit further, I can cheat up. We can maybe get a good offensive play, but has to bounce back, gets the save, and now Hazo bounces it into the zone. Wavy and co wait, but the clears have been a lot better this game from España. They should be able to get back at least something on offense here.
Karka moves the ball forward, but only briefly, as it is Wavy who sends things down into the offensive third, and back and forth here as the pendulum swings. Neither team really able to fully garner that control as far as of the offense, and more so a benefit, I would say, of the Egoist, because they're vibing. They're up 2-0. For España, they're kind of behind the 8 ball here, and if they can continue to sit at this only 2-shot marker, they're going to feel it as this clock gets closer and closer to 0.
The threat level has reached midnight for them. They need to keep this going and need to find a way back in the series, and I feel like they need to do it quick, because like you said, for Egoist, they have all of that backfall, all of that safety net. Even if they don't win this game, they are okay, and they have been spending a lot of time down here getting familiar with this defensive zone of España, that offensive zone for themselves, and again, just real easy clears right up over the defense. Karka will be at least able to get a tire on this one. Hazo not able on the defense, double touch off the crossbar. Looked good, but was just a little bit off the accuracy.
Yeah, looked good for a second. Now they got to make sure that they can retreat back to their defense and stay on top of those rotations, because Egoists are a team that will capitalize if you give them a little bit of leeway. Now, as far as for now, it's España who still has that control. Pass off the corner. I think that may be a little bit too high for Steak. No, Steak actually gets a second touch on it. Doesn't get a shot on the target, though.
And at this point, it doesn't matter how bad you played in the first 4 minutes, right? Not saying either of these two teams play bad, but you can forget all of those previous mistakes, because it is still 0-0. Make it 0-1. Rexy with the shot.
And that's huge here for España. You do not want to go down into the final 60 seconds where one shot can really make the difference. Now you've given yourself a little bit of a cushion. You've given yourself the lead. Obviously, you don't want to be giving up any goals in these last 69 seconds here, but it at least gives you a little bit of comfort here heading down the home stretch.
Extra little safety blanket. Keep you warm at night here, but down to the final minute where it will keep getting warm. Toasty up here in this grand finals. The heat's on up. Steak gonna try and keep this alive and trying to burn down the time, because you can play the style a little bit differently. You don't need a goal. You just need to play some good defense.
Trying to move the ball up here is Creams. They're still plenty of time on the clock here. If you're a fan of the Egoists, it's a team that can strike at any moment here. Maybe even if you get yourself a stop and find up with a good counterattack, because Rixie's the last one up and they're already all the way up at that midfield line. But instead it's Rixie keeping control, gets underneath the third defender, doesn't have enough control. Cream sends him back to the bench with the demo. Hazo passes it up the field. You feel like this has to be their last attempt at things.
Only 15 seconds left to go. Less than that now. Karka picks the pockets and snipes the bottom right corner, probably sending them packing in this game 3.
Yeah, that definitely, if it wasn't, pretty well solidified before, that definitely sends it home. 10 seconds left on the clock here, and España getting a very important dub in game number 3 here. That means that they're going to be able to cut this deficit to 1.
Say unless maybe Wavy can score there, but Azir's on the clock. Hazo gonna go for one more off the backboard. Creams keeping it alive. Hazo will bounce that one on down. So Espana battling back and resilience in that game to hold strong for 4 minutes of offensive pestering from the Hey Egoists.
Yeah, I mean, Espana's defense showing up. Obviously, their offense able to capitalize a couple of times too, but to be able to stop Hey Egoist from getting a goal with 8 shots has to have you feeling good. I think the flip side of that, if you are a fan of the Hey Egoist, is hey, I'm still getting my shots. Law of averages should say they should start connecting in game number 4.
It's true. And for Hagus, like we said, this game doesn't necessarily matter too much for them because
Right.
they've already picked up the game advantage. They've already picked up a game in the series, and they still didn't look bad. They were still creating offensive drives. It was a shutout, but it didn't feel like a shutout. It felt very, very close, maybe a 1-0, but they still have that extra game. They still have the probability. Now, if you lose this next game, then all of a sudden you're in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, I feel like this game can potentially really change the lay of the land because if Hey Egos win, I don't want to say that's the expected result, but they've been looking so dominant. But if all of a sudden Espana wins 2 in a row and sends this thing into a best of 3, we're talking a completely different story.
We are. Well, both teams got a pen. We'll see which one is able to write down on this next chapter of this story. And I feel like for Aegis, I feel like it just got to start creating some plays. How about this one? Off the backboard, redirect touch towards Wavy. But get creative. Start to pressure and showcase why you are in the grand finals first. Why you have all these players that specialize in those mechanical plays. Maybe create something that can leave us with something to remember.
First 30 seconds down. No one really able to seize control just quite yet. Kind of the back in the fourth. No one even able to record a shot, but it is going to be Wavy going upfield. Gets the pinch, leaves it off for Creams. Creams is trying to get the read. Does have to back down just a little bit, but moving forward with the ball. And that's going to be a thing of beauty as Hey Egoist strike first.
And Creams control and beautiful touch there. Sneaks it in between 2 and beat the other defender. 1v3 action carrying the team right now as the Egoists up early. This is exactly what we wanted to see from them. This is the response they needed, Q.
Exactly what Egoists were looking for. You were able to tell them, hey, you know what? The one doesn't matter. But you know what? The one goal, that doesn't necessarily going to be enough. You got to make sure that you can still continue playing here. Hazo, the player who always seems to deliver when it matters the most, continuing moving forward. Got the demo buying the space. It's going to be Wavy trying to get the second touch off the backboard. Third touch, unfortunately not coming through, but it is Creams keeping the attack alive.
Like for Espana, you got to find a goal because they loved to play that a bit of a low-scoring game, and it's going to be Hago is starting to run up that scoreboard with Creams finding another.
Yeah, you mentioned having to find a goal for Espana, especially now after you've allowed for the second man, and it needs to happen probably before we get to that midway point because Hey Egoist is a team that does a very good job of playing from ahead. As much as they do a good job of taking leads, they don't lose leads, and the more they extend those leads, it definitely becomes less likely.
They don't just make a small cut, they make a massive wound and keep that bleeding going. Hazo makes and forces an own goal.
Yeah, this is unfortunate here. Hazo makes the play, and you can see, I think Karka thought maybe they can get just enough of a bump to send that thing up into maybe the top post, but instead drives it home, and it's now 3-0, and we're not even at the 3-minute mark, Llama.
I mean, a minute ago we were tied up, and now all of a sudden it is 3 goals. Hey, Egoist, we talked about them running up the scoreboard. Well, Creams is 1 away from a hat trick already in this game that is, again, so monumentous. You talk about Egoist, the possibility of getting onto that series point, tournament point, needing only 1 more game to win. Obviously, still a lot of time left to go, but you said it yourself, they don't lose leads.
Yeah, and part of the reason because they do such a good job of keeping the ball down here in their offensive zone. It's going to leak briefly down on their side of the field, but you can see it doesn't take long for them to push this ball back to where Espana's got their back against the wall. Rixie trying to make something happen, not going to be able to get it over Creams. Karka sends it to the side wall, but no one's going to be there. It's actually going to be Hazo going coast to coast, just not going to be able to push it in.
And we've talked about this Creams Wavy duo all day long, but Hazo with that rotational counterattack offense is so beautiful to see those plays up from the sky. Hazo gonna make sure they pressure it this time. He's got offense too.
And Hazo right now has got themselves 2 goals and an assist to go along with the only save that the teams needed. And right now, you know, you mentioned it, as much as we've talked about the other two, Hazo really leading the way, looking to drive one of those final nails in the coffin.
A perfectly well-rounded stone this team is, and I mean, Q, again, 2 minutes ago, this was 0-0. This was a manageable game for Espana, but I mean, even at this point, we're talking about a scenario where if you don't score in the next 30 to 45 seconds, it's already over.
Yeah, I mean, just you're already having to score at a very pretty phenomenal clip, especially against a team like the Egoists, who have just not shown the ability to collapse like that on the defensive side. And you had mentioned, you know, 20, 30 seconds, 25 of which have already expired, but Rixie finds one.
If any player's going to do it, it's going to be Rixie. I mean, this pass is good. It was a pretty open net with the defense kind of fumbling around, but Rixie, I feel like, has been the step-up player for Espana. Able to find the first, and now it's not easy, Q, but I say it's a little bit more doable.
Oh, if they would have been able to capitalize. Oh, and Cream's going to be able to come in with a phenomenal, epic save here with part of that ball across the line, knocking things down to the opposite side of the pitch. And now Ego is doing what they do best and just making sure they keep the ball in the offensive zone.
Holding on, see if they can melt down that time. Karka, though, want to go the other way. It's a connection that's available down in the ground. The waterfall, Hazo denying it for now. A minute to go is what we are approaching, and with Stake, another backboard touch. It's cleared away. Wavy has a wide open net. It goes in.
What a sniper shot here. This is a thing of beauty. Just gets sent up. Wavy says, you know what, I'm going to put this on target. Then even need much of the post, just a small little touch, and it's 5-1, Llama.
It's crazy. I mean, that was the score of the first game that they actually played, so it looks like a repeat. It looks like that the Egos have taken the pen. They are writing the next chapter of this story. I feel like Q at this point, if they win this, if they can hold on to it, it is going to be 3-1. They would have 3 chances to take this series as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for Espana, you need 2 in these last 30 seconds to feel like you're at a pace where you're ready to move into this last final game that could be potentially coming up in game number 5. Because, man, game 4 has all been Hey Egoist, other than a very weird whatever that was.
What is Wavy doing? Wavy's scoring goals, but in the wrong net. I think he might have forgot his color. But that's okay. It's a goal's a goal, right, Q?
I mean, I'll tell you what. I had a game earlier where all of a sudden I turned back on my own goal and forgot which color I was. Maybe that happened. I don't know.
It happens. And you know what? It's okay. Maybe Wavy just giving them an extra goal. Like you said, they need the 2 goals to feel good. Wavy just wants everybody to feel good. Good on him. But 10 seconds left to go here in this next game. We'll be seeing if Karka and Stake can rebound after it is going to move to 3-1. Hey, Egoists with the game advantage. They're going to be 1 game away. Karka will find that second goal here at the end, though.
And there it is, another one to seal the deal for Espana. You're at least giving yourself a little bit of something to maybe build on going into game number 5. But because Hey Egoist was able to do such a good job running it up through the first 5 minutes of gameplay, that goal all for naught, really.
Pretty much. They ran up that scoreboard, reset themselves in a good position, and now the scoreboard is going to reset for maybe the final time here tonight. Again, Q, we've had an amazing tournament, so many amazing teams, but the Egoist seems like they have just been the better team all throughout it. They got to win 1 more out of the next 3 games, and they're your champions, but Espana, they did take some goals there at the end. You got to give them credit for that.
I mean, you know, Espana did have a little bit of a turnaround in that lower bracket in order to get here. Maybe they still have a little bit of magic still left in the tank, but yeah, the what I think the big thing is what you had mentioned, the way that the Hey Egoists have been playing all day long, and we've gotten to see a lot of it on the stream here. Knowing that they've got to win only one in the next three, I like my odds if I'm a Hey Egoist fans.
I definitely do as well. I mean, just playing so well. It feels like they are a full, complete team. Their defense, their offense, their teamwork, communication, their rotations. It just seems like there's no place to attack for the other squad. And it is so tough when there is a team like that that just has that ability and then has like Wavy and Creams, has the ability to make that creative plays. It feels so tough to battle in, but like you said, maybe Espana has the Midnight Magic to bring it back.
No weak links in the chain to try to be able to capitalize on, which does mean that you need to beat them solely in a 3v3. And if you are Espana, you need to do that ×3. So let's go ahead and head into game number 5, and let's see if Egoists are able to wrap things up.
We will see. I think it is very important. This first minute and a half for Espana, they got to find a goal. They cannot start to let that bleeding happen because you are going to bleed out. You're going to have nothing left after this game if you do that. Also, just going to put a shot on board. Good early contestant as Creams gets active as well.
Yeah, I feel like if you are Espana here, you need to come out and you've got to play hot and heavy because we know that the Egoists do a very good job of playing from the front, playing with the lead. But if you can come out here and dictate the tone early, jump out, get yourself a couple of goals, and have them playing from behind, playing from an uncomfortable position that we have not seen them playing in very much, just might be the recipe for success.
Oh, no. Wait.
And then there's that.
Slots the coin. Oh, what is this shot?
Actually filthy.
Let me see it again. Off the back of the car. Oh, man. There is no space queue in between the wall and that ball. Oh, my gosh. That is not the way you want to start the game if you're Espana.
And now it's Hey Egoist with the lead first. It only took them a minute to get it. Now it's Hazo going the opposite way, but Karka comes in, hits him with the block, hits him with the Dikembe Mutombo finger wag, and it's still just a 1-goal lead.
Only a 1-goal lead, and lucky at that because it has been a flurry of shots. Egoist, they do not want to waste any time. Hazo again, the defensive masterclass man. Bringing on that offense, bringing on that third man role. Hazo just continuing it. It's so awkward here. It's been in this offensive zone for so long.
Yeah, it's been down here for far too long, especially if you're an Espana fan, because one, you need a goal just to tie it, but you know that if you spend too much time down there, at some point, Hey Egos will be able to strike when the iron is hot. They'll be able to get you out of position and will be able to capitalize here. Hazo tries to field it out of the corner, gets it up over Rixie. The question is, can you get a second touch? Wavy isn't going to be able to capitalize. It is a very big fight from Espana here.
Fighting, but how hard can they keep this fight up? 3 minutes left to go. A really good clear as well. Good redirect there. Starting to get that quick passing going that we've seen the Egoists do all day long. So through the midfield, a little bit of a weird touch, but Wavy will recover it towards the corner. Hazo follows up with the double commit from the defense.
And this is so huge for the Egoists here. We talked about their ability to play from the front with the lead, but when you just have a 1-goal lead at any point in time, the game can be tied right back up. You have now put unsurmountable pressure onto Espana because they need to strike not just once, but twice just to get to overtime, and that's if they don't allow a third.
And it's looking like a third here. Hazo connection. Wavy doesn't find it. Karka gets the save just in time. But you are talking about 9 shots already in 3 minutes from this Hey Egoist team. I mean, the offensive prowess is definitely there. They are building themselves up for a victory here. That's what it's going to seem like. Obviously, there's still time for Espana, but like you said, you got to break through that defense. We've been talking about the Egoist offense. We remember in those previous series, the Egoist, their defense was the stellar piece.
And it just lets you know that it's for them. It's an all-round team effort that either side of the ball can really pop off and be the catalyst if you need them to be. Nice little passing play here, moving the ball up back into that Espana side of the territory. Creams tells Karka to go sit on the bench for a moment and think about what they've done as they center the ball up. Hazo not going to be able to get the touch, but Creams gets it over one, doesn't get the second touch, left off for Wavy. It doesn't matter because Wavy drives it home.
Pressure and pressure and pressure until they crack. It's Creams and Wavy once again, and Wavy with another really good coin slot shot right towards the right side. It's the third one for the Egoists, the second one for Wavy. Feel like at this point, Espana, you got to score quick, man.
They have 11 shots on the goal, and we still have 90 seconds left in this game. Egoist made sure that there was no doubt about it. I say as Steak drives one home from distance. It's still on the table. 78 seconds left. Definitely have been stranger things to happen, but Espana needs to not rely on luck like that. They need to make things happen and push the pace.
It's a good goal. A goal is a goal, but you're never going to probably get that again in this final minute and 15. So push that offense, get 2 more goals, maybe force that overtime. That's what we want. We want some more games between these two, but the Egoists, they might have some other ideas. They want to end this quick. Hazo, good redirect, keeping this off in the zone. Double commit off towards the corner. Creams keeping it in again for so long and almost gets the goal there with the pressure.
Hazo meets with the resistance, does not allow Espana to get the rotation for free. Matter of fact, they're making sure that every little inch is deserved. However, Rixie with the flick here, and hold on a second, hold the phone. Espana able to close the deficit to just 1, and there's still 45 seconds. That's plenty of time.
And who other Q than
True,
Rixie,
though.
the player we have said has been so clutch for Espana, now gets another one, and now that opportunity is there. Yes, you still need one more, but you got 40 seconds to do so. I believe in them, and I think they can do it. 30 seconds now, though. Hey, Eagles, all they got to do is hold on to this ball. They got the offensive prowess as well. If they want to get another goal, they could possibly end it themselves, too.
Hey, Egoist, all you got to do is play keep away, keep the ball down on this side of the field. Steak, though, gets the steal, tries to get it over Hazo. Hazo knocks it to the side. Big clear here from Wavy, but it doesn't go past the 50-yard line. Karka rises up over the other one, but Wavy somehow comes from out of nowhere and finds the save. 5 seconds left on the clock. Ball is still in front. Ball's left off the backboard, and another save from Hazo. And it looks like the Hey Egoists are going to be able to keep their run in the upper bracket. Precision so clean, they don't drop a series, and it's going to be them walking away as our grand champions.
Deserved. I mean, absolutely deserved from this squad. What a masterclass here in the grand finals, but you gotta give credit to Espana for trying there at the end. What a way back in. Rexy's still performing all series long, and they're not walking home empty-handed, right, Q?
That's right. They might not be walking away with that top prize, but still got a little bit of extra cheddar in their pocket. $200. Not too bad for a Sunday, if you ask me. And if you're wondering how we got there, you can see this bracket right up above us. A stacked bracket through the day. So for Espana to be able to earn their way in from that lower bracket after falling to first class, get the redemption, and almost snuck back into that series against the Egoists.
Yeah, I definitely think if they win that one, it's a different series because they were looking fired up at the end, man. And real GG's to them and GG's to first class as well for taking home the 3rd place because we talked about it. It was a large bracket here tonight full of so many skilled teams. You know, sometimes things just happen. Sometimes you can't make it through that series. And, you know, those 3 teams, they made it all the way here.
And of course, you know, it wasn't just about the Rocket League tonight. Also, of course, everything tonight in support of Create 100K, in support of the Sick Kids Foundation. Diagnose faster, treat smarter, predict better. This is more than a goal at Sick Kids. It's the promise of precision child health, and it's the future we're creating now. It's the end of the one-size-fits-all medicine. It's Sick Kids focusing deeply, precisely on everything that makes each patient who they are, from their postal code to their genetic code, then harnessing cutting edge science, technology, and data analysis to deliver an outcome for each unique child, maybe even stopping illness before it strikes. And Sick Kids has always believed that healthier children make a better world. Precision Child Health is how we get there. Heal the future. Donate today. We appreciate you guys really supporting, not just monetarily, but sharing with your friends and having a big old fun Sunday night over here with us.
Yeah, it's been amazing. Their mission is absolutely awesome and really, really fun. I'm glad we got to do it for them because, like you said, Q, each child is unique and we want them to be all healthy, and that is their mission. So really, really huge. I think that Tiltify link will still be live. So if you want to donate after the stream, still towards them, you still can. And again, huge shout out to all the people that were shared it, commented in chat. You guys were awesome today.
Yeah, not only just to our chat, but to all of our competitors today, man. Each and every series was an absolute banger from the first round all the way to the grand final. Also, gotta say, we got to sit in on some great matchups because of our producer that's working hard in the back, does a great job of making us look good as well, which is really quite the task, if I can say so myself. But big shout out to Nick working in the back. Llama Q, we're the ones that have been coasting all the way. If you all want to see us and find us over on the Twitter sphere or X or whatever they call it these days, we've got our links down there below. But Llama, man, what an event for a Sunday, or not even just a Sunday, but just what an event.
I mean, it was crazy. Like we don't usually get to watch all of the rounds, but might be a little bit longer for us casters, but it's exciting to kind of see those storylines build, especially the Egoist with a player like Wavy who has been farming the 1v1s to bring in and showcase the skill in a 3v3 team that, absolutely dominated the competition today and build that storyline across the entire tournament with all of those amazing competitors.
Yeah, it's been an absolute blast here and definitely really delivered for what we were expecting heading into the event. So, again, thank you everyone for tuning in. Thank you, Nick, again, for working and doing all the hard work in the back. Llama, thank you for letting me come along for the ride with you. And if you're watching, you haven't already done so, make sure you're following the channel over here. Turn those notifications on. All right. And, until we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man, don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere. Game hard and love hard. All right, y'all. That's Llama. I'm Q from the rest of the crew, from the front to the back. Y'all have a great rest of your night. Peace.